audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook. Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.
Macmillan Audio presents The Walking Dead, Rise of the Governor by Robert Kirkman and Jay Bonansinga. Read for you by Fred Berman.
Part 1. The Hollow Men. There's nothing glorious in dying. Anyone can do it. Johnny Rotten. Chapter 1. It occurs to Brian Blake as he huddles in the musty darkness, the terror constricting his chest, the pain throbbing in his knees. If only he possessed a second pair of hands, he could cover his own ears, and maybe block out the noise of human heads being demolished. Sadly, the only hands Brian currently owns are busy right now, covering the tiny ears of a little girl in the closet next to him. The 7-year-old keeps shuddering in his arms, jerking at the intermittent thwack, gaw, thump outside the closet. Then comes the silence, broken only by the sticky sound of boot steps on bloody tile and a flurry of angry whispers out in the vestibule. Brian starts coughing again. He can't help it. For days he has been fighting this goddamn cold, a stubborn blight on his joints and sinuses that he can't shake. It happens to him every fall, when the Georgia days start getting dank and gloomy. The dampness gets into his bones, saps his energy, and steals his breath. And now he feels the pounding stab of a fever with each cough. Doubling over in another hacking, wheezing fit, he keeps his hands pressed down on little Penny's ears as he coughs. He knows the sound of his rasping is attracting all kinds of attention outside the closet door, out in the convolutions of the house, but there's nothing he can do about it. He sees tracings of light with each cough, like tiny filigrees of fireworks across his blind pupils. The closet, barely 4 feet wide and maybe 3 feet deep, is as dark as an inkwell, and it reeks of mothballs, mouse droppings, and old cedar. Plastic coat bags hang down in the darkness, brushing the sides of Brian's face. Brian's younger brother Philip told him it was okay to cough in the closet. In fact, Brian was free to cough his fucking head off. It would draw out the monsters. But Brian better not give his goddamn cold to Philip's little girl. If he did, Philip would crack Brian's head open. The coughing fit passes. Moments later, another pair of lumbering footsteps disturbs the silence outside the closet. Another dead thing entering the kill zone. Brian squeezes his hands tighter against Penny's ears, and the child flinches at another rendition of skull-splitting in D minor. If asked to describe the racket outside the closet, Brian Blake would probably revert to his days as a failed music store entrepreneur and tell you that the head-cracking sounds are like a percussive symphony they might play in hell, like some trippy outtake from Edgard Varese, or a druggy drum solo from John Bonham, with repeating verses and choruses, the heavy breathing of humans, the shambling footsteps of another moving corpse, the whistle of an axe, the thunk of steel sinking into flesh, and finally the big finale, the splat of moist, dead weight on the slimy parquet. Another break in the action sends fever chills down Brian's spine. The silence closes in again. Eyes now adjusted to the darkness, Brian sees the first shimmer of thick, arterial blood seeping under the bottom of the door. It looks like motor oil. He gently yanks his niece away from the spreading puddle, pulling her back against the boots and umbrellas along the back wall. The hem of Penny Blake's little denim dress touches the blood. She quickly pulls the fabric away and frantically rubs at the stain, as if the very absorption of the blood will infect her somehow. Another convulsive coughing fit doubles Brian over. He fights it. He swallows the broken glass of a sore throat and pulls the little girl into a full-on embrace. He doesn't know what to do or say. He wants to help his niece. He wants to whisper something reassuring to her, but can't think of a single reassuring thing to whisper. The girl's father would know what to say. Philip would know. He always knows what to say. Philip Blake is the guy who says the thing that everybody else wishes they had said. He says what needs to be said, and he does what needs to be done. Like right now. He's out there with Bobby and Nick, doing what needs to be done, while Brian hunkers here in the dark like a scared rabbit, wishing he knew what to say to his niece. Considering the fact that Brian Blake is the oldest of the two siblings, it's odd how Brian has always been the runt. Barely 5'7" in his boot heels, Brian Blake is a raw-boned scarecrow of a man, scarcely able to fill out his black peg-leg jeans and torn Weezer t-shirt. A mousy goatee, macrame bracelets, and a thatch of dark Ichabod Crane hair complete the picture of a 35-year-old bohemian waif stuck in Peter Pan limbo, now kneeling in the mothball-scented gloom. Brian sucks in a hoarse breath and looks down at the doe-eyed Penny, her mute, horrified face ghostly in the darkness of the closet. The child has always been a quiet little girl, with an almost porcelain complexion, like that of a china doll, which has given her face a rather ethereal cast. But since her mother's death, she's turned even further inward, becoming more wan and stoic, to the point of appearing almost translucent, with tendrils of raven-black hair obscuring her huge eyes. For the last 3 days, she's hardly said a word. Of course, they've been 3 extraordinary days, and trauma works differently on children than it does on adults. But Brian is worried that Penny is perhaps slipping into some kind of shock. "It's gonna be okay, kiddo," Brian whispers to her with a lame little cough as punctuation. She says something without looking up at him. She mumbles it, staring down at the floor, a tear purling on her dirty cheek. "What was that, Pen?" Brian cradles her against him and wipes her tear. She says something again, and again and again, but not exactly to Brian. She says it more like a mantra, or a prayer, or an incantation. "It's never ever going to be okay. Never, ever, 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 ever." Shh. He holds her head, pressing it gently against the folds of his t-shirt. He feels the damp heat of her face against his ribs. He covers her ears again as he hears the thwack of another axe blade outside the closet, smashing through the membrane of a scalp, into the hard shell of a skull, through the layers of dura, and into the pulpy gray gelatin of an occipital lobe. It makes a smacking noise like a baseball bat hitting a wet softball, the ejaculate of blood like a mop head slapping the floor, followed by a ghastly wet thud. Oddly, that's the worst part for Brian. That hollow, moist thump of a body landing on expensive ceramic tile. The tile is custom-made for the house, with elaborate inlay and Aztec designs. It's a lovely house. Or at least it once was. Again the noises cease. Again the horrible, dripping silence follows. Brian stifles a cough, holding it in like a firecracker that's about to pop, so he can better hear the minute changes in breathing outside the closet, the greasy footsteps shuffling through gore. But the place is dead silent now. Brian feels the child seize up next to him, little Penny girding herself for another salvo of axe blows. But the silence stretches. Inches away, the sound of a bolt clicking and the closet doorknob turning rashes Brian's body with gooseflesh. The door swings open. "Okay, we're good." The baritone voice, whiskey-cured and smoky, comes from a man peering down into the recesses of the closet. Eyes blinking at the darkness, face shimmering with sweat, flush with the exertion of zombie disposal. Philip Blake holds a grease-slick axe in his workman's hand. "You sure?" Brian utters. Ignoring his brother, Philip gazes down at his daughter. "Everything's okay, Pumpkin. Daddy's okay." "Are you sure?" Brian says with a cough. Philip looks at his brother. "You mind covering your mouth, sport?" Brian wheezes. "You sure it's clear?" "Pumpkin?" Philip Blake addresses his daughter tenderly, his faint southern drawl belying the bright, feral embers of violence just now fading in his eyes. "I'm gonna need y'all to stay right there for a minute, all right? You stay right there until Daddy says it's okay to come out, you understand?" With a slight nod, the pale little girl gives him a feeble gesture of understanding. "Come on, sport." Philip urges his older brother out of the shadows. "Gonna need your help with the cleanup." Brian struggles to his feet, pushing his way through the hanging overcoats. He emerges from the closet and blinks at the harsh light of the vestibule. He stares and coughs and stares some more. For a brief moment, it looks as though the lavish entryway of the two-story colonial, brightly lit by fancy copper chandeliers, is in the throes of being redecorated by a work crew afflicted by palsy. Great swaths of eggplant purple spatters stain the teal-green plaster walls. Rorschach patterns of black and crimson adorn the baseboards and moldings. Then the shapes on the floor register. 6 bodies lie akimbo in bloody heaps. Ages and genders are obscured by the wet carnage, the mottled, livid skin tones, and the misshapen skulls. The largest lies in a spreading pool of bile at the foot of the great circular staircase. Another one, perhaps the lady of the house, perhaps once a convivial hostess offering peach cobbler and southern hospitality, is now splayed across the lovely white parquet floor in a contorted mess, a stringer of wormy gray matter flagging from her breached cranium. Brian Blake feels his gorge rising, his throat involuntarily dilating. "Okay, gentlemen, we got our work cut out for us," Philip is saying, addressing his 2 cronies, Nick and Bobby, as well as his brother. But Brian can barely hear over the sick thump of his own heartbeat. He sees the other remains. Over the last 2 days, Philip has started calling the ones they destroy twice-cooked pork, strewn along the dark, burnished baseboards at the threshold of the living room. Maybe the teenage children who once lived here. Maybe visitors who suffered the southern inhospitality of an infected bite. These bodies lie in sunbursts of arterial spray. One of them, his or her dented head lying face down like a spilled soup pan, still pumps its scarlet fluids across the floor with the profusion of a breached fire hydrant. A couple of others still have small hatchet blades embedded in their crania, sunk down to the hilt, like the flags of explorers triumphantly stuck into once unattainable summits. Brian's hand flies up to his mouth, as if he might stem the tide rising up his esophagus. He feels a tapping sensation on the top of his skull, as though a moth is ticking against his scalp. He looks up. Blood drips from the overhead chandelier, a droplet landing on Brian's nose. "Nick, why don't you grab some of them tarps we saw earlier in the—" Brian falls to his knees, hunches forward, and roars vomit across the parquet. The streaming flood of khaki-colored bile sluices across the tiles, mingling with the spore of the fallen dead. Tears burn Brian's eyes as he heaves 4 days of soul sickness onto the floor. Philip Blake lets out a tense sigh, the buzz of adrenaline still coursing through him. For a moment he makes no effort to go to his brother's side, but simply stands there, setting down his bloody axe, rolling his eyes. It's a miracle Philip doesn't have a groove worn into the tops of his eye sockets from all the eye-rolling he's done over the years on his brother's account. But what else is Philip supposed to do? The poor son of a bitch is family, and family is family, especially in off-the-scale times such as these. The resemblance is sure there. Nothing Philip can do about that. A tall, rangy, sinewy man with the ropey muscles of a tradesman. Philip Blake shares the same dark features as his brother, the same dark almond eyes and coal-black hair of their Mexican-American mother. Mama Rose's maiden name was Garcia, and her features had dominated the lineage over those of the boy's father, a big, coarse alcoholic of Scots-Irish descent named Ed Blake. But Philip, 3 years younger than Brian, had gotten all the muscle. He now stands over 6 feet tall in his faded jeans, work boots, and chambray shirt, with the Fu Manchu mustache and jailhouse tats of a biker, and he's about to move his imposing figure over to his retching brother and maybe say something harsh, when he stops himself. He hears something he doesn't like coming from across the vestibule. Bobby Marsh, an old high school pal of Philip's, stands near the base of the staircase, wiping an axe blade on his size XXL jeans. A portly 32-year-old junior college dropout, his long greasy brown hair pulled back in a rat tail. Bobby Marsh is not exactly obese, but definitely overweight. Definitely the type of guy his Burke County High classmates would call a butterball. He now giggles with nervous, edgy, belly-shivering laughter as he watches Brian Blake vomit. The giggling is colorless and hollow, a sort of tic that Bobby can't seem to control. The anxious giggling had started 3 days ago when one of the first of the undead had lumbered out of a service bay at a gas station near the Augusta airport. Clad in blood-soaked overalls, the grease monkey shuffled out of hiding with a trail of toilet paper on his heel, and the thing had tried to make a meal out of Bobby's fat neck before Philip had stepped in and clobbered the thing with a crowbar. The discovery that day that a major blow to the head does the job quite nicely had led to more nervous chortling on Bobby's part. Definitely a defense mechanism, with a lot of anxious chatter about it being something in water, man, like the Black fucking Plague. But Philip didn't want to hear about reasons for this shitstorm then, and he sure doesn't want to hear about them now. "Hey!" Philip addresses the heavy-set man. "You still think this is funny?" Bobby's laughter dies. On the other side of the room, near a window overlooking the dark expanse of a backyard, which is currently shrouded in night, a fourth figure watches uneasily. Nick Parsons, another friend from Philip's wayward childhood, is a compact, lean 30-something with the kind of prep school grooming and marine-cut hair of an eternal jock. The religious one of the bunch, Nick has taken the longest to get used to the idea of destroying things that were once human. Now his khakis and sneakers are stippled with blood, and his eyes burn with trauma as he watches Philip approach Bobby. "Sorry, man," Bobby mutters. "My daughter's in there," Philip says, coming nose to nose with Marsh. The volatile chemicals of rage and panic and pain can instantly ignite in Philip Blake. Bobby looks at the blood-slicked floor. Sorry. Go get the tarps, Bobby." 6 feet away, Brian Blake, still on his hands and knees, expels the last of his stomach contents and continues to dry heave. Philip goes over to his older brother, kneels by him. "Let it out." Brian croaks, sniffing, trying to form a complete thought. Philip gently lays a big, grimy, calloused hand on his brother's hunched shoulders. "It's okay, bro. Just let it all out." "I'm sorry." "It's all right." Brian gets himself under control, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. You think you got all of them?" "I do." "You sure?" "Yep." "You searched everywhere in the basement and stuff?" "Yes, sir, we did. All the bedrooms, even the attic. Last one came out of hiding at the sound of that fucking cough, loud enough to wake the fucking dead. Teenage girl tried to have one of Bobby's chins for lunch." Brian gulps down a raw, painful swallow. "These people, they lived here." Philip sighs. "Not anymore." Brian manages to look around the room, then gazes up at his brother. Brian's face is wet with tears. "They were like a family." Philip nods and he doesn't say anything. He feels like giving his brother a shrug. So fucking what? But all he does is keep nodding. He's not thinking about the zombified family he just dispatched, or the implications of all the mind-numbing butchery he's already wreaked over the last 3 days, slaughtering individuals who were recently soccer moms and mailmen and gas station attendants. Yesterday, Brian had gone off on some bullshit intellectual tangent about the difference between morals and ethics in this situation. Morally, one should never kill ever, but ethically, which is subtly different, one should maintain the policy of killing only if it's in self-defense. But Philip doesn't see what they're doing as killing. You can't kill a thing that's already been killed. What you do is squash it like a bug and move on and stop thinking so much. The fact is, right now, Philip isn't even thinking about the next move his little ragtag group will make, which is probably going to be entirely up to him. He has become the de facto leader of this bunch, and he might as well face it. Right now, Philip Blake is focused on a single objective. Since the nightmare started less than 72 hours ago when folks started turning, for reasons nobody has yet been able to figure out, all that Philip Blake has been able to think about is protecting Penny. It's why he got the hell out of his hometown, Waynesboro, 2 days ago. A small farming community on the eastern edge of central Georgia. The place had gone to hell quickly when folks had started dying and coming back. But it was Penny's safety that had ultimately convinced Philip to fly the coop. It was because of Penny he had enlisted the help of his old high school buddies. And it was because of Penny he had set out for Atlanta, where, according to the news, refugee centers were being set up. It was all because of Penny. Penny is all that Philip Blake has left. She is the only thing keeping him going. The only salve on his wounded soul. Long before this inexplicable epidemic had broken out, the void in Philip's heart would pang at 3 a.m. on sleepless nights. That's the exact hour he had lost his wife. Hard to believe it's been nearly 4 years now. On a rain-slick highway south of Athens. Sarah had been visiting a friend at the University of Georgia, and she'd been drinking, and she lost control of her car on a winding road in Wilkes County. From the moment he had identified the body, Philip knew he would never be the same. He had no qualms about doing the right thing, taking on 2 jobs to keep Penny fed and clothed and cared for. But he would never be the same. Maybe that's why all this was happening. God's little gag. When the locusts come and the river runs red with blood, the guy with the most to lose gets to lead the pack. Doesn't matter who they were, Philip finally says to his brother. Or what they were. Yeah, I guess you're right. By this point, Brian has managed to sit up, cross-legged now, taking deep, wheezing breaths. He watches Bobby and Nick across the room, unrolling large canvas tarps and shaking open garbage bags. They begin rolling corpses, still dripping, into the tarps. "Only thing that matters is we got this place cleaned out now," Philip says. "We can stay here tonight, and if we can score some gas in the morning, we can make it to Atlanta tomorrow." "Doesn't make any sense, though," Brian mutters now, glancing from corpse to corpse. "What are you talking about?" "Look at them." "What?" Philip glances over his shoulder at the gruesome remains of the matriarch being rolled up in a tarp. "What about him?" "It's just the family." "So?" Brian coughs into his sleeve, then wipes his mouth. "What I'm saying is, you got the mother, the father, 4 teenage kids, and that's like it." "Yeah, so what?" Brian looks up at Philip. "So how the hell does something like this happen? They all turn together? Did one of them get bitten and bring it back inside?" Philip thinks about it for a moment. After all, he's still trying to figure out just exactly what's going on, too, how this madness works. But finally, Philip gets tired of thinking about it and says, "Come on, get off your lazy ass and help us." It takes them about an hour to get the place cleaned up. Penny stays in the closet for the duration of the process. Philip brings her a stuffed animal from one of the kids' rooms and tells her it won't be long before she can come out. Brian mops the blood, coughing fitfully, while the other 3 men drag the canvas-covered corpses, 2 large and 4 smaller ones, out the back sliding doors and across the large cedar deck. The late September night sky above them is as clear and cold as a black ocean, a riot of stars shining down, taunting them with their impassive, cheerful twinkling. The breaths of the 3 men show in the darkness as they drag the bundles across dew-frosted planks. They carry pickaxes on their belts. Philip has a gun stuffed down the back of his belt. It's an old .22 Ruger that he bought at a flea market years ago, but nobody wants to rouse the dead with the bark of gunfire right now. They can hear the telltale drone of walking dead on the wind, garbled moaning sounds, shuffling footsteps, coming from somewhere in the darkness of the neighboring yards. It's been an unusually nippy early autumn in Georgia, and tonight the mercury is supposed to dip into the lower 40s, perhaps even the upper 30s. Or at least that's what the local AM radio station claimed before it petered out in a gust of static. Up to this point in their journey, Philip and his crew have been monitoring TV, radio, and the internet on Brian's BlackBerry. Amid the general chaos, the news reports have been assuring people that everything is just peachy keen. Your trusty government is in control of the situation, and this little bump in the road will be smoothed down in a matter of hours. Regular warnings chime in on civil defense frequencies, admonishing folks to stay indoors and keep out of sparsely populated areas, and wash their hands frequently and drink bottled water and blah, blah, blah. Of course, nobody has any answers. And maybe the most ominous sign of all is the increasing number of station failures. Thankfully, gas stations still have gas, grocery stores are still stocked, and electrical grids and stoplights and police stations and all the infrastructural paraphernalia of civilization seem to be hanging on. But Philip worries that a loss of power will raise the stakes in unimaginable ways. "Let's put him in the dumpsters behind the garage," Philip says, so softly he's almost whispering, dragging 2 canvas bundles up to the wooden fence adjacent to the 3-car garage. He wants to do this swiftly and silently. He doesn't want to attract any zombies. No fires, no sharp noises, no gunshots if he can help it. There's a narrow gravel alley behind the 7-foot cedar fence, serving the rank and file of spacious garages lining the backyards. Nick drags his load over to the fence gate, a solid slab of cedar planks with a wrought iron handle. He drops the bundle and opens the gate. An upright corpse is waiting for him on the other side of the gate. "Look out, y'all!" Bobby Marsh cries out. "Shut the fuck up!" Philip hisses, reaching for the pickaxe on his belt, already halfway to the gate. Nick recoils. The zombie lurches at him, chomping, missing his left pectoral by millimeters, the sound of yellow dentures snapping impotently like the clicking of castanets, and in the moonlight, Nick can see that it's an elderly adult male in a tattered Izod sweater, golf slacks, and expensive cleats, the lunar gleam shining in its milky, cataract-filmed eyes. Somebody's grandfather. Nick gets one good glimpse of the thing before stumbling backward over his own feet and falling onto his ass on the lush carpet of Kentucky bluegrass. The dead golfer lumbers through the gap and onto the lawn just as a flash of rusty steel arcs through the air. The business end of Philip's pickaxe lands squarely in the monster's head, cracking the coconut-like shell of the old man's skull, piercing the dense, fibrous membrane of the duramater, and sinking into the gelatinous parietal lobe. It makes a sound like celery snapping and sends a clot of dark, brackish fluid into the air. The insectile verve on the grandfather's face instantly dims, like a cartoon whose projection system is just jammed. The zombie folds to the ground with the inelegant deflation of an empty laundry sack. The pickaxe, still deeply embedded, pulls Philip forward and down. He yanks at it. The point is stuck. "Shut the motherfucking gate now. Shut the gate and do it quietly, goddammit," Philip says, still affecting a frenzied stage whisper, slamming his left Chippewa steel-toed logger boot down on the breached skull of the cadaver. The other two men move as if in some synchronized dance, Bobby quickly dropping his load and rushing over to the gate. Nick struggles to his feet and backs away in a horrified stupor. Bobby quickly latches the wrought iron lever and makes a hollow metallic rattle that is so noisy it echoes across the dark lawns. At last, Philip wrenches the pick from the stubborn crag of the zombie's skull. It comes out with a soft smooch sound, and he's turning toward the remains of the family, his mind swimming with panic, when he hears something odd, something unexpected coming from the house. He looks up and sees the rear of the Colonial, the window glass lit brilliantly from within. Brian is silhouetted behind the sliding glass door, tapping on the pane, motioning for Philip and the others to hurry back right now. Urgency burns in Brian's expression. It has nothing to do with the dead golfer. Philip can tell. Something is wrong. Oh God, please let it not have to do with Penny. Philip drops the pickaxe and crosses the lawn in seconds flat. "What about the stiffs?" Bobby Marsh is calling after Philip. "Leave them!" Philip yells, vaulting up the deck steps and rushing to the sliding doors. Brian is waiting with the slider ajar. "I gotta show you something, man," he says. "What is it? Is it Penny? Is she okay?" Philip is out of breath as he slips back into the house. Bobby and Nick are coming across the deck, and they too slip into the warmth of the Colonial. "Penny's fine," Brian says. He's holding a framed photograph. "She's fine. They say she doesn't mind staying in the closet a little while longer." "Jesus, please, Brian, what the fuck?" Philip catches his breath, his hands balled into fists. "I gotta show you something. You want to stay here tonight?" Brian turns toward the sliding glass door. "Look, the family died together in here, right? All 6 of them. 6? Philip wipes his face. "Spit it out, man. Look, somehow they all turned together. As a family, right?" Brian coughs, then points at the 6 pale bundles lying near the garage. "There's 6 of them out there in the grass. Look, Mom and Dad and 4 kids. So fucking what?" Brian holds up a portrait in a frame. The family from a happier time, all smiling awkwardly, dressed in their starchy Sunday best. "I found this on the piano," he says. "And?" Brian points at the youngest child in the photo, a boy of 11 or 12 years old, little navy blue suit, blonde bangs, stiff smile. Brian looks at his brother and says very gravely, "There's 7 of them in the picture." Chapter 2. The graceful 2-story colonial that Philip selected for their extended pit stop sits on a manicured side street deep in the tree-lined labyrinth of a gated enclave known as Wiltshire Estates. Situated off Highway 278, about 20 miles east of Atlanta, the 6,000-acre community is carved out of a forest preserve of dense longleaf pine and massive old live oaks. The southern boundary fronts the vast rolling hills of a 36-hole golf course designed by Fuzzy Zeller. In the free brochure, which Brian Blake found on the floor of an abandoned guard shack earlier that evening, a flowery sales pitch makes the place sound like a Martha Stewart wet dream. Wiltshire Estates provides an award-winning lifestyle with world-class amenities. Named the best of the best by Golf Magazine Living, also home to the AAA-5 Diamond Shady Oaks Plantation Resort and Spa, full-time security patrols, homes from $475,000 to $1 million plus. The Blake party happened upon the fancy outer gates at sunset that day, on their way to the refugee centers in Atlanta, all of them crammed into Philip's rust-pocked Chevy Suburban. In the spill of the headlights, they saw the fancy cast-iron finials and great arched legend with the Wiltshire name hammered in metal across the spires, and they stopped to investigate. At first, Philip thought the place might serve as a quick pit stop, a place to rest and maybe forage for supplies before completing the last leg of the journey into the city. Perhaps they would find others like them, other living souls, maybe a few good Samaritans who would help them out. But as the 5 tired, hungry, wired, and dazed travelers made an initial circle of the winding roads of Wiltshire, with the darkness quickly closing in, they realized that the place was, for the most part, dead. No lights burned in any of the windows. Very few cars remained in the driveways or at the curbs. A fire hydrant gushed at one corner, unattended, sending a foamy spray across a lawn. At another corner, an abandoned BMW sat with its shattered front end wrapped around a telephone pole, its twisted passenger door gaping open. People had apparently left in a hurry. The reason they left, for the most part, could be seen in the distant shadows of the golf course, in the gullies behind the resort, and even here and there on the well-lighted streets. Zombies shambled aimlessly like ghostly remnants of their original selves, their slack, yawning mouths letting out a rusty groan that Philip could hear well enough, even through the sealed windows of the Suburban, as he circumnavigated the maze of wide, newly paved roads. The pandemic, or the act of God, or whatever the hell started it all up, must have hit Wiltshire Estates hard and fast. Most of the undead seemed to be off in the berms and pathways of the golf course. Something must have happened there to speed the process. Maybe golfers are mostly old and slow. Maybe they taste good to the undead. Who the hell knows? But it is apparent, even from hundreds of yards away, glimpsed through trees or over the tops of privacy fences, that scores, maybe hundreds of undead are congregated in the vast complex of clubhouses, fairways, footbridges, and sand traps. In the dark of night, they resemble insects lazily swarming a hive. It's disconcerting to look at, but somehow the phenomenon has left the adjacent community with its endless circuit of cul-de-sacs and curving lanes relatively deserted. And the more Philip and his wide-eyed passengers circled the neighborhood, the more they began to long for a small chunk of that award-winning lifestyle, just a taste, for just long enough to replenish themselves and recharge. They thought that they could maybe spend the night here, get a fresh start in the morning. They chose the big colonial at the bottom of Greenbrier Lane because it seemed far enough away from the golf course to avoid the attentions of the swarm. It had a big yard with good sight lines and a high, sturdy privacy fence. It also seemed empty. But when they carefully backed the Suburban across the lawn and up to a side door, leaving the vehicle unlocked, the keys in the ignition, and they sneaked in a window one by one, the house almost immediately started working on them. The first creaking noises came from the second floor, and that's when Philip had sent Nick back to the Suburban for the assortment of axes stored in the back well. "I'm telling you, we got 'em all," Philip is saying now, trying to calm his brother down, who sits across the kitchen in the breakfast nook. Brian doesn't say anything, just stares at his bowl of soggy cereal. A bottle of cough medicine sits nearby, a quarter of which Brian has already chugged down. Penny sits next to him, also with the bowl of Cap'n Crunch in front of her. A little stuffed penguin the size of a pear sits next to her bowl, and every now and then Penny moves her spoon to the toy's mouth, pretending to share her cereal with the thing. "We checked every inch of this place," Philip goes on as he throws open cabinet after cabinet. The kitchen is a cornucopia, brimming with upper-class provisions and luxuries, gourmet coffees, immersion blenders, crystal goblets, wine racks, handmade pastas, fancy jams and jellies, condiments of every variety, expensive liqueurs, and cooking gadgets of every description. The giant Viking range is spotless, and the massive Sub-Zero refrigerator is packed with expensive meats and fruits and spreads and dairy products and little white Chinese carry-out boxes full of still fresh leftovers. "You might have been visiting a relative or something," Philip adds, making note of a nice single malt scotch sitting on a shelf. "Might have been with his grandparents, staying over at a friend's house, whatever." "Holy freaking Jesus, look at this!" Bobby Marsh exclaims across the room. He stands in front of the pantry, and he's lustily inspecting the goodies inside it. "Looks like Willy Damn Wonka and the Chocolate Factory in here. Cookies, lady fingers, and the bread's still fresh." "The place is safe, Brian," Philip says, pulling the bottle of scotch down. "Safe?" Brian Blake stares at the tabletop. He lets out a cough and cringes. "That's what I said. Matter of fact, I'm thinking, just lost another one." A voice pipes in from the other side of the kitchen. It's Nick. For the past 10 minutes, he's been nervously surfing through the TV channels on a little plasma screen mounted under a cabinet to the left of the sink, checking the local stations for updates, and now, at 11:45 Central Standard Time, Fox 5 News out of Atlanta has just crumbled into snow. All that leaves on the cable box, other than national networks showing reruns of nature programs and old movies, is Atlanta stalwart CNN, and all they're showing at the moment are emergency robo-announcements, the same warning screens with the same bullet points that have been airing for days. Even Brian's BlackBerry is giving up the ghost, the signal very spotty in this area. When it does work, the device is full of blind emails and Facebook tags and anonymous tweets with cryptic messages such as, "And the kingdom will be in darkness. It's the birds falling from the sky, that's what started it. Burn it all down. Burn it all. Blasphemies against God. You suck, you die. The house of the Lord has become a dwelling place of demons. Don't blame me for this, I'm a libertarian. Eat me." "Turn it off, Nick," Philip says gloomily, plopping down on a chair in the breakfast nook with his bottle. He frowns and reaches around to the back of his belt, where his pistol is digging into the small of his back. He lays the Ruger on the table and thumbs the cap off the scotch, then takes a healthy swig. Brian and Penny both stare at the gun. Philip puts the cap back on the bottle, then tosses the scotch across the kitchen to Nick, who catches it with the aplomb of an all-state second baseman, which he once was. Tune into the all-booze channel for a while. You need to get some sleep. Stop watching the screens. Nick takes a taste. He takes another one, then caps the bottle and tosses it to Bobby. Bobby nearly drops it. Still standing in the pantry, he is busily wolfing down an entire package of Oreos, the black crust already forming in the corners of his mouth. He washes the cookies down with a big pull of single malt and lets out a grateful belch. Drinking is something Philip and his two friends are accustomed to doing together, and they need to do it tonight more than ever. It started in their freshman year at Burt County, with creme de menthe and watermelon wine and pup tents in each other's backyards. Later they graduated to Boilermakers after football games. Nobody can hold his liquor like Philip Blake, but the other two men are close rivals in the juicer sweepstakes. Early in his married life, Philip would go out carousing with his two high school buddies on a regular basis, mostly to remind himself what it was like to be young and single and irresponsible. But after Sarah's death, the three men drifted apart. The stress of being a single parent and working days at the muffler shop and nights driving the Freightliner with Penny in the sleeper compartment had consumed him. The boys' nights out became less and less frequent. Once in a while, though, in fact as recently as last month, Philip still finds time to meet Bobby and Nick down at the Tally-Ho or the Wagon Wheel Inn or some other Waynesboro dive for an evening of good-natured debauchery, while Mama Rose watches Penny. In recent years, Philip had started wondering if he was just going through the motions with Bobby and Nick to remind himself that he was alive. Maybe that was why this past Sunday, when the feces hit the fan in Waynesboro and he decided to take Penny and shuffle off to a safer place, he rounded up Nick and Bobby for the journey. They felt like a piece of his past, and that helped somehow. He had never intended to take Brian along, though. Bumping into Brian had been an accident. That first day on the road, about 40 miles west of Waynesboro, Philip had taken a quick detour into Deering to check on his mom and dad. The elderly couple lived in a retirement community near the Fort Gordon military base. When Philip arrived at his folks' little townhouse, he found that the entire population of Deering had been moved to the base for safekeeping. That was the good news. The bad news was that Brian was there. He was holed up in the deserted townhouse, huddling in the basement crawl space, petrified by the growing number of walking dead in the backcountry. Philip had almost forgotten about his brother's current status. Brian had moved back home after his marriage to that crazy Jamaican girl from Gainesville had gone south. Literally. The girl had pulled up stakes and had gone back to Jamaica. This, coupled with the fact that every single one of Brian's harebrained business schemes had all crashed and burned, most of them financed with their parents' money, like his latest brilliant idea of opening a music store in Athens when there was already one on every corner, made Philip cringe at the thought of having to watch over his brother for any length of time. But what was done was done. "Hey, Philly," Bobby says from across the room, polishing off the last of the cookies. "You think those refugee centers in the city are still up and running?" "Who the hell knows?" Philip looks at his daughter. "How you doing, Pumpkin?" The little girl shrugs. "Okay." Her voice is barely audible, like a broken wind chime in the breeze. She stares at the stuffed penguin. "I guess." "What do you think of this house? You like it?" Penny shrugs again. "I don't know." "What would you say if we stayed here a while?" This gets everyone's attention. Brian looks up at his brother. All eyes are on Philip now. Nick finally speaks up. "What do you mean, a while?" "Give me that hooch," Philip says, motioning at Bobby for the bottle. The bottle comes over and Philip takes a long pull, letting it burn nicely. Look at this place, he says after wiping his mouth. Brian is confused. You said just for the night, right? Philip takes a deep breath. Yeah, but I'm sort of getting over that idea right now. Bobby starts to say, yeah, but look, I'm just saying, might be best for us to lay low for a spell. Yeah, but Philly, what about we could just stay put, Bobby? See what happens. Nick has been listening intently to this. Philip, come on, man. They've been saying on the news that the big cities are the safest. The news? Jesus Christ, Nick, blow the wax out of your head. The news is going down the tubes with the rest of the population. Look at this place. You think some government halfway house is going to have these kinds of goodies? Beds for everyone, enough food for weeks, 20-year-old scotch, showers, hot water, washing machines. We're so close, though, Bobby says after a moment's thought. Philip sighs. Yeah, well, close is a relative term. It's 20 miles, tops. Might as well be 20,000 miles. All them wrecks on the Interstate 278 crawling with those things. That ain't gonna stop us, Bobby says. His eyes light up. He snaps his fingers. We'll build a, what do you call it, on the front end of the Chevy? A scoop, like a fucking road warrior. Watch your language, Bobby, Philip says, nodding at the little girl. Nick speaks up. Dude, we stay here, and it's only a matter of time until those things out of the... He stops himself, glancing at the child. Everybody knows what he's talking about. Penny studies her soggy cereal as though she's not listening. These places are solid, Nicky, Philip counters, setting down the bottle, crossing his muscular arms across his chest. Philip has been giving a lot of thought to the problem of those wandering hordes out on the golf course. The key would be keeping quiet, masking out the light at night, not sending up any signals or smells or undue commotion. As long as we got power, and we can keep our wits about us, we're golden. With one gun? Nick says. I mean, we can't even use it without drawing their attention. We'll check out the other houses, look for weapons. These rich bastards are big on deer hunting. Maybe we can even find a silencer for the Ruger. Hell, we can make one. You see that workshop downstairs? Come on, Philip. What are we, gunsmiths now? I mean, all we got to defend ourselves right now is a few... Philip's right. Brian's voice startles everybody. The way it comes out on a hoarse, wheezing tone of certainty. He pushes his cereal away and looks up at his brother. You're right. Philip is probably the one who was the most taken aback by the conviction in Brian's nasally voice. Brian stands up, comes around the table, and stands in the doorway leading into the spacious, well-furnished living room. The lights are off in there, and all the shades are drawn. Brian points toward the front wall. Basically, the front of the house is the problem. The sides and the back are pretty well protected by that tall fence. The dead don't seem to be able to, penetrate barriers and stuff. And every house on this block has a fenced-in backyard. For a moment, it looks as if Brian's going to cough, but he holds it in, puts his hand to his mouth for a moment. His hand is shaking. He goes on. If we can, borrow materials from the other yards, other houses, maybe we can secure a wall across the front of the house, maybe across the neighbors' houses too. Bobby and Nick are looking at each other now, nobody reacting, until Philip finally says with a faint smile, Leave it to the college boy. It's been a while since the Blake boys have smiled at each other. But now Philip sees that at least his ne'er-do-well brother wants to be useful, wants to do something for the cause, wants to man up. And Brian seems to be absorbing confidence from Philip's approval. Nick is unconvinced. For how long, though? I feel like a sitting duck in this place. We don't know what's going to happen, Brian says, his voice raw and yet somehow manic. We don't know what caused this thing, how long it's gonna last. They could, figure this thing out, come up with an antidote or something. They could drop chemicals from crop dusters. The CDC could contain it. You never know. I think Philip's totally right. We should cool our jets here for a while. Damn straight, Philip Blake says with a grin, still sitting with his ropey arms crossed. He gives his brother a wink. Brian returns the wink with a satisfied little nod, wiping a strand of hair as thick as straw from his eyes. He takes a shallow breath into wheezing lungs, and then triumphantly walks over to the bottle of scotch, which sits on the table next to Philip. Grabbing the bottle with a gusto that he hasn't shown in years, Brian lifts it to his lips and takes a massive gulp with the victorious swagger of a Viking celebrating a successful hunt. Instantly, he flinches, doubles over, and lets out a fusillade of coughs. Half the liquor in his mouth goes spraying across the kitchen, and he coughs and coughs and coughs and wheezes furiously, and for a moment the others just stare. Little Penny is thunderstruck, gawking with her huge eyes, wiping droplets of liquor from her cheek. Philip looks at his pathetic excuse for a brother, and then looks at his buddies. Across the room, Bobby Marsh struggles to stifle a laugh. Nick tries to repress his own twitching grin. Philip tries to say something, but can't help but start laughing. And the laughter is contagious. The others start chortling. Soon, everybody is laughing hysterically, even Brian. And for the first time since this whole nightmare kicked in, the laughter is genuine. A release of something dark and brittle lurking in all of them. That night, they try to sleep in shifts. Each one of them gets their own room on the second floor, the remnants of former inhabitants like eerie artifacts in a museum. A bedside table with a half-full glass of water, a John Grisham novel open to a page that will never be finished, a pair of pom-poms hanging off a teenage girl's four-poster bed. For most of the night, Philip sits watch downstairs, out in the living room, with his gun on a coffee table next to him and Penny tucked under blankets on a sectional sofa beside his chair. The child tries unsuccessfully to fall asleep, and around 3 a.m, as Philip finds his mind casting back to those tormented thoughts of Sarah's accident, he notices out of the corner of his eye that Penny is tossing and turning restlessly. Philip leans over to her and strokes her dark hair and whispers, "Can't sleep?" The little girl has the covers pulled up to her chin, and she looks up at him. She shakes her head. Her ashen face is almost angelic in the orange light of a space heater, which Philip has rigged next to the couch. Outside, in the distant wind, barely audible over the soft drone of the heater, the dissonant chorus of groaning is relentless, like an infernal series of waves lapping ashore. "Daddy's here, Pumpkin, don't worry," Philip says softly, touching her cheek. "I'll always be here." She nods. Philip gives her a tender smile. He leans down and plants a kiss on her left eyebrow. "Ain't gonna let nothing happen to you." She nods again. She has the little penguin lodged snugly in the crook of her neck. She looks at the stuffed animal and frowns. She moves the penguin to her ear, and she acts as though she's listening to the animal whisper a secret. She looks up at her father. "Daddy?" "Yeah, Pumpkin?" "Penguin wants to know something." "What's that?" "Penguin wants to know if them people are sick." Philip takes a deep breath. "You tell Penguin." "Yeah, they're sick, all right. They're more than sick. That's why we've been putting them out of their misery." "Daddy?" "Yeah?" "Penguin wants to know if we're going to get sick too." Philip strokes the girl's cheek. "No, ma'am. You tell Penguin we're going to stay healthy as mules." This seems to satisfy the girl enough for her to look away and stare into the void some more. By 4 o'clock that morning, another sleepless soul in another part of the house is asking imponderable questions of his own. Lying in a tangle of blankets, his skinny form clad only in t-shirt and briefs, his fever breaking in a film of sweat, Brian Blake stares at the stucco plaster of a dead teenage girl's ceiling and wonders if this is how the world ends. Was it Rudyard Kipling who said it ends not with a bang, but a whimper? No, wait a minute. It was Eliot. T.S. Eliot. Brian remembers studying the poem, was it The Hollow Man? In his 20th century comparative literature class at the U of G. A lot of good that degree had done him. He lies there and broods about his failures, as he does every night. But tonight the ruminations are intercut with carnage, like frames of a snuff film inserted into a stream of consciousness. The old demons stir, mingling with the fresh fears, wearing a groove into his thoughts. Was there something he could have done or said to keep his ex-wife Jocelyn from drifting away, from lawyering up like she did, from saying all those hurtful things before she went back to Montego Bay? And can you kill the monsters with a simple blow to the skull, or do you have to destroy the brain tissue? Was there something Brian could have done, or begged for, or borrowed to keep his music shop open in Athens, the only one of its kind in the South? His brilliant fucking idea of a store that catered to hip-hop artists with refurbished turntables and used bass cabinets and gaudy microphones festooned with Snoop Dogg bling. How fast are the unlucky victims out there multiplying? Is it like an airborne plague, or is it passed in the water like Ebola? The circular ruminations of his mind keep going back to more immediate matters. The nagging feeling that the seventh member of the family that once lived here is still somewhere in the house. Now that Brian has closed the deal among his compatriots that they should indeed stay here indefinitely, he can't stop worrying about it. He hears every creak, every faint ticking of the foundation settling, every hushed whir of the furnace coming on. For some reason that he can't explain, he is absolutely certain that the blonde-haired kid is still here, in the house, waiting, biding his time for... what? Maybe the kid is the only one in the family who didn't turn. Maybe he's terrified and hiding. Before turning in that night, Brian had insisted they check the nooks and crannies of the house one last time. Philip had accompanied him with a pickaxe and a flashlight, and they had checked every corner of the basement, every cabinet, every closet and storage locker. They looked inside the meat freezer in the cellar, and even checked the washer and dryer for unlikely stowaways. Nick and Bobby looked up in the attic, behind trunks and boxes and wardrobes. Philip looked under all the beds and behind all the dressers. Coming up empty, they still made some interesting discoveries along the way. They found a dog's food bowl in the basement, but no sign of the animal. They also found an array of very useful power tools in the workshop: jigsaws, drills, routers, and even a nail gun. The nail gun would be especially handy for building barricades, since it's somewhat quieter than a pounding hammer. In fact, Brian is thinking about other uses for that nail gun when, all at once, he hears a noise that instantly frosts his scantily clothed body in goosebumps. The sound is coming from above him, on the other side of the ceiling. It's coming from the attic. Chapter 3. Upon hearing the noise, almost subconsciously identifying it as something other than the house settling or the wind in the dormers or the furnace rattling, Brian sits up on the edge of the bed. He cocks his head and listens more carefully. It sounds like somebody scratching at something, or the faint sound of fabric tearing in fits and jerks. At first, Brian feels compelled to go get his brother. Philip would be the best one to deal with this. It could be the kid, for God's sake. Or something worse. But then, almost as an afterthought, Brian stops himself. Is he gonna puss out again, as usual? Is he gonna run, like always, to his brother, his younger brother, for God's sake? The same individual whose hand Brian had once held at the crosswalk every morning when the two of them were grade school kids at Burt County Elementary? No, goddammit, not this time. This time, Brian is gonna grow a pair. He takes a deep breath, turns, and searches for the flashlight he had left on the bedside table. He finds it and switches it on. The narrow beam shoots across the dark bedroom, spreading a silver pool of light on the opposite wall. Just you and me, Justin, Brian thinks as he rises to his feet. His head is clear. His senses are crackling. The truth is, Brian had felt incredibly good earlier that night when he had concurred with his brother's plans, when he had seen the look in Philip's eyes, like maybe Brian isn't a hopeless loser after all. Now it's time to show Philip that the moment in the kitchen was not a fluke. Brian can get the job done just as well as Philip. He moves quietly toward the door. Before leaving the room, he grabs the metal baseball bat that he found in one of the boys' bedrooms. The papery rustling noises can be heard more clearly in the hallway as Brian pauses under the attic hatchway, which is a glorified trapdoor embedded in the ceiling above the second-floor landing. The other bedrooms along the hallway, filled with the deep snores of Bobby Marsh and Nick Parsons, are situated on the other side of the landing, on the east side of the house, out of earshot. That's why Brian is the only one hearing this right now. A leather strap hangs down, low enough for Brian to jump up and grasp. He pulls the spring-levered hatch open and the accordion-like stairs unfold with a pinging noise. Brian shines the flashlight up into the dark passage. Dust motes drift in the beam. The darkness is impenetrable, opaque. Brian's heart chugs. You fucking pussy, he thinks to himself. Get your pussy ass up there. He climbs the steps with the baseball bat under one arm, the flashlight in his free hand, and he pauses when he reaches the top of the ladder. He shines the light on a huge steamer trunk with Magnolia Springs State Park stickers on it. Now Brian smells the cold, putrid odors of must and mothballs. The autumn chill has already seeped into the attic through the seams of the roof. The air is cool on his face. And after a moment he hears the rustling again. It's coming from a deeper place in the shadows of the attic. Brian's throat is as dry as bone meal as he climbs to his feet on the threshold. The ceiling is low enough to force him to hunch. Shivering in his underwear, Brian wants to cough but doesn't dare. The scratching noises stop, and then start again, vigorous and angry sounding. Brian raises the bat. He gets very still. He's learning the mechanics of fear all over again. When you're really, really scared, you don't shake like in the movies. You grow still, like an animal bristling. It's only afterward you start shaking. The beam of the flashlight slowly scans across the dark niches of the attic, the detritus of the well-to-do, an exercise bike laced with cobwebs, a rowing machine, more trunks, barbells, tricycles, wardrobe boxes, water skis, a pinball machine furry with dust. The scratching noises cease again. The light reveals a coffin. Brian practically turns to stone. A coffin? Philip is already halfway up the staircase when he notices, up on the second-floor landing, the attic stepladder hanging down, unfolded. He pads up to the landing in his stocking feet. He carries an axe in one hand and a flashlight in the other. The .22 pistol is shoved down the back of his jeans. He's shirtless. his ropey musculature shimmering in moonbeams filtering down through a skylight. It takes him mere seconds to cross the landing and scale the accordion steps, and when he emerges into the darkness of the attic, he sees the silhouette of a figure across the narrow space. Before Philip even has a chance to shine his flashlight on his brother, the situation becomes clear. "It's a tanning bed," the voice says, making Brian jump. For the past few seconds, Brian Blake has been paralyzed with terror, standing 10 feet away from the dusty, oblong enclosure shoved up against one wall of the attic. The top of the thing is latched shut like a giant clamshell, and something scratches to get out of it. Brian jerks around and finds in the beam of his flashlight his brother's gaunt, sullen face. Philip stands on the threshold of the attic with the axe in his right hand. "Move away from it, Brian." "You think it's the missing kid?" Philip whispers, cautiously moving toward the object. "Let's find out." The scratching noise, as if stimulated by the sound of voices, surges and rises. Brian turns toward the tanning bed, braces himself, and raises the baseball bat. "He might have been hiding up here when he turned." Philip approaches with the axe. "Get out of the way, sport." "I'll take care of it," Brian says bitterly, moving toward the latch, his baseball bat poised. Philip gently steps in between his brother and the tanning bed. "You don't have to prove nothing to me, man. Just move out of the way." "No, goddammit, I got this," Brian hisses, reaching for the dusty latch. Philip studies his brother. "Okay, whatever. Go for it, but do it quick. Whatever it is, don't think about it too much." "I know," Brian says, grasping the latch with his free hand. Philip stands inches behind his brother. Brian unlatches the enclosure. The scuttling noises cease. Philip raises the axe as Brian throws open the lid. Two quick movements, a pair of blurs in the darkness, shoot across Philip's sightline, a rustling of fur and the arc of Brian's bat. It takes a second or two for the animal to register in Philip's heightened senses, the mouse darting out of the glare of the flashlight and scurrying across the fiberglass trough toward a hole gnawed in one corner. The baseball bat comes down hard, missing the fat, oily gray rodent by a mile. Pieces of the bed's switch panel and old toys shatter at the impact. Brian lets out a gasp and recoils at the sight of the mouse vanishing down the hole, slithering back into the inner workings of the bed's base. Philip lets out a sigh of relief and lowers the axe. He starts to say something when he hears a little metallic tune playing in the shadows next to him. Brian looks down, breathing hard. A little jack-in-the-box, thrown by the impact of the bat, lies on the floor. Triggered by the fall, the tinny music plays a few more notes of a circus lullaby. Then the toy clown pops out, sideways, from the fallen metal container. "Boo," Philip says wearily, with very little humor in his voice. Their moods improve slightly the next morning, after a huge breakfast of scrambled eggs and slab bacon and grits and ham and griddle cakes and fresh peaches and sweet tea. The fragrant melange fills the entire house with the welcoming odors of coffee and cinnamon and smoked meat sizzling. Nick even makes a special red-eye gravy for the group, which sends Bobby into ecstasy. Brian finds cold remedies in the master bedroom medicine cabinet and starts feeling a little better after he downs a few Dayquil capsules. After breakfast, they explore the immediate vicinity, the single square block known as Greenbrier Lane, and they get more good news. They find a treasure trove of supplies and building materials. Wood piles for fireplaces, extra planking under decks, more food in the neighbors' refrigerators, cans of gas in the garages, winter coats and boots, boxes of nails, liquor, blowtorches, bottled water, a shortwave radio, a laptop, a generator, stacks of DVDs, and a gun rack in one of the basements with several hunting rifles and boxes of shells. No silencer, but beggars can't be choosers. They also get lucky in the undead department. The houses on either side of the Colonial are empty. Their residents evidently got the hell out of Dodge before the shit had gone too far down. 2 houses away from the Colonial, on the west side, Philip and Nick encounter an elderly couple who have turned. But the oldsters are easily, quickly, and most importantly, quietly dispatched with some well-placed hatchet blows. That afternoon, Philip and company cautiously begin work on the barricade across the front parkway of the Colonial and its 2 neighbors, a total span of 150 feet for the 3 lots and 60 down either side, which sounds to Nick and Bobby like a daunting amount of territory to cover. But with the 10-foot-long prefab sections they find under a neighbor's deck, combined with fencing cannibalized off the place across the street, the work goes surprisingly fast. By dusk that evening, Philip and Nick are connecting the last sections on the northern edge of the property line. "I've been keeping an eye on 'em all day," Philip is saying, pressing the forked tip of the nail gun against the bracing of a corner section. He's referring to the swarms out near the golf club. Nick nods as he butts the 2 support beams against each other. Philip pulls the trigger, and the nail gun makes a muffled snapping noise, like the crack of a metal whip, sending a 6-inch galvanized nail into the boards. The nail gun is baffled with a small piece of packing blanket, secured with duct tape to dampen the noise. "I ain't seen a single one of them wander closer," Philip says, wiping the sweat from his brow, moving to the next section of support beams. Nick holds the board steady, and the tip presses down. "Thump!" "I don't know," Nick says skeptically, moving to the next section, the sweat making his satin roadie jacket cling to his back. "I still say it's not if, but when." "Thump!" "You worry too much, son," Philip says, moving to the next section of planking, tugging on the gun's cord. The extension cable snakes off toward an outlet on the corner of the neighbor's house. Philip had to connect a grand total of 6 28-foot cords to get the thing to reach. He pauses and glances over his shoulder. About 50 yards away, in the backyard of the Colonial, Brian pushes Penny in a swing. It's taken a little getting used to for Philip, putting his hapless brother in charge of his precious little girl. But right now, Brian's the best nanny he's got. The playset, of course, is deluxe. Rich folks love to spoil their kids with shit like this. This one, more than likely a haunt of the missing kid, has got all the bells and whistles. Slide, clubhouse, 4 swings, climbing wall, jungle gym, and sandbox. "We got 'em made here," Philip goes on, turning back to his work. "As long as we keep our heads screwed on straight, we're going to be fine." As they position the next section, the rustling sounds of their movements and the creak of the planks mask the telltale noise of shuffling footsteps. The footsteps are coming from across the street. Philip doesn't hear them until the errant zombie is close enough for its odor to register. Nick is the first one to smell it. That black, oily, mildewy combination of rotting protein and decay, like human waste cooking in bacon grease. It immediately puts Nick's guard up. "Wait a minute," he says, holding a section of planking. "You smell?" "Yeah." "Smells like..." A fish-belly arm bursts through a gap in the fencing, grabbing a hank of Philip's denim shirt. The assailant was once a middle-aged woman in a designer running suit, now an emaciated wraith with torn sleeves, blackened exposed teeth, and the button eyes of a prehistoric fish, her hooked hand clutching Philip's shirt tail with the vice grip of frozen dead fingers. She lets out a low groan like a broken pipe organ as Philip spins toward his axe, which lies canted against a wheelbarrow 20 feet away. Too damn far. The dead lady goes for Philip's neck with the autonomic hunger of a giant snapping turtle, and across the yard, Nick fumbles for a weapon, but it's all happening too fast. Philip rears backward with a grunt, just now realizing that he still holds the nail gun. He dodges the snapping teeth and then instinctively raises the muzzle of the nail gun. In one quick movement, he touches the tip to the thing's brow. Foomp! The lady zombie stiffens. Icy fingers release their grip on Philip. He pulls himself free, huffing and puffing, gaping at the thing. The vertical cadaver teeters for a moment, wobbling as if drunk, shuddering in its soiled velveteen Pierre Cardin warm-up, but it will not go down. The head of the 6-inch galvanized nail is visible above the ridge of the lady's nose like a tiny coin stuck there. The thing remains upright for endless moments, its shark-like eyes turned upward, until it begins to slowly stagger backward across the parkway, its ruined face taking on a strange, almost dreamy expression. For a moment, it looks as though the thing is remembering something, or hearing some high-pitched whistle. Then it collapses in the grass. "I think the nail does just enough damage to take him out," Philip is saying after dinner, pacing back and forth across the shuttered windows of the lavish dining room, the nail gun in his hand like a visual aid. The others are sitting at the long burnished oak table, the remnants of dinner lying strewn in front of them. Brian cooked for the group that night, defrosting a roast in the microwave and making gravy with a vintage Cabernet and a splash of cream. Penny's in the adjacent family room watching a DVD of Dora the Explorer. "Yeah, but you see the way that thing went down?" Nick points out, pushing an uneaten gob of meat across his plate. "After you zapped it, looked like the damn thing was stoned for a second." Philip keeps pacing, clicking the trigger of the nail gun and thinking. "Yeah, but it did go down. It was quieter than a gun, I'll give you that. And it's a hell of a lot easier than splitting their skulls open with an axe." Bobby has just started in on a second helping of pot roast and gravy. "So bad you don't have a 6-mile extension cord," he says with his mouth full. Philip clicks the trigger a few more times. "Maybe we could hook this puppy up to a battery." Nick looks up. "Like a car battery?" "No, like something you could carry more easily, something like one of them big lantern batteries, something out of one of them electric mowers." Nick shrugs. Bobby eats. Philip paces and thinks. Brian stares at the wall, mumbling, "Something to do with their brains." "Say what?" Philip looks at his brother. "What was that, Brian?" Brian looks at him. "Those things. The sickness. It's basically in the brain, right? It's gotta be." He pauses. He looks at his plate. "I still say we don't even know they're dead." Nick looks at Brian. "You mean after we take them out? After we destroy them?" "No, I mean before," Brian says. "I mean, like the condition they're in." Philip stops pacing. "Shit, man. On Monday, I saw one of them get squashed by an 18-wheeler, and 10 minutes later, it's dragging itself along the street with its guts hanging out. They've been saying it on all the news reports. They're dead, sport. They're way dead. I'm just saying. The central nervous system, man, is complicated. All the shit in the environment right now, new strains of shit. Hey, you want to take one of them things to a doctor for a checkup, be my guest." Brian sighs. "All I'm saying is we don't know enough yet. We don't know shit. We know all we need to know," Philip says, giving his brother a look. "We know there's more of them fucking things every day, and all they seem to want to do is have us for lunch, which is why we're going to hang here for a while. Let things play out a little." Brian breathes out a painful, weary sigh. The others are silent. In the lull, they can hear the faint noises that they've been hearing all night, coming from the darkness outside. The muffled, intermittent thudding of insensate figures bumping up against the makeshift barricade. Despite Philip's efforts to erect the rampart quickly and quietly, the commotion of the day's construction project has drawn more of the walking corpses. "How long do you think we're going to be able to stay here?" Brian asked softly. Philip sits down, lays the nail gun on the table, and takes another sip of his bourbon. He nods toward the family room, where the whimsical voices of children's programming drift incongruously. "She needs a break," Philip says. "She's exhausted." "She loves that place at Outback," Brian says with a weak smile. Philip nods. "She can live a normal life here for a while." Everybody looks at him. Everybody silently chews on the concept. "Here's to all the rich motherfuckers of the world," Philip says, raising his glass. The others toast, without really knowing just exactly what they're toasting, or how long it will last. Chapter 4. The next day, in the clean autumn sun, Penny plays in the backyard under the watchful gaze of Brian. She plays throughout the morning while the others take inventory and sort through their supplies. In the afternoon, Philip and Nick secure the window wells in the basement with extra planking and try unsuccessfully to rig the nail gun to DC power, while Bobby, Brian, and Penny play cards in the family room. The proximity of the undead is a constant factor, swimming shark-like under the surface of every decision, every activity. But for the moment, there's just an occasional stray, an errant wanderer bumping up against the privacy fence, then shambling away. For the most part, the activity behind the 7-foot cedar bulwark on Greenbrier Lane has, so far, gone unnoticed by the swarm. That night after dinner, with the shades drawn, they all watch a Jim Carrey movie in the family room, and they almost feel normal again. They're all starting to get used to this place. The occasional muffled thump out in the darkness barely registers now. Brian has practically forgotten the missing 12-year-old, and after Penny goes to bed, the men make long-term plans. They discuss the implications of staying in the Colonial as long as supplies hold out. They've got enough provisions for weeks. Nick wonders if they should send out a scout, maybe gauge the situation on the roads into Atlanta, but Philip is adamant about staying put. "Let whoever's out there duke it out among themselves," Philip advises. Nick is still keeping tabs on the radio, TV, and internet, and like the failing bodily functions of a terminal patient, the media seems to be sparking out one organ at a time. By this point, most radio stations are playing either recorded programming or useless emergency information. TV networks, the ones on basic cable that are still up and running, are now resorting to either 24-hour automated civil defense announcements or inexplicable, incongruous reruns of banal late-night infomercials. By the third day, Nick realizes that most of the radio dial is static, most of basic cable is snow, and the Wi-Fi in the house is gone. No dial-up connections are working, and the regular phone calls Nick has been making to emergency numbers, which up to this point have all played back recordings, are now sending back the classic "fuck you" from the phone company. "The number you have dialed is not available at this time. Please try again later." By late morning that day, the sky clouds over. In the afternoon, a dismal, chill mist falls on the community, and everybody huddles indoors, trying to ignore the fact that there's a fine line between being safe and being a prisoner. Other than Nick, most of them are tired of talking about Atlanta. Atlanta seems farther away now, as if the more they ponder the 20-some miles between Wiltshire and the city, the more impassable they seem. That night, after everybody drifts off to sleep, Philip sits his lonely vigil in the living room next to a slumbering Penny. The mist has deteriorated into full-blown thunder and lightning. Philip pokes a finger between two shutter slats and he peers out into the darkness. Through the gap he can see, over the top of the barricade, the winding side streets and massive shadows of live oaks, their branches bending in the wind. Lightning flickers. 200 yards away, a dozen or so humanoid shapes materialize in the strobe light, moving aimlessly through the rain. It's hard to tell for sure from Philip's vantage point, but it looks as though the things might be moving in their leaden, retarded fashion like stroke victims. This way. Do they smell fresh meat? Did the noises of human activity draw them out? Or are they simply lumbering around randomly like ghastly goldfish in a bowl? Right then, for the first time since they arrived at Wiltshire Estates, Philip Blake begins to wonder if their days in this womb of wall-to-wall carpet and overstuffed sofas are numbered. The fourth day dawns cold and overcast. The pewter-colored sky hangs low over the wet lawns and abandoned homes. Although the occasion goes unspoken, the new day marks a milestone of sorts. The beginning of the plague's second week. Now Philip stands with his coffee in the living room, peering out through the shutters at the jury-rigged barricade. In the pale morning light, he can see the northeast corner of the fence shuddering and trembling. "Son of a buck," he mutters under his breath. "What's the matter?" Brian's voice snaps Philip out of his stupor. "There's more of them." "Shit, how many?" "Can't tell." "What do you want to do?" "Bobby." The big man trundles into the living room in his sweatpants and bare feet, eating a banana. Philip turns to his portly pal and says, "Get dressed." Bobby swallows a mouthful of banana. "What's going on?" Philip ignores the question, looks at Brian. "Keep Penny in the family room." "Will do," Brian says and hurries off. Philip starts toward the stairs, calling out as he goes, "Get the nail gun and as many extension cords as you can carry. Hatchets, too." Whoomp! Number 5 goes down like a giant rag doll in tattered suit pants, the dead milky eyes rolling back in its head as it slides down the other side of the fence, its putrid body collapsing to the parkway. Philip steps back, breathing hard from the exertion, damp with sweat in his denim jacket and jeans. Numbers 1 through 4 had been as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. 1 female and 3 males, all of whom Philip had sneaked up on with the nail gun as they bumped and clawed against the weak spot at the fence's corner. At that point, all Philip had to do was stand on the bottom strut with a good angle on the tops of their heads. He put them down quickly, one after another. Foomp, 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 foomp. Number 5 had been slippery. Inadvertently jerking out of the line of fire at the last moment, it did a little intoxicated shuffle, then craned its neck upward at Philip, jaws snapping. Philip had to waste 2 nails, both of which ricocheted off the sidewalk before he finally sent one home into the suit-wearing asshole's cerebral cortex. Now Philip catches his breath, doubled over with exhaustion, the nail gun still in his right hand, still plugged into the house with 4 25-foot cords. He straightens up and listens. The front parkway is silent now. The fence is still. Glancing over his shoulder, Philip sees Bobby Marsh in the backyard about 100 feet away. The big man is sitting on his fat ass trying to catch his breath, leaning against a small abandoned doghouse. The doghouse has a little shingle roof and the word Laddie Boy mounted above the opening at one end. These rich people and their fucking dogs, Philip thinks ruefully, still a little manic and wired. Probably fed that thing better than most kids. Over the back fence, about 20 feet away from Bobby, the limp remains of a dead woman are draped over the crest, a hatchet still buried in her skull where Bobby Marsh put out her lights. Philip gives Bobby a wave and a hard, questioning look. "Everything cool?" Bobby returns the gesture with a thumbs up. Then, almost without warning, things begin happening very quickly. The first indication that something is decidedly not cool occurs within a split second of Bobby signaling the thumbs-up sign to his friend and leader and mentor. Drenched in sweat, his heart still pumping with the burden of his huge girth as he sits leaning against the doghouse, Bobby manages to accompany the thumbs-up signal with a smile, completely oblivious to the muffled noise coming from inside the doghouse. For years now, Bobby Marsh has secretly yearned to please Philip Blake, and the prospect of giving Philip the thumbs up after a messy job well done fills Bobby with a weird kind of satisfaction. An only child, barely able to make it out of high school, Bobby clung to Philip in the years before Sarah Blake had died, and after that, after Philip had drifted away from his drinking buddies, Bobby had desperately tried to reconnect. Bobby called Philip too many times. Bobby talked too much when they were together. And Bobby often made a fool of himself trying to keep up with the wiry alpha dog of a ringleader. But now, in a strange way, Bobby feels as though this bizarre epidemic has, among other things, given Bobby a way to bond again with Philip. All of which is probably why, at first, Bobby doesn't hear the noise inside the doghouse. When the thump comes, as if a giant heart were beating inside the little miniature shack, Bobby's smile freezes on his face, and his upturned thumb falls to his side. And by the time the realization that there's something inside the doghouse, something moving, manages to travel the synapses of Bobby's brain and register plainly enough for him to move, it's already too late. Something small and low to the ground bursts out of the doghouse's arched opening. Philip is already halfway across the yard, running at a full sprint, when it becomes clear that the thing that has just thrust its way out of the doghouse is a tiny human being, or at least a rotting, bluish, contorted facsimile of a tiny human being, with leaves and dog shit in its filthy, matted blonde bangs, and chains tangled around its waist and legs. Fuck! Bobby yelps and jerks back away from the 12-year-old corpse as the thing that was once a boy now pounces on Bobby's ham-hock-sized leg. Bobby tumbles sideways, ripping his leg free in the nick of time, just as the little contorted face, like a sunken gourd with hollow cavities for eyes, gobbles the grass where Bobby's leg had been 1 millisecond earlier. Philip is now 50 feet away, charging toward the doghouse at top speed, raising the nail gun like a divining rod aimed at the miniature monster. Bobby crawls crab-like through the damp grass, his ass crack showing pathetically, his gasps high and shrill like those of a little girl. The pint-sized fiend moves with the graceless energy of a tarantula, scuttling across the grass toward Bobby. The fat man tries to struggle to his feet and run, but his legs get tangled and he tumbles again, backward this time. Philip is 20 feet away when Bobby starts shrieking in a higher register. The zombie child has hooked a claw-like hand around Bobby's ankle, and before Bobby can wrest his leg away from the thing, it sinks a mouthful of putrefying teeth into Bobby's leg. "God damn it!" Philip booms as he approaches with the nail gun. 100 feet behind him, the extension cord pulls free of the outlet. Philip slams the tip of the nail gun down on the back of the thing's skull as the monster latches on to Bobby's quivering fat body. The nail gun trigger clicks. Nothing happens. The zombie burrows down into Bobby's flaccid thigh, piranha-like, breaching his femoral artery and taking half his scrotum with it. Bobby's scream deteriorates into an ululating howl as Philip instinctively tosses the gun aside, then lurches at the beast. He tears the thing off his friend as though removing a giant leech and heaves it, head over heels, across the lawn before it has a chance to take another bite. The dead child flops and rolls 20 feet across the muddy grass. Nick and Brian burst out of the house, Brian grabbing for the extension cord, Nick roaring across the lawn with a pickaxe. Philip grabs Bobby and tries to stop him from squirming and screaming, because the extra exertion is making the big man hemorrhage faster, the ragged wound already sending up geysers of blood in rhythm with Bobby's quickening pulse. Philip slams his hand down on Bobby's leg, stenching the flow slightly, the blood oozing between Philip's greasy fingers as other figures move across Philip's peripheral vision. The dead thing is crawling back across the moist ground toward Philip and Bobby, and Nick doesn't hesitate, approaching in a sprint, raising the axe, eyes wide with panic and rage. The axe sings through the air, the rusty point coming down on the back of the zombie child's skull, sinking 3 inches into the cranial cavity. The monster deflates. Philip screams up at Nick something about a belt. A belt! And now Nick is hovering, fumbling for his belt. Philip has no formal training in first aid, but he knows enough to try and stop the bleeding with some kind of tourniquet. He wraps Nick's belt around the shivering fat man's leg, and Bobby is trying to talk again, but he looks like a man experiencing extreme cold, his lips moving, quivering silently. Meantime, as all this is going on, Brian is 100 feet away, plugging the extension cord back in the outlet, probably because it's all he can think of doing. The nail gun lies in the grass 15 feet behind Philip. At this point, Philip is shouting at Nick to, "Go get some fucking bandages and alcohol and whatever!" Nick hurries off, still carrying the pickaxe while Brian approaches, staring at the dead thing lying face down in the grass, its skull stoved in. Brian gives it a wide berth. He picks up the nail gun, just in case, and he scans the hill behind the back fence as Philip now holds Bobby in his arms like a giant baby. Bobby is crying, breathing quick, shallow, rattling breaths. Philip comforts his friend, murmuring encouragement and assuring him that it's all going to be okay. But it's clear, as Brian cautiously approaches, that things are definitely not going to be okay. Moments later, Nick returns with an armful of large, sterile cotton bandages from inside, as well as a plastic bottle of alcohol in one back pocket and a roll of cotton tape in the other. But something has changed. The emergency is transformed into something darker. A death watch. "We gotta get him inside," Philip announces, now soaked in his friend's blood. But Philip makes no effort to lift the fat man. Bobby Marsh is going to die. That much is clear to all of them. It's especially clear to Bobby Marsh, who now lies in a state of shock, staring up at the gunmetal sky, struggling to speak. Brian stands nearby, holding the nail gun at his side, staring down at Bobby. Nick drops the bandages. He lets out an anguished breath. He looks as though he might start to cry, but instead he simply drops to his knees on the other side of Bobby and hangs his head. Bobby Marsh tries desperately to get Philip to understand something. "Shh." Philip strokes the man's shoulder. Philip can't think straight. He turns, grabs a roll of bandages, and starts dressing the wound. "No!" Bobby pushes the bandage away. "Bobby, goddammit! No!" Philip stops, swallowing hard, looks into the watery eyes of the dying man. "It's gonna be okay," Philip says, his voice changing. "No, it ain't," Bobby manages. Somewhere way up in the sky, a crow yammers. Bobby knows what's going to happen. They saw a man in a ditch back in Covington come back in less than 10 minutes. "Stop saying that, Philly." "Bobby, it's over," Bobby manages in a feeble whisper, and his eyes roll back for a moment. Then he sees the nail gun in Brian's hand. With his big bloody sausage fingers, Bobby reaches for the muzzle. Brian drops the gun with a start. God damn it, we gotta get him inside! Philip's voice is laced with hopelessness as Bobby Marsh blindly reaches for the nail gun. He gets his fat hand around the pointed barrel and tries to lift it to his temple. Jesus Christ, Nick utters. Get that thing away from him! Philip waves Brian away from the victim. Bobby's tears track down the sides of his huge head, cleansing the blood in streaks. Please, Philly, Bobby murmurs. Just do it. Philip stands up. Nick, come here. Philip turns and walks a few paces toward the house. Nick rises to his feet and joins Philip. The two men stand 15 feet away from Bobby, out of earshot, their backs turned, their voices low and strained. We gotta cut him, Philip says quickly. We got what? Amputate his leg. What? Before the sickness spreads. But how do you... We don't know how fast it spreads. We gotta try. We owe the man at least that. But I'm gonna need you to get the hacksaw from the shed and also bring... A voice rings out behind them, interrupting Philip's tense litany. Guys? It's Brian. And from the grim sound of his nasally call, the news is most likely bad. Philip and Nick turn. Bobby Marsh is stone still. Brian's eyes well up as he kneels next to the fat man. It's too late. Philip and Nick come over to where Bobby lies in the grass, his eyes closed. His big, flabby chest doesn't move. His mouth is slack. Oh, no. Sweet Jesus Christ, no, Nick says, staring at his dead pal. Philip doesn't say anything for quite a long time. No one does. The immense corpse lies still, there on the wet ground for endless minutes, until something stirs in the man's extremities, in the tendons of his massive legs, and in the tips of his plump fingers. At first, the phenomenon looks like the typical residual nerve twitches that morticians might see now and again, the dieseling engine of a cadaver's central nervous system. But as Nick and Brian gape, their eyes widening, both of them slowly rising, then slowly beginning to back away, Philip comes closer still, kneeling down, a sullen, businesslike expression on his face. Bobby Marsh's eyes open. The pupils have turned as white as pus. Philip grabs the nail gun and presses it to the big man's forehead just above the left eyebrow. Thump! Hours later, inside the house, after dark, Penny asleep, Nick in the kitchen, drowning his grief in whiskey. Brian nowhere to be found. Bobby's cooling corpse in the backyard, covered in a tarp next to the other bodies. And Philip now standing at the living room window, gazing out through the slatted shutters at the growing number of dark figures on the street. They shuffle like sleepwalkers, moving back and forth behind the barricade. There are more of them now. 30 maybe. 40 even. Streetlights shine through the cracks in the fence, the moving shadows breaking the beams at irregular intervals, making the light strobe, making Philip crazy. He hears the silent voice in his head, the same voice that first made itself known after Sarah had died. Burn the place down. Burn the whole fucking world down. For a moment earlier that day, after Bobby had died, the voice had wanted to mutilate the 12-year-old's body. The voice had wanted to take that dead thing apart. But Philip tamped it down, and now he's fighting it again. The fuse is lit, brother. The clock is ticking. Philip looks away from the window, and he rubs his tired eyes. It's okay to let it out. a different voice says now, coming from across the darkness. Philip whirls and sees the silhouette of his brother across the living room, standing in the archway of the kitchen. Turning back to the window, Philip offers no response. Brian comes over. He's holding a bottle of cough syrup in his trembling hands. In the darkness, his feverish eyes shimmer with tears. He stands there for a moment. Then he says in a low, soft voice, careful not to awaken Penny on the couch next to them, "There's no shame in letting it out." "Letting what out?" "Look," Brian says. "I know you're hurting." He sniffs, wipes his mouth on his sleeve, his voice hoarse and congested. "All I want to say is, I'm really sorry about Bobby. I know you guys were—" "It's done. Philip, come on, this place is done. It's cooked." Brian looks at him. "What do you mean?" "We're getting out of here." "But I thought—" "Take a look." Philip indicates the growing number of shadows out on Greenbrier Lane. "We're drawing them like flies on shit." "Yeah, but the barricades is still the longer we stay here, Brian, the more it's going to get like a prison." Philip stares out the window. "Gotta keep moving forward." "When?" "Soon." "Like tomorrow?" "We'll start packing in the morning. Get as many supplies in the Suburban as we can." Silence. Brian looks at his brother. "You okay?" "Yeah." Philip keeps staring. "Go to sleep." At breakfast, Philip decides to tell his daughter that Bobby had to up and go home, to go take care of his folks, and the explanation seems to satisfy the little girl. Later that morning, Nick and Philip dig the grave out back, choosing a soft spot at the end of the garden while Brian keeps Penny occupied in the house. Brian thinks they should tell Penny some version of what happened, but Philip tells Brian to stay the hell out of it and keep his mouth shut. Now, in front of the rose trellis in the backyard, Philip and Nick lift the massive, tarp-wrapped body and lower it into the hollowed-out earth. It takes them quite a while to get the hole filled back up, each man tossing spade after spade of rich black Georgia topsoil on their friend. While they work, the atonal moaning of the undead drifts on the wind. It's another blustery, overcast day, and the sounds of the zombie horde carry up across the sky and over the tops of houses. It drives Philip nuts as he sweats in his denims, heaving dirt on the grave. The oily, black, rotten meat odor is as strong as ever. It makes Philip's stomach clench as he puts the last few shovelfuls of earth on the grave. Now Philip and Nick pause on opposite sides of the huge mound, leaning on their shovels, their sweat cooling on their necks. Neither says a word for a long moment, each man lost in his thoughts. Finally, Nick looks up and very softly, very wearily, and with great deference says, "You want to say something?" Philip looks across the grave at his buddy. The moaning noises are coming from all directions like the roar of locusts, so loud Philip can barely think straight. Right then, for some strange reason, Philip Blake remembers the night that the three friends got drunk and sneaked into the Starlighter Drive-In Theater out on Waverly Road and broke into the projection booth. Waving his fat little fingers in front of the projector, Bobby had made shadow puppets appear on the distant screen. Philip had laughed so hard that night he thought he was going to puke, watching the silhouettes of rabbits and ducks cavorting across the flickering images of Chuck Norris spin-kicking Nazis. Some folks thought Bobby Marsh was a simpleton, Philip says with his head lowered, his gaze downturned. They didn't know the man. He was loyal and he was funny. And he was a goddamn good friend. And he died like a man. Nick is looking down, his shoulders trembling slightly, his voice breaking, his words barely audible over the rising clamor around them. Almighty God, in your mercy turn the darkness of death into the dawn of new life, and the sorrow of pardon into the joy of heaven. Philip feels tears welling up, and he grits his teeth so hard his jaw throbs. Through our Savior Jesus Christ, Nick says in a shaky voice, who died, rose again, and lives forevermore. Amen. Amen. Philip manages in a faint croak that sounds almost alien to his own ears. The relentless din of the undead swells and surges louder and louder. Shut the fuck up! Philip Blake bellows at the zombies. The noise is coming from all directions now. You dead motherfuckers! Philip turns away from the grave, slowly pivoting. I will skull fuck every one of you cannibal cocksuckers! I will rip every stinking head off every fucking one of you and shit down your rotten fucking necks! Hearing this, Nick starts sobbing as Philip runs out of gas and falls to his knees. While Nick cries, Philip just stares down at the fresh dirt, as though some answer lies there. If there was ever any doubt about who was in charge, not that there ever was, it is now made abundantly clear that Philip is the Alpha and Omega. They spend the rest of that day packing, Philip issuing orders in monosyllables, his voice low and gravelly with stress. Take the toolbox, he grunts. Batteries for the flashlights, he mumbles. And that box of shells, he mutters. Extra blankets, too. Nick thinks that maybe they should consider taking 2 cars. Although most of the abandoned vehicles in the community are ripe for the picking, many of them late-model luxury jobs, many with the keys still in them, Brian worries about splitting the ragged little group into 2. Or maybe he's just clinging to his brother now. Maybe Brian just needs to stay close to the center of gravity. They decide to stick with the Chevy Suburban. The thing is a tank, which is exactly what they'll need to get into Atlanta. His stubborn cold now settling into his lungs, causing a perpetual wheeze that may or may not be early-stage pneumonia. Brian Blake focuses on the task at hand. He packs 3 large coolers with food stamped with the furthest expiration dates, smoked lunch meats, hard cheeses, sealed containers of juice and yogurt and soda and mayonnaise. He fills a cardboard box with bread and beef jerky and instant coffee and bottled water and protein bars and vitamins and paper plates and plastic utensils. He decides to throw an array of chef's knives, cleavers, serrated knives, and boning knives, for whatever close encounters they might stumble into. Brian fills another box with toilet paper and soap and towels and rags. He rifles through the medicine cabinets and takes cold remedies and sleeping pills and pain relievers. And while he's doing this, he gets an idea. Something they should do before they depart. In the basement, Brian finds a small can half full of Benjamin Moore apple peel red and a 2-inch horsehair paintbrush. He finds an old 3-by-3-foot square piece of plywood, and quickly but carefully, he writes a message. 5 simple words in big capital letters, large enough to be seen from a passing vehicle. He nails a couple of short legs on the bottom edge of the sign. Then he takes the sign upstairs and shows it to his brother. I think we should leave this outside the gate, Brian says to Philip. Philip just shrugs and tells Brian it's up to him. Whatever he wants to do. They wait until after dark to make their exit. At the stroke of 7 p.m., with the cold metallic sun drooping behind the rooftops, They hurriedly pack the Suburban. Working quickly in the lengthening shadows, while monsters swarm against the barricade, they form a sort of bucket brigade, quickly passing suitcases and containers from the side door of the house to the open hatch of the SUV. They take their original axes with an assortment of additional picks and shovels and hatchets and saws and cutting blades from the tool shed out back. They bring rope and wire and road flares and extra coats and snow boots and fire starter blocks. They also pack a siphoning tube and as many extra plastic tanks of gasoline as can fit into the rear storage well. The Suburban's tank is currently full. Philip managed to siphon 15 gallons worth earlier in the day from an abandoned sedan in a neighbor's garage, as they have no clue about the status of local gas stations. Over the last 4 days, Philip has discovered a variety of sporting guns in neighboring homes. Rich folks love their duck season in these parts. They love picking off green heads from the luxury of their heated blinds with their high-powered rifles and purebred hounds. Philip's old man used to do it the hard way, with nothing but waiters, moonshine, and a mean disposition. Now, Philip chooses 3 guns to stow in vinyl zip-up bags in the rear compartment. One is a .22 caliber Winchester rimfire, and the other 2 are Marlin Model 55 shotguns. The Marlins are especially useful. They're known as goose guns. Fast and accurate and powerful, the 55s are designed for killing migratory fowl at high altitudes, or in this case, the bullseye of a skull at 100+ yards. It's almost 8 o'clock by the time they get the Suburban packed and get Penny situated in the middle seat. Bundled in a down coat with her stuffed penguin at her side, she seems oddly sanguine, her pale face drawn and languid, as though she were about to visit the pediatrician. Doors click open and shut. Philip climbs behind the wheel. Nick takes the front passenger seat and Brian settles in next to Penny in the middle. The sign sits on the floor, pressed against Brian's knees. The ignition fires. The growl of the engine carries across the still darkness, making the undead stir on the other side of the barricade. "Let's do this quick, y'all," Philip says under his breath, slamming it into reverse. "Hold on." Philip puts the pedal to the floor and the 4-wheel drive digs in. The gravitational force throws everyone forward as the Suburban roars backward. In the rear-view mirror, the weak spot in the makeshift barricade looms closer and closer until... bang! The vehicle bursts through the cedar planking and into the dim streetlight of Greenbrier Lane. Immediately, the left rear quarter panel collides with a walking corpse as Philip stands on the brakes and jacks it into drive. The zombie launches 20 feet into the air behind them, doing a limp pirouette in a mist of blood, a piece of its moldering arm detaching and pinwheeling in the opposite direction. The Suburban blasts off toward the main conduit, smashing through 3 more zombies, sending them flying off into oblivion. With each impact, the dull thumping sensations traveling through the chassis, as well as the yellowish bug-like smears left on the windshield, make Penny cringe and close her eyes. At the end of the street, Philip yanks the wheel and screeches around the corner, then pushes north toward the entrance. A few minutes later, Philip barks another order. "Okay, do it quick, and I mean quick!" He slams down on the brakes, making everybody lurch forward in their seats again. They've just reached the great entrance gate, visible in a cone of streetlight across a short expanse of shrub-lined gravel. "This'll just take a second," Brian says, grabbing a sign, clicking his door handle. "Leave it running. Just get it done." Brian slips out of the car, carrying the big 3x3 sign. In the cold night air, he hastens across the gravel threshold, his ears hyper-alert and sensitive to the distant thrum of groaning noises. They're coming this way. Brian chooses a spot just to the right of the entrance gate, a section of brick wall unobstructed by shrubbery, and he positions the sign against the wall. He sinks the wooden legs into the soft earth to stabilize the board, and then hurries back to the car, satisfied he's done his part for humanity, or whatever's left of it. As they drive off, each and every one of them, even Penny, glances back through the rear window at the little square sign receding into the distance behind them. All dead. Do not enter. Chapter 5. They head west, slowly, through the rural darkness, keeping their speed down around 30 miles per hour. The 4 lanes of Interstate 20 are littered with abandoned cars, as the macadam snakes toward the sickly pink glow of the western horizon, where the city awaits like a bruise of light on the night sky. They're forced to weave through the obstacle course of wrecks with agonizing slowness, but they manage to put nearly 5 miles behind them before things start going wrong. For most of these 5 miles, Philip keeps thinking of Bobby and all the things they could have done to save him. The pain and regret are burrowing deep down in the pit of Philip's gut. A cancer metastasizing into something darker and more poisonous than grief. In order to fight the emotions, he keeps thinking of that old trucker's adage, "Scan, don't stare." Gripping the wheel with the practiced clench of a long-time hauler, he sits forward in his seat, his gaze alert and fixed on the margins of the highway. For 5 miles, only a handful of dead brushed the ghostly edges of their headlights. Just outside of Conyers, they pass a couple stragglers shuffling along the shoulder of the road like blood-splattered AWOL soldiers. Passing the Stonecrest Mall, they see a cluster of dark figures hunkered down in a ditch, apparently feasting on some sort of roadkill, either animal or human. Impossible to tell in the flickering darkness. But that's been the extent of it, for 5 miles at least, and Philip keeps his speed at a steady but safe 30 miles per hour. Any slower and they risk hooking a stray monster. Any faster, and they risk sideswiping the growing number of wrecks and abandoned vehicles cluttering the lanes. The radio is dead, and the others ride in silence, their gazes glued to the passing landscape. The outer rings of Metro Atlanta roll past them in slow motion, a series of pine forests broken by an occasional bedroom community or strip mall. They pass car dealerships as dark as morgues, the endless ocean of new models like coffins reflecting the milky moonlight. They pass deserted Waffle Houses, their windows busted out like open sores, and office parks as barren as war zones. They pass Shoney's and trailer parks and Kmart's and RV centers, each one more desolate and ruined than the last. Small fires burn here and there. Parking lots look like the dark playrooms of mad children, the abandoned cars strewn across the pavement like toys thrown in anger. Broken glass glitters everywhere. In less than a week and a half, the plague has apparently savaged the outer exurbs of Atlanta. Here, in the rural nature preserves and office campuses, where middle-class families have emigrated over the years to escape the arduous commutes, back-breaking mortgages, and high-stress urban life, the epidemic has laid waste to the social order in a matter of days. And for some reason, it's the sight of all the devastated churches that bothers Philip the most. Each sanctuary they pass is in a progressively worse state. The New Birth Missionary Baptist Center outside of Harmon is still smoldering from a recent fire, its charred ruin of a cross rising against the heavens. A mile and a half down the road, the Luther Rice Seminary features hastily hand-scrawled signs over its portals, warning passers-by that the end is nigh and the rapture is here, and all you sinners can kiss your asses goodbye. The Unity Faith Christian Cathedral looks as though it's been ransacked and scoured clean and then pissed upon. The parking lot at the St. John the Revelator Pentecostal Palace resembles a battlefield littered with bodies, many of the corpses still moving with the telltale somnambulant hunger of the undead. What kind of God would let this happen? And while we're on the subject, what kind of God would let a simple, innocent, good old boy like Bobby Marsh die in such a way? What kind of... Oh, shit! The voice comes from the back seat, and it shakes Philip out of his dark musings. What? Look, Brian says, his voice weak from either his cold or the fear, or maybe a little of both. Philip glances at the rearview mirror, and he sees his brother's anxious expression in the green glow of the dash. Brian is pointing toward the western horizon. Philip gazes back through the windshield, instinctively pumping the brakes. What? I don't see anything. Holy crap, Nick says from the passenger seat. He's staring through a break in the piney woods off to the right, where light shines through the trees. About 500 yards ahead of them, the highway banks off in a northwesterly direction, cutting through a stand of pines. Beyond the trees, through clearings in the foliage, flames are visible. The interstate is on fire. God damn it, Philip says on a tense sigh. He slows the vehicle to a crawl as they make the turn. Within moments, the overturned tanker truck comes into view, lying jackknifed in a cocoon of flames like an upended dinosaur. The truck's carcass blocks the two westbound lanes, its cab detached and lying in pieces, tangled with 3 other cars across the median and both of the eastbound lanes. The scorched shells of other cars lie overturned behind the burning wreckage. Beyond the wreck, the lanes look like a parking lot, with scores of cars, some burning, most of them tangled in the chain reaction. Philip pulls the Suburban over and brings it to a stop on the shoulder 50 yards from the dwindling flames. That's just fantastic, he says to no one in particular, wanting to launch a barrage of profanity, but barely containing himself on account of Penny's ears being inches away. From this distance, even in the flickering darkness, several things are clear. First and foremost, it's obvious they are either going to have to find a team of firefighters and heavy-duty towing equipment in order to continue on course, or they're going to have to figure out a fucking detour. Second, it looks as though whatever happened here took place in the very recent past, perhaps earlier today, perhaps only hours ago. The pavement around the wreck is blackened and scarred, as though a meteor had punched a hole in it, and even the trees lining the highway are charred from the shock waves. Even through the closed windows of the Suburban, Philip can smell the acrid stench of burning diesel and melted rubber. What now? Brian finally says. Gotta turn around, Nick says, looking over his shoulder. Just let me think for a second, Philip says, staring at the overturned truck cab, the roof sheared off it like the lid of a tin can. In the darkness, charred bodies lie sprawled across the muddy median. Some of them are twitching with the lazy undulations of snakes waking up. Come on, Philip, we can't get around it, Nick says. Brian speaks up. Maybe we can cut across 278. God damn it, shut up and let me think! The sudden flare of rage makes Philip's skull throb with the force of a splitting migraine, and he grits his teeth, clenching his fists and stuffing the voice back down inside himself. Crack it open. Do it. Tear it open now. Tear the heart out. Sorry, Philip says, wiping his mouth, glancing over his shoulder at the frightened little girl huddling in the darkness of the back seat. I'm real sorry, Pumpkin. Daddy lost it there for a second. The little girl stares at the floor. What do you want to do? Brian asked softly, and from the forlorn tone of his voice, it sounds as though he would follow his brother into the flames of hell if Philip thought that was the best option right now. Last exit was what? Maybe a mile or so back there? Philip glances over his shoulder. I'm thinking that maybe we could... The slapping noise comes out of nowhere, cutting Philip off mid-thought. Penny shrieks. Shit! Nick jerks away from the passenger window where a charred corpse has materialized out of the darkness. Get down, Nick, now. Philip's voice is flat and unaffected, like a radio dispatcher, as he quickly leans over to the glove box, pops the tiny door, and fishes for something. The thing outside the window presses up against the glass, barely recognizable as human, its flesh blistered to a crisp. Brian, cover Penny's eyes. Shit! Shit! Nick ducks down and covers his head as though in an air raid. Shit! 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 Philip finds the Ruger .22 pistol where he left it, already with a round in the chamber. In one fluid motion, Philip raises the weapon with his right hand, while simultaneously jacking down the power window with his left. The burned zombie reaches through the opening with its scorched, emaciated arm, letting out a guttural moan, but before it could grab hold of Nick's shirt, Philip squeezes off a single shot, point blank into the thing's skull. The bark of the Ruger is enormously loud inside the Suburban's interior, and it makes everybody jump as the charred corpse whiplashes, a direct hit above its left temple sending brain matter spitting across the inside of the windshield. The thing slides down the outside of the passenger door, the muffled sound of its body hitting the pavement, barely audible over the ringing in Philip's ears. .22 caliber semi-autos like the Ruger have a unique bark. The blast sounds like a hard, flat slap, a 2x4 smacking concrete, and the gun invariably jumps in the shooter's hand. That night, despite the muffling effect of the interior of the Suburban, that single boom echoed out across the dark landscape, reverberating over treetops and office parks, carrying on the wind. The slapback could be heard a mile away, piercing the silence of the deep woods, penetrating the mortified auditory canals of shadowy creatures, awakening dead central nervous systems. Everybody all right? Philip looks around the dark interior, setting the hot gun down on the carpeted hump next to him. Everybody cool? Nick is just now rising back up, his eyes wide and hot, taking in all the residue on the inside of the glass. Penny, curled up in Brian's arms, keeps her eyes shut, as Brian frantically looks around, peering through all the windows looking for any other intruders. Philip slams the Suburban into reverse, kicking the accelerator as he quickly rolls the window back up. Everybody jerks forward as the vehicle screeches backward, 100 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet, away from the smoking tanker truck. Then the Suburban skids to a stop, and they sit there in a stunned silence for a moment. Nothing moves outside in the flickering shadows. Nobody says anything for the longest time. But Philip is convinced he's not the only one at this moment, wondering if this 20-mile trek into the city is going to be a lot harder than they originally thought. They sit there in the idling Suburban for quite some time, debating their best course of action, and this makes Philip very antsy. He doesn't like sitting in one place for very long, especially with the engine running, burning gas, and time, with those moving shadows behind the burning trees. But the group can't seem to come to a consensus, and Philip is trying his hardest to be a benevolent dictator in this little banana republic. Look, I still say we try to drive around it. Philip gives a nod toward the darkness to the south. The far shoulder of the oncoming lanes is littered with smoldering vehicles, but there's a narrow gap, maybe the width of the Suburban with a few inches to spare, between the gravel shoulder and the thicket of pines along the highway. The recent rains, combined with the oil spill from the overturned tanker, have turned the land to slop. But the Suburban is a big, heavy vehicle with wide tires, and Philip's driven this thing through far worse conditions. It's too steep, Philly, Nick says, wiping the gray matter from the inside of the windshield with a grimy towel. Yeah, man, I have to agree, Brian says from the shadows of the back seat, his arm around Penny, the anguished features of his face visible in the flicker of firelight. I vote for heading back to the last exit. We don't know what we'll find on 278, though. It could be worse. We don't know that, Nick says. We gotta keep moving forward. But what if it's worse in the city? Seems like it's getting worse the closer we get. We're still 15, 20 miles away. We don't know shit about what it's like in Atlanta. I don't know, Philly. Tell you what, Philip says. Let me take a look. What do you mean? He reaches for the gun. I'll just take a quick look. Wait! Brian speaks up. Philip, come on, we gotta stick together. I'm just gonna see what the ground is like, see if we can make it through. Daddy? Penny starts to say something, and then thinks better of it. It's okay, Pumpkin. I'll be right back. Brian looks out the window, unconvinced. We agreed we'd stick together, no matter what. Come on, man. It'll take 2 minutes. Philip opens his door, shoving the Ruger into his belt. The cool air and the sound of crackling flames and the smell of ozone and burning rubber waft into the Suburban like uninvited guests. You gotta sit tight. I'll be right back. Philip climbs out of the car. The door slams. Brian sits in the silent Suburban for a moment, listening to his heart thudding in his chest. Nick is looking through each and every window, scanning the immediate vicinity, which is alive with flickering shadows. Penny gets very still. Brian looks at the little girl. The child looks like she's shrinking into herself, like a little night bloom, contracting into itself, pulling its petals shut. He'll be right back, kiddo, Brian says to the kid. He aches for her. This isn't right. A child going through this. But on some level, Brian knows how she feels. He's a tough old boy, Philip. He can beat the crap out of any monster comes along, believe me. From the front seat, Nick turns and says, Listen to your uncle, sweetie, he's right. Your daddy can take care of himself and then some. I saw your daddy catch a rabid dog once, Brian says. He was maybe 19, and there was this German shepherd terrorizing the neighbor kids. I remember that, Nick says. Your daddy chased that thing, foaming mouth and all, down to the dry creek bed, and he wrestled the damn thing into a trash barrel. I totally remember that, Nick says. Grabbed it with his bare hands, threw it halfway across the gully before slamming the trash can down on it like he was catching a fly. Brian reaches down and tenderly brushes a strand of hair from the little girl's face. He'll be okay, honey. Trust me. He's a mean muchacho. Outside the vehicle, a piece of burning wreckage falls to the ground. The clatter makes everybody jump. Nick looks at Brian. Hey, man, you mind reaching back into that zipper bag by the wheel well? Brian looks at Nick. What do you need? One of them goose guns. Brian stares at him a moment, then turns and leans over the back headrest. He roots out the long canvas hunting bag wedged between a cooler and a backpack. He unzips it and finds one of the Marlin 55s. Handing the shotgun across the back seat to Nick in the front, Brian says, You need the shells, too? I think it's already loaded, Nick says, hinging open the barrel and peering down into the breech. Brian can tell Nick is handy with the thing, has probably hunted before, although Brian never witnessed it. Brian had never been the type to participate in the manly pursuits of his younger brother and his cronies, although he secretly yearned to do just that. 2 shells in the breech, Nick says, snapping the barrel shut. Just be careful with that thing, Brian says. Used to hunt feral hogs with one of these babies, Nick says, cocking and locking it. Hogs? Yep, wild hogs. Up to Chattahoochee Reservation. Used to go on night hunts with my dad and my Uncle Vern. Pigs you're talking about, Brian says incredulously. Yeah, basically. A hog was just a big old pig. Maybe the older two, I'm not. Another loud metallic crash comes from outside Nick's window. Nick jerks the barrel towards the noise, finger on the trigger, his teeth gnashing with nervous tension. Nothing moves outside the passenger window. Muscles uncoil inside the Suburban. A long sigh of relief from Nick. Brian starts to say, "We gotta get our butts in gear before—" Another noise. This time it comes from the driver's side, a shuffling of feet. And before Nick can even register the identity of the shadowy figure approaching the Suburban's driver's side window, he swings the Marlin's muzzle up at the window, takes aim, and is about to squeeze off a couple of 20-gauge greetings when a familiar voice booms outside the car. "Jesus Christ!" Philip is visible outside the window just for an instant before ducking out of the line of fire. "Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry," Nick says, instantly recognizing his mistake. Philip's voice outside the window is lower now, more controlled, but still seething with anger. "You won't point that thing away from the goddamn window." Nick lowers the barrel. "I'm sorry, Philip, my bad. I'm sorry." The door clicks, and Philip slips back into the car, breathing hard, his face shiny with sweat. He shuts his door and lets out a long breath. "Nick, Philip, I'm sorry. I'm a little jumpy." For a moment, Philip looks like he's going to take the other man's head off. Then the anger fades. "We're all a little jumpy, I get that. I'm totally sorry. Just pay attention." I will. Brian speaks up. "What'd you find out there?" Philip reaches up to the stick shift. "A way around this damn mess." He flips it into 4-wheel drive and slams the lever down. "Everybody hold on." He turns the wheel, and they slowly roll across a spray of broken glass. The shards crunch under the Suburban's massive wheels, and nobody says anything, but Brian's thinking about the potential for flat tires. Philip steers the vehicle down across the center median, which is a shallow culvert overgrown with switchgrass, weeds, and cattails, and the rear wheels dig into the rutted earth. As they approach the other side, Philip gives it a little more juice, and the Suburban lurches upward and across the eastbound lanes. Philip keeps his hands glued to the steering wheel as they approach the far shoulder. "Hold on," he calls out, as they suddenly plunge down a slope of muddy weeds. The Suburban pitches sideways like a sinking ship. Brian holds on to Penny and Nick holds on to the center armrest. Yanking the wheel, Philip kicks the accelerator. The vehicle fishtails toward a narrow gap in the wreckage. Tree branches scrape the side of the SUV. The rear wheels slide sideways, then chew into the mud. Philip wrestles the wheel. Everybody else holds their respective breaths as the Suburban scrapes through the opening. When the car emerges out the other side, a spontaneous cheer rings out. Nick slaps Philip on the back and Brian whoops and hollers triumphantly. Even Penny seems to lighten up a little, the hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her tulip-shaped lips. Through the windshield, they can see the tangle of vehicles in the darkness ahead of them, at least 20 cars, SUVs, and light trucks in the westbound lanes, most of them damaged in the pileup. All of them abandoned, many of them burned out shells. The empty vehicles stretch back at least 100 yards. Philip puts the pedal to the metal, muscling the SUV back toward the road. He jerks the wheel. The rear of the SUV wags and churns. Something's wrong. Brian feels the loss of traction beneath him like a buzzing in his spine, the engine revving suddenly. The cheering dies. The car is stuck. For a moment, Philip keeps the pedal to the floor, urging the thing forward with his ass cheeks, as if his sheer force of will and white-hot rage, and the tightening of his sphincter muscles, can get the blasted thing to move. But the Suburban keeps drifting sideways. Soon the thing is simply spinning all 4 wheels, kicking up twin gushers of mud out the back into the moonlit darkness behind them. Fuck! 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 Philip slams a fist down on the steering wheel, hard enough to make the thing crack and send a splinter of pain up his arm. He practically shoves the foot feed through the floor, the engine screaming. "Let up on him, man!" Nick hollers over the noise. "It's just digging us in deeper." "Fuck!" Philip lets up on the gas. The engine winds down, the Suburban leaning to one side, a foundering boat in brackish waters. "We gotta push it out," Brian says after a moment of tense silence. "Take the wheel," Philip says to Nick, opening his door and slipping outside. "Give it gas when I tell you to. Come on, Brian." Brian opens the rear door, slips outside, and joins his brother in the glow of the taillights. The rear tires have sunk at least 6 inches into the greasy muck, each rear quarter panel spattered with mud. The front wheels are no better. Philip places his big gnarled hands on the wood grain of the tailgate, and Brian moves to the other side, assuming a wide stance in order to get a better purchase in the mud. Neither of them notices the dark figures lumbering out of the trees on the other side of the highways. "Okay, Nick, now!" Philip calls out and shoves with all his might. The engine growls. The wheels churn, spewing fountains of mud as the Blake brothers push and push. They push with everything they have, all to no avail, as the slow-moving figures behind them shamble closer. "Again!" Philip shouts, putting all his weight behind the shoving. The rear wheels spin, sinking deeper into the mire, as Brian gets sprayed with an aerosol of mud. Behind him, moving through a fog bank of smoke and shadows, the uninvited close the distance to about 50 yards, crunching through broken glass with the slow, lazy, awkward movements of injured lizards. "Get back in the car, Brian." Philip's voice is abruptly changed, becoming low and even. "Right now." "What is it?" "Just do it." Philip is opening the rear hatch. Hinges squeak as he reaches in and fishes for something. "Don't ask any questions." "But what about—" Brian's words stick in his throat as he catches a glimpse in his peripheral vision of at least a dozen dark figures, maybe more, closing in on them from several directions. Chapter 6. The figures approach from across the median, and from behind the flaming debris of the wreck, and from the adjacent woods, all shapes and sizes, faces the color of spackling compound, eyes gleaming like marbles in the firelight. Some are burned, some are in tatters. Some are so well dressed and groomed they look as though they just came from church. Most have that curled lip, exposed incisor look of insatiable hunger. "Shit." Brian looks at his brother. "What are you gonna do? What are you thinking?" "Get your ass in the car, Brian." "Shit! Shit!" Brian hurries around to the side door, throws it open, and climbs in next to Penny, who is looking around with a bewildered expression. Brian slams the door and smashes down the lock. "Lock the doors, Nick. I'm gonna help him." Nick goes for his goose gun and opens his door, but he stops abruptly when he hears the strange sound of Philip's flat, cold metallic tone through the open rear hatch. "I got this." "Do what he says, Nick. Lock the doors and stay down." "There's too many of them." Nick is thumbing the hammers on the Marlin, already with his right leg out the door, his work boot on the pavement. "Stay in the car, Nick." Philip is digging out a pair of matched log splitters. A few days ago we found the small axes in a garden shed of a mansion at Wiltshire Estates. 2 matched, balanced implements of razor-sharp carbon steel. And at the time he wondered what in the world some fat rich guy, who probably paid a yard service to split his firewood, would want a pair of small bad axes for. In the front seat, Nick pulls his leg back inside the SUV, slams his door, and bangs the lock down. He twists around with his eyes blazing and the gun cradled in his arms. "What the hell? What are you doing, Philly?" The rear hatch slams. The silence crashes down on the interior. Brian looks down at the child. "I'm thinking maybe you ought to get down on the floor, kiddo." Penny says nothing as she slides down the front of the seat and then curls into a fetal position. Something in her expression, some glint of knowing in her big soft eyes, reaches out to Brian and puts the squeeze on his heart. He pats her shoulder. "We'll get through this." Brian turns and peers over the back seat, over the cargo and out through the rear window. Philip has a bad axe in either hand and is calmly walking toward the converging crowd of zombies. Jesus, Brian utters under his breath. What's he doing, Brian? Nick's voice is high and taut, his hands fingering the Marlin's bolt. Brian can't muster a response, because he is now held rapt by the terrible sight through the window. It's not pretty. It's not graceful, or cool, or heroic, or manly, or even well executed. But it feels good. I got this, Philip says to himself under his breath as he lashes out at the closest one, a heavy-set man in farmer's dungarees. The bad axe shears off a grapefruit-sized lobe of the fat one's skull, sending a geyser of pink matter into the night air. The zombie falls, but Philip doesn't stop. Before the next closest one can reach him, Philip goes to work on the big flaccid body on the ground, windmilling the cold steel in each hand down on the dead flesh. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Blood and tissue fountain. Sparks kick off the pavement with each blow. I got this. I got this. I got this. Philip murmurs to no one in particular, letting all the pent-up rage and sorrow come out in a flurry of glancing blows. I got this. 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 By this point, others have closed in. A skinny young man with black fluid dripping off his lips, a fat woman with a bloated, dead face, a guy in a bloody suit. And Philip spins away from the mangled corpse on the ground to go to work on the others. He grunts with each blow. I got this! Cleaving skulls. I got this! Severing carotid arteries. I got this! Letting his anger drive the cold steel through cartilage and bone and nasal cavities. I got this! The blood and brain matter misting up across his face as he remembers the foaming mouth of rabid fangs coming for him when he was a kid, and God taking his wife Sarah, and the monsters taking his best friend Bobby Marsh. I got this! I got this! I got this! Inside the Suburban, Brian turns away from the scene outside the back window, coughs, and feels his gut rising at the nauseating sounds penetrating the sealed interior of the Suburban. He stifles the urge to vomit. He reaches down and gently puts his hands around Penny's ears, a gesture which sadly is becoming a routine. In the front seat, Nick can't tear his eyes from the carnage behind him. On Nick's face, Brian can see a weird mixture of repulsion and admiration, a kind of thank God he's on our side type of awe, but it only serves to tighten Brian's gut. He will not throw up, goddammit. He will be strong for Penny. Brian slips down on the floor and holds the girl close to him. The child is limp and damp. Brian's brain swims with confusion. His brother is everything to him. His brother is the key. But something is happening to Philip, something horrible, and it's beginning to gnaw at Brian. What are the rules? These walking abominations deserve every fucking thing Philip is dishing out, but what are the rules of engagement? Brian is trying to put these thoughts out of his mind when he realizes the killing noises have ceased. Then he hears the heavy bootsteps of a person outside the driver's side door. The door clicks. Philip Blake slips back inside the Suburban, dropping the bloody hand axes on the floor in front of Nick. There'll be more of them, he says, still winded, his face beaded with perspiration. The gunshot woke him up. Nick peers out the back window at the battlefield of bodies visible in the firelight on the slope, his voice coming out in a monotone, a combination of awe and disgust. Home run, man. Grand slam home run. We gotta get out of here, Philip says, wiping a pearl of sweat from his nose, catching his breath, and glancing up at the rearview mirror, searching for Penny in the shadows of the back seat as if he doesn't even hear Nick. Brian speaks up. "What's the plan, Philip?" "We gotta find a safe place to stay for the night." Nick looks at Philip. "What do you mean exactly? You mean other than the Suburban?" "It's too dangerous out here in the dark." "Yeah, but we'll push it out of the mud in the morning." "Yeah, but what about grab whatever you need for the night?" Philip says, reaching for the Ruger. "Wait!" Nick grabs Philip's arm. "You talking about leaving the car? Leaving all our shit out here?" "Just for the night, come on," Philip says, opening his door and climbing out. Brian lets out a sigh and looks up at Nick. "Shut up and help me with the backpacks." They camped that night about a quarter of a mile west of the overturned tanker, inside an abandoned yellow school bus, which sits on the shoulder, well illuminated by the cold glow of a sodium vapor light. The bus is still fairly warm and dry, and it's high enough off the pavement to give them good sight lines on the woods on either side of the interstate. It has 2 doors, one in the front and one off the rear, for easy escape. Plus, the bench seats are padded and long enough for each of them to stretch out for some semblance of rest. The keys are still in the ignition, and the battery still has juice. Inside the bus, it smells like the inside of a stale lunchbox. The ghosts of sweaty, rambunctious kids with their wet mittens and body odors lingering in the fusty air. They eat some Spam and some sardines and some expensive pita crackers that were probably meant to adorn party trays at golf outings. They use flashlights, careful not to shine them off the windows, and eventually they spread their sleeping bags on the bench seats for some shut-eye, or at least some facsimile of sleep. They each take turns sitting watch in the cab with one of the Marlins, using the huge side mirrors for unobstructed views of the bus's rear end. Nick takes the first shift and tries unsuccessfully for nearly an hour to raise a station on his portable weather radio. The world is shut down, but at least this section of Interstate 20 is equally still. The edges of the woods remain quiet. When it's Brian's turn to sit watch, up to this point he's only managed a few minutes of fitful dozing on a squeaky bench seat in back, he gladly takes his place in the cab with all the levers and dangling pine tree air fresheners and the laminated photograph of some long-lost driver's baby son. Not that Brian is very comfortable with the prospects of being the only one awake, or for that matter having to fire the goose gun. Still, he needs some time to think. At some point just before dawn, Brian hears Penny's breathing, just barely audible over the faint whistle of the wind through the ranks of sliding windows, become erratic and hyperventilated. The child has been dozing a few seats away from the cab next to her father. Now the little girl sits up with a silent gasp. "Oh, I got it. Her voice is barely a whisper. "I got it, I think." "Shh," Brian says, rising from his seat, creeping back down the cabin to the little girl, whispering, "It's okay, kiddo. Uncle Brian's here." It's okay. Shh. Let's not wake your dad." Brian glances over at Philip, who's tangled in a blanket, his face contorted with troubling dreams. He took half a pint of brandy before bed to knock himself out. "I'm okay," Penny utters in her mousy little voice, looking down at the stuffed penguin in her small hands, squeezing it like a talisman. The thing is soiled and threadbare, and it breaks Brian's heart. "Bad dreams?" Penny nods. Brian looks at her and thinks it over. "Got an idea," he whispers. "Why don't you come up and keep me company for a while?" The little girl nods. He helps her up and then, draping a blanket around her and taking her hand, he silently leads her back up to the cab. He flips down a little jump seat next to the driver's perch and says, "There you go." He pats the worn upholstery. "You can be my co-pilot." Penny settles into the seat with her blanket pulled tightly around her and the penguin. "See that?" Brian points to a filthy little video monitor above the dash, about the size of a paperback book, on which a grainy black and white image reveals the highway behind them. The wind rustles through the trees, the sodium lights gleaming off the roofs of wrecked cars. "That's a security camera for backing up, see?" The girl sees it. "We're safe here, kiddo," Brian says as convincingly as possible. Earlier in his shift, he had figured out a way to turn the ignition key to the accessory position, lighting up the dash like an old pinball machine coming to life. "Everything's under control." The girl nods. "You want to tell me about it?" Brian says softly a moment later. Penny looks confused. "Tell you about what?" "The bad dream. Sometimes it helps to, tell someone, Makes it go away. Poof." Penny gives him a feeble little shrug. "I dreamed I got sick." "Sick like those people out there?" "Yes." Brian takes a long, anguished, deep breath. "Listen to me, kiddo. Whatever these people have, you are not going to catch it. Do you understand? Your daddy will not let that happen. Never in a million years. I will not let that happen." She nods. "You are very important to your daddy. You're very important to me." Brian feels an unexpected hitch in his chest, a catching of his words, a burning sensation in his eyes. For the first time since he departed his parents' place over a week and a half ago, he realizes how deeply his feelings go for this little girl. "I got an idea," he says after getting his emotions in check. "Do you know what a code word is?" Penny looks at him. "Like a secret code?" "Exactly." Brian licks his finger and then wipes a stain of dirt from her cheek. "You and I are going to have this secret code word." "Okay. Now this is a very special code, okay? From now on, whenever I say this secret word, I want you to do something for me. Can you do that? Can you, always remember to do something for me whenever I give you the secret code word?" "Sure, I guess." "Whenever I say the code word, I want you to hide your eyes." "Hide my eyes?" "Yeah, and cover your ears until I tell you it's okay to look. All right? And there's one more thing." "Okay." "Whenever I give you the secret code, I want you to remember something." "What?" "I want you to remember that there's going to come a day when you won't have to hide your eyes anymore. There's going to come a day when everything's all better and there won't be any more sick people. Got that?" She nods. "Got it. Now, what's the word going to be?" "You want me to pick it?" "You bet. It's your secret code. You should pick it." The little girl wrinkles up her nose as she ponders a suitable word. The sight of her contemplating, so intently that she looks as though she's calculating the Pythagorean theorem, presses down on Brian's heart. Finally, the child looks up at Brian, and for the first time since the plague had begun, a glimmer of hope kindles in her enormous eyes. "I got it." She whispers the word to her stuffed animal, then looks up. "Penguin likes it." "Great. Don't keep me in suspense." "Away," she says. "The secret code word's gonna be away." The gray dawn comes in stages. First, An eerie calm settles around the interstate, the wind dying in the trees, and then a luminous pale glow around the edges of the forest wakes everybody up and gets them going. The sense of urgency is almost immediate. They feel naked and exposed without their vehicle, so everybody concentrates on the task at hand, packing up, getting back to the Suburban, and getting the damn thing unstuck. They make the quarter-mile hike back to the SUV in 15 minutes, carrying their bedrolls and excess food in backpacks. They encounter a single zombie on the way, a wandering teenage girl, and Philip easily puts out her lights by quickly and quietly chopping a furrow into her skull, while Brian whispers the secret word to Penny. When they reach the Suburban, they work in silence, ever mindful of the shadows of adjacent woods. First, they try to apply weight to the rear ends by putting Nick and Philip on the tailgate and having Brian give it gas from the driver's seat, pushing with one leg outside the door. It doesn't work. Then they search the immediate area for something to build traction under the wheels. It takes them an hour, but they eventually unearth a couple of broken pallets scattered along a drainage ditch, and they bring them back and wedge them under the wheels. This also fails. Somehow the mud beneath the SUV is so saturated with moisture and runoff and oil and God knows what else that it just keeps sucking the vehicle deeper, the leaning Suburban slipping progressively backward down the slope. But they refuse to give up. Driven by a relentless anxiety over unexplained noises in the adjacent pine forest, twig snapping, low concussive booms in the distance, as well as the constant unspoken dread of having all their worldly possessions and supplies lost with the foundering Suburban, nobody is willing to face the encroaching hopelessness of the situation. By mid-afternoon, after working for hours and breaking for lunch, and then going back at it for a couple more hours, all they've succeeded in doing is causing the SUV to drift nearly 6 feet farther down the muddy incline, while Penny sits inside the vehicle, alternately playing with Penguin and pressing her morose face to the window. At that point, Philip steps back from the mud pit and gazes at the western horizon. The overcast sky has begun its fade toward dusk, and the prospect of nightfall suddenly puts a pinch on Philip's gut. Covered with sludge, soaked in sweat, he pulls a bandana and wipes his neck. He starts to say something when another series of noises from the neighboring trees yank his attention to the south. For hours now, the crackling, snapping noises, maybe footsteps, maybe not, have been getting closer. Nick and Brian, both wiping their hands with rags, join Philip. None of them says anything for a moment. Each of their expressions reflects the hard reality, and when another snap from the trees crackles, as loud as a pistol shot, Nick speaks up. "Writing's on the wall, ain't it?" Philip shoves his handkerchief back in his pocket. "No, it's gonna fall soon." "What do you think, Philly?" "Time for Plan B." Brian swallows hard, looking at his brother. "I wasn't aware there was a Plan B." Philip gazes at his brother, and for a moment, Philip feels a bizarre mixture of anger, pity, impatience, and affection. Then Philip looks at the old, rust-pocked Suburban and feels a twinge of melancholy, as though he's about to say goodbye to another old friend. There is now. They siphon gas from the Suburban into plastic tanks they brought from Wiltshire. Then they get lucky enough to find a big, late-model Buick LeSaab, the keys still in it, left for dead on the side of the road about an eighth of a mile west of there. They commandeer the Buick and roar back to the foundered SUV. They fill the Buick with gas and transfer as many supplies as they can squeeze into the car's huge trunk. Then they take off toward the setting sun, each of them glancing back at the swamped SUV, receding into the distance like a shipwreck sinking into oblivion. Indications of the looming apocalypse appear on either side of the interstate with alarming frequency now. As they draw nearer and nearer to the city, weaving with increasing difficulty through abandoned wreckage, the trees thinning and giving way to a growing number of residential enclaves, shopping plazas, and office parks, the telltale signs of doom are everywhere. They pass a dark, deserted Walmart, the windows broken, a sea of clothes and merchandise strewn across the parking lot. They notice more and more power outages, entire communities as dark and silent as tombs. They pass strip malls ravaged by looting, biblical warnings scrawled on exhaust chimneys. They even see a small single-engine plane, tangled in a giant electrical tower still smoking. Somewhere between Lithonia and Panthersville, the Buick's rear end starts vibrating like a son of a bitch, and Philip realizes the thing has 2 blown tires. Maybe they were already flat when they acquired the car, who knows? But there's no time to try and fix the infernal things and no time to debate the matter. Night is pressing in again, and the closer they get to the outskirts of Metro Atlanta, the more the roads are knotted with the carcasses of mangled wrecks and abandoned cars. Nobody says it out loud, but they're all beginning to wonder whether they could get into the city faster on foot. Even the neighboring 2 lanes like Hillendale and Farrington are blocked with empty cars, lined up like fallen dominoes in the middle of the road. At this rate, it'll take them a week to get into town. Which is why Philip makes the executive decision at that point to leave the Buick where it sits, pack up every last thing they can possibly carry, and set out on foot. Nobody's crazy about the idea, but they go along with it. The alternative of searching the frozen traffic jam in the pitch darkness for spare tires or a suitable replacement vehicle doesn't seem viable right now. They quickly dig their necessities out of the Buick's trunk, stuffing duffel bags and backpacks with supplies, blankets, food, weapons, and water. They're getting better at communicating with whispers, hand gestures, and nods, hyper-aware now of the distant drone of dead people, the sound waxing and waning in the darkness beyond the highway, percolating in the trees and behind buildings. Philip has the strongest back, so he takes the largest canvas duffel. Nick and Brian each strap on an overloaded backpack. Even Penny agrees to carry a knapsack filled with bedding. Philip takes the Ruger pistol, the 2 bad axes, one shoved down each side of his belt, and a long machete-like tool for cutting underbrush, which he shoves down the length of his spine between the duffel and his stained chambray shirt. Brian and Nick each cradle a Marlin 55 shotgun in their arms, as well as a pickaxe strapped to the sides of their respective backpacks. They start walking west, and this time, not a single one of them looks back. A quarter of a mile down the road, they encounter an overpass clogged with the battered Airstream mobile home. Its cab is wrapped around a telephone pole. All the street lights have flickered out, and in the full dark, a muffled banging noise is heard inside the walls of the ruined trailer. This makes everybody pause suddenly on the shoulder beneath the viaduct. Jesus, it could be somebody. Brian stops himself when he sees his brother's hand shoot up. Shh. But what if it's quiet? Philip cocks his head and listens. His expression is that of a cold stone monument. This way. Come on. Philip leads the group down a rocky slope on the north edge of the interchange, each of them descending the hill gingerly, careful not to slip on the wet pea gravel. Brian brings up the rear, wondering again about the rules, wondering if they just deserted one of their fellow human beings. His thoughts are quickly subsumed by the plunge into the darker territory of countryside. They follow a narrow blacktop 2-lane called Miller Road northward through the darkness. For about a mile, they encounter nothing more than a sparsely commercialized area of desolate industrial parks and foundries, their signs as dark as hieroglyphs on cave walls. Barlow World Handling, Atlas Tool and Die, Hughes Supply, Simcast Electronics, Peachtree Steel. The rhythmic shuffle of their footsteps on the cold asphalt mingles with the thrumming of their breaths. The silence starts working on their nerves. Penny is getting tired. They hear rustling noises in the woods off to their immediate right. At last, Philip raises his hand and points toward a sprawling, low-slung plant stretching back into the distance. "This place'll do," he says in a low, flat whisper. "Do for what?" Nick says, pausing next to Philip, breathing hard. "For the night," Philip says. There is no emotion in his voice. He leads the group past a low, unlighted sign that says, Georgia Pacific Corporation. Philip gets in through the office window. He has everybody huddle in the shadows outside the entrance, while he makes his way through empty, littered corridors toward the warehouse in the center of the building. The place is as dark as a crypt. Philip's heart beats in his ears as he strides along with the bad axes at his side. He tries one of the light switches, to no avail. He barely notices the pungent aroma of wood pulp permeating the air, a gluey, sappy odor, and when he reaches the safety doors, he slowly shoves them open with the toe of his boot. The warehouse is the size of an airplane hangar, with giant gantries hanging overhead, the rows of huge scoop lights dark, the odor of paper must as thick as talc. Thin moonlight shines down through gargantuan sky windows. The floor is sectioned off into rows of enormous paper rolls, as big around as redwood trunks, so white they seem to glow in the darkness. Something moves in the middle distance. Philip shoves the bad axes down either side of his belt, then grasps the hilt of the Ruger. He draws out the gun, snaps back the slide, and raises the muzzle at a dark figure staggering out from behind a stack of pallets. The factory rat comes through the shadows toward Philip slowly, hungrily. The front of his dungarees dark with dried blood and bile. His long, slack face full of teeth gleaming in the moonbeams coming through the skylight. One shot puts the dead thing down, the blast bouncing back like a kettle drum in the cavernous warehouse. Philip makes a sweep of the remaining length of the warehouse. He finds a couple more of them, an older fat man, a former night watchman from the looks of his soiled uniform, and a younger one, each dragging his dead ass out from behind shelving units. Philip feels nothing as he pops each one in the skull at point-blank range. On his way back toward the front entrance, he discovers a fourth one in the shadows, caught between two massive paper rolls. The bottom half of the former forklift operator is wedged between the blinding white cylinders, crushed beyond recognition. All his fluids pooled and dried on the cement floor beneath him. The top half of the creature convulses and flails, its milkstone eyes stupidly awake. "What's up, Bubba?" Philip says as he approaches with the gun at his hip. "Another day, another dollar, huh?" The zombie chomps impotently at the air between its face and Philip. "Lunch break overdue?" "Chomp. Eat this." The .22 caliber blast echoes as the slug smashes through the forklift operator's orbital bone, turning the milky eye black and sending a chunk of the parietal hemisphere flying. The spray, a mixture of blood, tissue, and cerebrospinal fluid, spatters the rows of pristine white paper as the top half of the dead thing wilts like a noodle. Philip admires his work of art, the scarlet tendrils on that field of heavenly white, for quite a long time before going to get the others. Chapter 7. They spend the night in a glass-encased foreman's office, high above the main floor of the Georgia Pacific warehouse. They use their battery-powered lanterns and they move the desks and chairs aside, and they spread their bedrolls on the linoleum tiles. previous occupant must have practically lived in the little 200-square-foot crow's nest, because there are CDs, a stereo, a microwave, a small refrigerator, the food inside it mostly spoiled, drawers full of candy bars, work orders, half-full liquor bottles, office supplies, fresh shirts, cigarettes, check stubs, and porn. Philip hardly says a word the whole night. He just sits near the window overlooking the warehouse floor, occasionally taking a swig of whiskey from the pint bottle he found in the desk, while Nick sits on the floor in the opposite corner, silently reading a small concordance Bible by the light of a lantern. Nick claims he carries the little dog-eared leather-bound book wherever he goes, but the others have rarely seen him reading it, until now. Brian forces down some tuna fish and saltine crackers, and he tries to get Penny to eat something, but she won't. She seems to be drawing further into herself, her eyes now displaying a permanent glaze that looks vaguely catatonic to Brian. Later, Brian sleeps next to her, while Philip dozes in the swivel chair by the greasy wire mesh window, through which past foremen have kept their eyes peeled for loafers. This is the first time Brian has seen his brother too consumed by his own thoughts to sleep next to his daughter, and it does not bode well. The next morning they awaken to the sounds of dogs barking somewhere outside. The dull, pale light floods in through the high windows, and they pack quickly. Nobody has any appetite for breakfast, so they use the bathroom, tape their feet to ward against blisters, and put on extra socks. Brian's heels are already sore from the few miles they've trekked, and there's no telling how far they'll go today. They each have one change of clothes, but nobody has the energy to put on anything clean. On their way out, each of them, except Philip, studiously avoids looking at the bodies lying in pools of gore in the warehouse. Philip seems galvanized by the sight of corpses illuminated by daylight. Outside, they discover the source of the barking. About 100 yards west of the warehouse, a pack of strays, mostly mutts, are fighting over something pink and ragged on the ground. As Philip and the others approach, the dogs scatter, leaving the object of their attentions in the mud. Brian identifies the object as they pass and softly gives Penny the code word. Away. The thing is a severed human arm, chewed so badly it looks like it belongs to a wet rag doll. Don't look, Pumpkin, Philip mutters to his daughter, and Brian pulls Penny next to him, covering the girl's eyes. They trudge westward, moving silently, their footsteps furtive and careful like thieves creeping through the morning sun. They follow a road called Snapfinger Drive, which runs parallel to the interstate. The blacktop ribbon winds through barren forest preserves, abandoned residential villages, and ransacked strip malls. As they move through increasingly populated areas, the side of the road holds horrors that no little girl should ever see. A high school football field is strewn with headless torsos. A mortuary has been hastily boarded and nailed shut from the outside, the horrible muffled sounds of the recently risen scratching and clawing to get out. Philip fervidly searches for a suitable vehicle to hijack, but most of the cars along Snapfinger lie in ditches like burned husks, or sit on the gravel shoulder with 2 or 3 tires blown. Traffic lights, most of them either blinking yellow or completely black, hang over clogged intersections. The highway, visible up along a ridge 100 yards to their left, crawls with the dead. Every so often the tattered remains of a person will cross through the distant pale rays of the rising sun, causing Philip to motion for everybody to get the hell down and stay quiet. But despite the arduous process of ducking behind trees or wreckage every time they sense another presence looming nearby, they cover quite a bit of ground that day. They encounter no other survivors. Late that afternoon, The weather turns clear and sunny. Ironically, a fine early autumn afternoon in any other context, the temperature in the low 60s. By 5 o'clock, the men are sweating, and Penny has tied her sweatshirt around her waist. Philip calculates their progress, subtracting a 30-minute rest for lunch, and he figures that they've averaged about a mile an hour, crossing nearly 8 miles of suburban wilderness. Still, none of them realizes how close they are to the city until they come upon a muddy hillock rising out of the pines just west of Glenwood, where a Baptist church sits on a ridge, smoldering from a recent conflagration, its steeple a smoking ruin. Exhausted, drained, and hungry, they follow the winding road up the grade to the top of the hill, and when they reach the church parking lot, they all stand there for a moment, gazing out at the western horizon, frozen with a sort of unexpected awe. The skyline, only 3 miles away, looks almost radiant in the fading light. For boys growing up within a couple hundred miles of the great capital of the New South, Philip and Brian Blake have spent precious little time in Atlanta. For the 2.5 years that he drove trucks for Harlow Electric, Philip occasionally made deliveries there, and Brian has seen a share of concerts at the Civic Center, the Earl, the Georgia Dome, and the Fox Theater, but neither man knows the town well. As they stand on the edge of that church parking lot, with the acrid smell of the apocalypse in their sinuses, the skyline in the hazy distance reflects back at them a sort of unattainable grandeur. In the dreamy light, they can see the Capitol spire with its golden-clad dome, the mirrored monoliths of the concourse complex, the massive Peachtree Plaza towers, and the pinnacle of the Atlantic building. But it all seems to give off an air of mirage, a sort of lost city of Atlantis feeling. Brian is about to say something about the place being so close and yet so far, or perhaps make a comment about the unknowable condition of the streets down below, when he sees a blur out of the corner of his eye. "Look!" Penny has darted away, unexpectedly and quickly, her voice shrill with excitement. "Penny!" Brian starts after the little girl, who is scurrying across the western edge of the church parking lot. "Grab her!" Philip calls out, chasing after Brian, who is charging after the girl. "Look it! Look it!" Penny's little legs are churning frantically as she darts towards a side street, which winds along the far side of the hill. "It's a policeman!" She points as she runs. "He'll save us!" "Penny, stop!" The little girl scurries around an exit gate and down the side road. "He'll save us!" Brian clears the end of the fence at a dead run, and he sees a squad car about 50 yards away, parked on the side of the road under a massive live oak. Penny is approaching the royal blue Crown Victoria, the Atlanta police decal on the door, the trademark red swoosh, and the light bar mounted on the roof. A silhouette hunched behind the wheel. "Stop, honey!" Brian sees Penny pausing suddenly outside the driver's door, panting with exertion, staring into the man behind the wheel. By this point, Philip and Nick have caught up with Brian, and Philip zooms past his brother. He charges up to his little girl and scoops her off the ground as though pulling her out of a fire. Brian reaches the squad car and looks in the half-open driver's side window. The patrolman was once a heavy-set white man with long sideburns. Nobody says anything. From her father's arms, Penny gapes through the car window at the dead man in uniform straining against his shoulder strap. From the looks of his badge and his garb, as well as the word traffic emblazoned on the front quarter panel of the vehicle, he was once a low-level officer, probably assigned to the outer regions of the city, feeding stray cars to the impound lots along Fayetteville Road. Now the man twists in his seat, imprisoned by a seat belt he can't fathom, open-mouthed and drooling at the fresh meat outside his window. His facial features are deformed and bloated, the color of mildew. His eyes like tarnished coins. He snarls at the humans, snapping his blackened teeth with feral appetite. And that's just plain pathetic, Philip says to no one in particular. I'll take her, Brian says, stepping closer and reaching for Penny. The dead cop, catching the smell of food, snaps his jaws toward Brian, straining the belt, making the canvas harness creak. Brian jerks back with a start. He can't hurt you, Philip says in a low, alarmingly casual tone. He can't even figure out the goddamn seatbelt. You kidding me? Nick says, looking over Philip's shoulder. Poor dumb son of a bitch. The dead cop growls. Penny climbs into Brian's arms, and Brian steps back, holding the child tightly. Come on, Philip. Let's go. Wait a minute. Hold your horses. Philip pulls the .22 from the back of his belt. Come on, man, Nick pipes in. The noise is going to draw more of them. Let's get out of here. Philip points the gun at the cop, who grows still at the sight of the muzzle. But Philip doesn't pull the trigger. He simply smiles and makes a childlike shooting noise. Psh, psh, psh. Philip, come on, Brian says, shifting Penny's weight in his arms. That thing doesn't even... Brian stops and stares. The dead cop is transfixed by the sight of that Ruger in his face. Brian wonders if his rudimentary central nervous system is somehow sending a signal to some far-off muscle memory buried deep in his dead brain cells. His expression changes. The monstrous abomination of a face falls like a rotten souffle, and the thing almost looks sad. Or maybe even scared. It's hard to tell behind that beastly snarling mouth and mask of necrotic tissue, but something in those buffalo nickel eyes flickers then. A trace of dread? An unexpected tide of emotion rises in Brian Blake, and it takes him by surprise. It's hard to put a name to it. It's partly repulsion, partly pity, partly disgust, partly sorrow, and partly rage. He suddenly puts Penny down, and he gently turns her around so that she's facing the church. This is an away moment, kiddo, Brian says softly, and then turns to face his brother. Philip is taunting the zombie. Just relax and follow the bouncing ball, he says to the drooling creature, waving the barrel slowly back and forth. I'll do it, Brian says. Philip freezes. He turns and gives his brother a look. Say what? Give me the gun. I'll finish it off. Philip looks at Nick, and Nick looks at Brian. Hey, man, you don't want to give me the gun. The smile that twitches at the corners of Philip's lips is complex and humorless. Be my guest, sport. Brian takes the gun and without hesitation steps forward, pokes it in the car, presses the muzzle against the dead cop's head, and starts to squeeze off a single shot. But his finger will not respond. His trigger finger will not obey the command his brain is giving it. In the awkward pause, the zombie drools as though waiting for something. Give me the gun back, sport. Philip's voice sounds far away to Brian. No. I got this one. Brian grits his teeth and tries to pull the trigger. His finger is a block of ice. His eyes burn. His stomach clenches. The dead cop snarls. Brian begins to tremble as Philip steps forward. Give me the gun back. No. Come on, sport. Give it back. I got it. Brian wipes his eyes with his sleeve. Damn it, I got it. Come on. Philip reaches for the gun. Enough. God damn it, Brian says, lowering the gun, the tears welling in his eyes. can't do it. He might as well face it. He gives the gun to his brother and steps back with his head lowered. Philip puts the policeman out of his misery with a single pop that sends a spray of blood mist across the inside of the Prowler's windshield. The bark echoes up and out over the ruined landscape. The dead cop slumps over the wheel. A long moment passes as Brian fights his tears and tries to hide his trembling. He gazes through the car window at the cop's remains. He feels like saying he's sorry to the dead officer, but decides against it. He just keeps staring at the limp body, still held in place by the shoulder strap. The faint sound of a child's voice, like the flutter of broken wings, comes from behind them. "Dad? Uncle Brian? Uncle Nick? Something bad is happening." The three men whirl around almost simultaneously. Their gazes rise across the church parking lot to the place toward which Penny is staring and pointing. "Son of a bitch," Philip says, seeing the worst-case scenario unfolding before his very eyes. "Oh my God," Nick says. Shit! Brian feels his spine go cold as he sees the front of the church. "Come on, pumpkin, this way." Philip goes over to the child and tugs her gently back toward the cruiser. "We're going to borrow this nice policeman's car." He reaches inside the driver's door, unlatches it, kicks it open, unsnaps the seatbelt, and yanks the limp body from the vehicle, the zombie sprawling to the pavement with the ceremonial splat of an overripe gourd. "Everybody in. Quick, throw your shit in the back and get in." Brian and Nick circle around to the other side, throw open the doors, toss in their backpacks, and get in. Philip slides Penny over the center hump, setting her on the passenger seat and climbing behind the wheel. The keys are in the ignition. Philip turns the key. The engine ticks. The dashboard barely lights, just a dull ember of power left. "Damn it to hell! Damn it!" Philip glances out the window at the church. "Okay, wait a minute. Wait! He shoots a quick glance through the windshield, and he sees that the road ahead banks into a steep downgrade, which leads under a train trestle. He looks at Brian and Nick. "You two, get out, now!" Brian and Nick look at each other stunned. What they see emerging from the church, most likely aroused by the commotion of voices and the pistol shot, would most likely burn itself into their memories for some time to come. Unfortunately, it would also linger in Penny's imagination, probably more vividly. Dead things materializing behind gaping holes in stained glass portals and half-open doorways. Some of them still clad in ragged, blood-soaked clerical vestments. Some of them in Sunday go-to-meeting suits and crepe dresses drenched with gore. Some of them are gnawing on severed human appendages, while others carry body parts at their sides, the organs still dripping from the gruesome orgy inside the chapel. There are at least 50, maybe more, and they move side by side with a lurching purpose toward the police car. For a single instant, before throwing open his door and joining Nick outside the car, Brian finds his mind flashing on a strange thought. They're moving as one. Even in death, still a tightly knit congregation, like puppets of some great overmind. But the notion quickly flies from his thought as he hears the call of his brother from behind the wheel of the cop car. "Push the son of a bitch with everything you got and then hop on!" Now Brian joins Nick behind the car and then, without really even thinking about it, begins to push. By this point, Philip has jammed the thing into neutral and has his door open, and his leg outside the car and is shoving the thing with his boot with all his might. It takes them a few moments to build up steam, the church-going horde behind them approaching steadily, dropping their ghastly treasures amid the promise of fresh meat. But soon the cruiser is coasting rapidly down the hill, faster and faster, to the point where Brian and Nick have to hop on board. Nick grasps the whip antenna for purchase. Brian gets halfway inside the flapping rear door, but can't get himself the rest of the way inside without falling, so he holds tightly to the door's frame. By this point, the car is halfway down the hill, putting distance between them and the scores of undead shambling after them. The weight of the vehicle is building inertia. The Crown Victoria now feels as though it's a runaway train, bumping down the cracked pavement toward the intersection at the bottom of the hill. The wind whips Brian's dark hair as he holds on for dear life. Nick hollers something, but the noise of the wind and the thumping wheels drown out his voice. At the bottom of the hill lies a defunct Conrail switchyard, its maze of ancient rails fossilized into the Georgia earth, its ramshackle sheds and office buildings as black and decayed as prehistoric ruins. Philip is yelling something that Brian can't hear. They reach the bottom of the hill and the steering wheel locks up. The squad car bangs over the track and careens into the switchyard. Philip can't turn the wheel. The car skids, the wheels cut into the cinders, the undercarriage sparking off the iron. Brian and Nick hold on tight as the cruiser scuds to a halt in a cloud of black dust. "Grab your shit, everybody, now!" Philip already has his door open, and he's already pulling Penny out. Brian and Nick hop off the rear end and join Philip, who hefts his duffel onto one shoulder and lifts his daughter onto the other. "This way!" He nods toward a narrow street to the west. They hurry out of the switchyard. A row of boarded storefronts and burned-out buildings stretches down a perpendicular cobblestone road. They move quickly along, staying tight under a row of awnings on the south side of the street, their shoulders brushing graffiti-stained doors and rust-oleum-flecked windows. The dusk is closing in, and shadows are lengthening, burying them in gloom. The sense of being surrounded is overwhelming, although at the moment they don't see any creatures, just a long corridor of shitty, obsolete businesses once serving this corroded, forsaken part of Atlanta's outskirts. Pawn shops, currency exchanges, bail bondsmen, auto parts places, taverns, and junk shops. As they move along the scarred storefronts, huffing and puffing with the weight of their loads, not daring to speak or make any unnecessary noise, the urgency of getting inside somewhere begins to work on them. Night is falling again, and this place will be the dark side of the moon in less than an hour. They have no maps, no GPS, no compass, no sense of where they are other than the misty landmark of the skyline miles to the west. Brian feels the anxiety on the back of his neck like a cold finger. They turn a corner. Brian sees the mechanic shop first, but Philip sees it a split second later and motions toward it with a nod. "Up there in the corner, see it?" Nick sees it now. Yeah, looks good." It does indeed look good. On the southwest corner of a deserted intersection 1 block away, Don Levy's Auto Body and Repair appears to be the only business in this godforsaken area that has any life still in it, although it currently appears closed for the season. They hasten toward the building. As they approach, they see that the half-acre lot is recently repaved. The 2 islands of gas pumps out front, clean and apparently operational, sit under a giant chevron sign. The building itself, lined with columns of new tires, fronted on one side by a pair of massive double garage doors, is a gleaming slab of silver metal siding and reinforced glass. There's even a second floor, housing either an office or more retail space. Philip leads them around back. The rear of the place is tidy, with newly painted garbage dumpsters shoved up against the cinder block back wall. They search for a door or window, but find neither. "What about the front door?" Brian says in a breathless whisper as they pause next to the dumpsters. They can hear the congregation coming down the street, the shuffling, groaning chorus of 50-plus zombies. "I'm sure it's locked," Philip says, his gaunt, hard face shiny from the labors of carrying his daughter and his duffel. Penny is compulsively, nervously sucking her thumb against his shoulder. "How do you know?" Philip shrugs. "Guess it's worth a try." They creep around the far side of the building, and they stay in the shadows under the chevron awning as Philip sets Penny and the duffel down and hurries up to the entrance door. He yanks the handle. It's open. Chapter 8. They huddle for some time inside the repair center's front office, under the cashier's counter, next to a spinner rack of candy bars and potato chips. Philip locks the door and crouches next to the others in the shadows, watching the parade of undead out on the street, passing by the shop, oblivious to the whereabouts of their prey, stupidly scanning with their button eyes like dogs hearing high-pitched whistles. From this vantage point, gazing through the meshed reinforced windows, Brian gets a chance to scrutinize the dead clergy and ragged parishioners as they awkwardly promenade past the service station. How did this church full of true believers turn en masse? Did they gather as frightened Christians after the plague had broken out, cleaving to each other for succor and comfort? Did they hear fire and brimstone sermons from the preachers about the revelation to John? Did the pastors furiously cant warning parables? And the fifth angel blew his trumpet, and I saw a star fallen from heaven to earth, and he was given the key to the shaft of the bottomless pit. And how did the first one turn? Was it somebody in a back pew having a heart attack? Was it a ritual suicide? Brian imagines one of those old black ladies, her system clogged with cholesterol, her plump, gloved hands waving with the spirit, suddenly clutching her massive bosom at the first twinge of coronary. And minutes later, maybe in an hour or so, the woman rises, her porcine face full of a new religion, a singular, savage faith. Fucking holy rollers, Philip grumbles from across the cashier's counter. Then he turns to Penny and swallows contritely. Sorry for the language, Pumpkin. They explore the repair center. The place is spotless and secure, cold but clean. The floor swept, the shelves well-ordered, the cool air redolent with the odors of new rubber and the vaguely pleasant chemical fragrance of fuels and fluids. They realize they can stay here for the night. But it is not until they investigate the large repair garage that they make their most fortuitous discovery. Holy crap! It's a tank, Brian says, standing on the cold cement, shining a flashlight at the black beauty parked under canvas tarps in one corner. The others gather around the sole vehicle standing in the darkness. Philip whips off the tarp. It's a late-model Cadillac Escalade in cherry condition, its onyx finish gleaming in the yellow light. Probably belonged to the owner, Nick ventures. Christmas comes early, Philip says, kicking one of the massive tires with his muddy work boot. The luxury SUV is enormous, with huge molded bumpers, giant vertical headlights, and big shiny chrome wheels. It looks like the kind of vehicle a secret government agency would have in its fleet, the sinister tinted windows reflecting the bloom of the flashlight back at them. There's nobody inside it, right? Brian shines the beam off the opaque glass. Philip pulls the .22 from his belt, clicks a door open, and points the muzzle in at the empty, showroom-clean interior with its wood trim, leather seats, and console that looks like a control center for an airliner. Philip says, Bet you $1 to a donut there's keys in a drawer somewhere. The whole incident with the cop in the church seems to have pushed Penny into a deeper stupor. She sleeps that night curled into a fetal ball on the floor of the repair area, covered in blankets, her thumb in her mouth. Haven't seen her do that in a coon's age, Philip remarks nearby, sitting on his bedroll with the last of the whiskey. He wears a sleeveless t-shirt and filthy jeans, his boots sitting next to him. He takes a sip and wipes his mouth. Do what? Brian is sitting cross-legged, bundled in his blood-splattered coat, on the other side of the little girl, careful not to speak too loudly. Nick dozes over by a workbench, zipped in a sleeping bag. The temperature has plunged into the 40s. Suck her thumb like that, Philip says. She's dealing with a lot. We all are. Yeah. Brian stares into his lap. We'll make it, though. Make it where? Brian looks up. The refugee center. Wherever it is, we'll find it. Yeah, sure. Philip kills the rest of the bottle and sets it down. We'll find the place. And the sun will come out tomorrow and all the orphans will find good homes and the braves will win the fucking pennant. Something bothering you? Philip shakes his head. Jesus Christ, Brian, open your eyes. Are you mad at me? Philip stands and stretches his sore neck. Now why the fuck would I be mad at you, sport? It's business as usual, no big deal. What does that mean? Nothing. Just get some sleep. Philip walks over to the Escalade, kneels down, and looks under the chassis for something. Brian climbs to his feet, his heart racing. He feels dizzy. His sore throat is better, and he stopped coughing after a few days of rest and rejuvenation in the Wiltshire house. But he still doesn't feel 100%. Who does? He goes over and stands behind his brother. What do you mean by business as usual? It is what it is, Philip mutters, checking the SUV's underbelly. You're mad about the cop, Brian says. Philip stands up slowly, turns, and comes face to face with his brother. I said go to sleep. Maybe I'll have a harder time shooting something that was once human. So sue me. Philip grabs Brian by the nape of the t-shirt, spins him around, and slams him back against the side of the Escalade. The impact nearly knocks the breath out of Brian, and the noise wakes up Nick, and it even makes Penny stir. You listen to me, Philip growls in a threatening, husky voice that's both sober and drunk at the same time. Next time you take a gun from me, you make sure you're ready to put it to good use. That cop was harmless, but who knows about next time? And I ain't gonna be the one babysitting you with nothing but my gonads in my hand, you understand? You read me? Brian is nodding, his throat dry with terror. Yes. Philip increases the pressure on Brian's shirt. You better get past your namby-pamby bullshit sheltered life and start carrying your weight around here and stoving some heads in because it sure as hell is going to get worse before it gets better. I understand, Brian says. Philip doesn't let go, his eyes glinting with rage. We're going to survive this thing, and we're going to do it by being bigger monsters than they are. You understand? There ain't no rules anymore. There ain't no philosophy, there ain't no grace, there ain't no mercy. There's only us and them. And all they want to do is eat our ass. So we're gonna fucking eat them. We're gonna chew them up and spit them out. We're gonna survive this thing, or I will blow a hole through this whole fucked up world. You follow me? You follow me? Brian nods like crazy. Philip lets him go and walks away. By this point, Nick is awake and sitting up and staring agape. Penny's eyes are wide, and she furiously sucks her thumb, watching her father storm across the repair floor. He walks over to the massive reinforced garage doors, pauses, and stares out at the night through the slatted burglar bars, his big, gnarly fists clenched. Across the floor, still pinned against the side of the Escalade, Brian Blake wages a silent battle to keep from crying like a namby-pamby bullshit-sheltered baby. The next morning, in the lambent daylight filtering into the shop, they hurry through a breakfast of cereal bars and bottled water, and then pour the contents of 3 5-gallon jugs of gas into the Escalade's tank. They find the keys in a drawer in the office, and they pack all their belongings in the SUV's cargo area. The tinted windows are fogged with condensation from the cold. Brian and Penny settle into the back seat, while Nick stands at the garage door awaiting Philip's signal. Since the power is down, seemingly everywhere now, they're forced to spring the manual latch on the automated door opener. Now Philip climbs behind the wheel of the Escalade and fires it up. The huge 6.2-liter V8 hums. The console lights up. Philip jacks it into gear and edges forward, giving Nick the signal. Nick yanks the closest garage door, and the casters squeak as the thing rises on its tracks. The light and air of the day explode through the windshield as Nick hustles around to the passenger side door and climbs into the shotgun seat. The door slams. Philip pauses for a moment, looking down at the dash. "What's the matter?" Nick says in a shaky voice, still a little nervous about questioning anything Philip does. "Shouldn't we maybe get moving?" "1 second," Philip says, reaching down to a pull-out drawer. Inside a spring-loaded map case, he finds about 24 CDs, neatly organized by the former owner. Calvin R. Donlevy of 601 Green Cove Lane, S.E., according to the registration in the glove box. "Here we go," Philip says, rifling through the discs. Calvin R. Donlevy of Green Cove Lane is apparently a lover of classic rock, judging by all the Zeppelin, Sabbath, and Hendrix in his collection. A little something to help with the concentration. All at once, a Cheap Trick disc goes in, and Philip puts the hammer down. The gravitational thrust of 450 horses pushes them against the seats as the wide-body Escalade blasts off through the opening, barely making it through the gap without sideswiping the metal trusses. Daylight floods the interior. The buzzsaw guitar intro of the party anthem, "Hello There," leaps out of the Bose 5.1 surround sound system as they boom across the lawn and into the street. Cheap Trick's lead singer asks if all the ladies and gentlemen are ready to rock. Philip roars around the corner and heads north on Maynard Terrace. The street widens. Lower-income homes blur by on either side of the vehicle. A wandering zombie in a torn raincoat looms off to the right, and Philip veers toward the thing. The sickening thump is barely audible above the roar of the engine and the thunderous drum beats of Cheap Trick. In back, Brian sinks down lower in his seat, feeling sick to his stomach and worrying about Penny. She slumps in her seat next to him, staring straight ahead. Brian reaches over and buckles her in and tries to give her a smile. "Gotta be an entrance ramp north of here," Philip is saying over the noise. But the sound of his voice is almost completely drowned by the growl of the engine and the music. 2 more walking dead loom off to their left. A man and woman in tatters, maybe homeless people, scuttling along the curb, and Philip happily swerves and takes them both down like soggy bowling pins. A severed ear sticks to the windshield, and Philip puts the wipers on. They reach the north end of Maynard Terrace, the entrance ramp straight ahead. Philip slams the brakes. The Escalade screams to a stop in front of a 6-car pileup at the foot of the ramp, a cluster of upright corpses circling the wreckage like lazy buzzards. Philip snaps the lever into reverse. The pedal goes down, the rock music thundering. The gravitational force sucks everybody forward. Brian braces Penny against her seat. A yank of the wheel and the Escalade does a 180, then charges back down McPherson Avenue, which runs parallel to the interstate. They cross a mile of real estate in a couple of minutes, with kick, drum, and bass providing syncopated beats to the horrible thumping of errant dead, too slow to get out of the way, colliding with the massive quarter panels and launching into the air like giant flailing birds. More and more of them are emerging from the shadows and trees, awakened by the bellowing growl of the muscle car. Philip's jaws tense with grim determination as they near another entrance ramp. The brakes lock up at Faith Avenue, where a burger wind burns out of control, the whole area fog-bound with greasy smoke. This ramp is blocked worse than the last. Philip yells a garbled curse, and then slams the thing into reverse, rocketing backward. The Escalade swerves over to an adjacent side street. Another yank of the steering wheel, another kick of the pedal. Now they're burning rubber again, moving westward, weaving around roadblocks, heading toward the skyscrapers in the distance, which loom larger and larger like apparitions in the haze. The increasing number of blocked streets, debris, ruined cars, and wandering dead seem insurmountable, but Philip Blake will not be denied. He sits hunched over the wheel, breathing thickly, eyes fixed on the horizon. He passes a Publix grocery store that looks as though it's been bombed in a blitzkrieg, its lot infested with dead. Philip increases his speed in order to plow through a file of zombies in the street. The tide of gore splashing up across the SUV's huge hood is spectacular. A lurid display of morbid tissue sprang up and blossoming across the windshield. Wipers swish and streak the gruesome remains. In the back seat, Brian turns to his niece. "Kiddo?" No answer. "Penny?" The child's vacant stare is fixed on the Technicolor display across the windshield. She doesn't seem to hear Brian over the din of rock and roll and the rumble of the car. Or perhaps she chooses not to hear him. Or perhaps she's too far gone to hear anything. Brian gently taps her shoulder and she snaps her gaze at him. Then Brian reaches across her and carefully writes a single word on the inside of her fogged window. "Away." Brian remembers reading somewhere that the Atlanta metro area was up to almost 6 million people. He remembers being surprised at the number. Atlanta always seemed to Brian to be a sort of miniature metropolis, a mere token of southern progress, isolated in a sea of sleepy little redneck burgs. The few visits he had taken to the city at ground level gave him the impression that the town was one giant suburb. Sure, it had its midtown canyon of tall buildings, it had Turner and Coke and Delta and the Falcons and all the rest, but mostly it seemed like a little sister to the great northern cities. Brian had been to New York once, visiting his ex-wife's family, and that vast, grimy, claustrophobic ant farm had seemed like a real city to Brian. Atlanta seemed like a simulacrum of a city. Maybe part of it was the town's history, which Brian remembers learning about in a college survey course. During Reconstruction, after Sherman had torched the place, the planners decided to let the old historic landmarks go the way of the dodo bird, and over the next century and a half, Atlanta got tarted up in steel and glass. Unlike other southern towns like Savannah and New Orleans, where the flavor of the Old South still proudly permeates, Atlanta turned to the bland surfaces of modern expressionism. "Look, Ma," they seemed to say, "we're progressive, we're cosmopolitan, we're cool, not like those bumpkins in Birmingham." But to Brian, it always seemed like the Lady Atlanta doth protested too much. To Brian, Atlanta had always been a pretend city. Until now. Over the course of those next horrible 25 minutes, as Philip relentlessly zigzags down desolate side streets and across leprous vacant lots running parallel to the interstate, carving their way closer and closer to the heart of town, Brian sees the real Atlanta like a flickering slideshow of forensic crime scene photos outside the tinted windows of the hermetically sealed SUV. He sees blind alleys choked with wreckage, flaming trash heaps, housing projects plundered and abandoned, windows blown out everywhere, stained sheets hanging out of buildings scrawled with desperate pleas for help. This is indeed a city. A primeval necropolis, overcrowded and malodorous with death. And the worst part of it is, they're not yet to the border of the downtown area. At approximately 10:22 a.m. Central Standard Time, Philip Blake manages to find Capitol Avenue, a wide 6-lane thoroughfare that wends past Turner Field and then downtown. He turns the stereo off. The silence booms in their ears as they turn onto Capitol and then slowly proceed north. The road is cluttered with abandoned cars, but they're spaced far enough apart for the Escalade to weave in between them. The spires of skyscrapers off to the left are so close now they seem to glow in the haze like the mainsails of rescue ships. Nobody says a thing as they roll past oceans of cement on either side of the street. The stadium parking lots are mostly empty. A few golf carts overturned here and there. Vending trucks sit in the corners, all closed up and defaced with graffiti. Scattered dead, way in the distance, wander the gray barrens in the cold autumn daylight. They look like stray dogs about to fall over from malnutrition. Philip rolls down his window and listens. The wind whistles. It has an odd smell to it, a melange of burning rubber, melted circuits, and something oily and hard to identify, like rotting tallow. And something chugs in the distance, vibrating the air like a vast engine. A realization twists in Brian's gut. If the refugee centers are open somewhere to the west, somewhere in the ventricles of the city, wouldn't there be emergency vehicles out here? Signs, checkpoints, armed marshals somewhere, police helicopters? Wouldn't there be some indication this close to the downtown area that relief is in sight? Up to this point, over the course of their journey into the city, they've seen only a few potential signs of life. Back on Glenwood Avenue, they thought they saw someone on a motorcycle flash by, but they couldn't be sure. Later on Sydney Street, Nick said he saw someone darting across a doorway, but he wouldn't swear to it. Brian pushes the thoughts out of his mind when he sees the vast tangle of highways forming a cloverleaf about a quarter of a mile away. This sprawling interchange of major arteries marks the eastern border of Atlanta's urban area, the place where Interstate 20 meets up with 85, 75, and 403, and now it sits baking in the cold sun like a forgotten battlefield, clogged with wrecks and overturned semis. Brian feels the Escalade beginning to ascend a steep upgrade. Capitol Avenue rises on massive pilings over the interchange. Philip takes the incline slowly, snaking through an obstacle course of deserted wrecks at about 15 miles an hour. Brian feels a tapping on his left shoulder, and he realizes that Penny is trying to get his attention. He turns and looks at her. She leans over and whispers something to him. It sounds like, "I can't see." Brian looks at her. "You can't see?" She shakes her head and whispers it again. This time Brian understands. "Can you hold it for a minute, kiddo?" Philip hears this and he glances in the rear view. "What's the matter?" "She has to pee." "Oh boy," Philip says. "Sorry, Pumpkin, you're gonna have to cross your legs for a few minutes." Penny whispers to Brian that she really, really, really has to go. "She's gotta go, Philip," Brian informs his brother. "Really bad. Just hold it for a little bit, Pumpkin." They are approaching the zenith of the hill. At night, the view from this part of the city, as a motorist crosses Capitol Avenue, must be gorgeous. There's a moment coming, about 100 yards in the distance now, when the Escalade will clear the shadow of a tall building to the west. At night, the luminous constellations of city lights come into view at this point, providing a breathtaking panorama of the Capitol Dome in the foreground and the sparkling cathedral of skyscrapers behind it. They clear the shadow of the building, and they see the city spread out before them in all its glory. Philip slams on the brakes. The Escalade lurches to a stop. They sit there for an endless moment, all of them stricken speechless. The street to the left runs along the front of the venerable old marble edifice of the Capitol building. It is one way going the wrong way, completely choked with abandoned cars. But that is not why everyone in the SUV is suddenly thunderstruck. The reason why nobody can muster a word, the silence lasting only a second but seeming to go on for an eternity, is because of what they see coming at them down Capitol Avenue from the north. Penny wets herself. The greeting party, as copious as a Roman army and as slapdash as a swarm of giant arachnids, comes from Martin Luther King Drive a little over a block away. They come from the cool shadows where government buildings block out the sun. And there are so many of them that it takes a moment for the human eye to simply register what it is seeing. All shapes and sizes and stages of deterioration. They emerge from doorways and windows and alleys and wooded squares and nooks and crannies, and they fill the street with the profusion of a disordered marching band, drawn to the noise and smell and advent of a fresh automobile filled with fresh meat. Old and young, black and white, men and women, former businessmen, housewives, civil servants, hustlers, children, thugs, teachers, lawyers, nurses, cops, garbage men, and prostitutes, each and every one of their faces uniformly pale and decomposed, like an endless orchard of shriveled fruit rotting in the sun. 1,000 pairs of lifeless, gunmetal gray eyes locking in unison onto the Escalade. 1,000 feral, primordial tracking devices fixing themselves hungrily on the newcomers in their midst. Over the course of that single instant of horror-stricken silence, Philip makes a number of realizations with the speed of a synapse firing. He realizes he can smell the telltale odor of the horde coming through the open window, and possibly even the air vents in the dash. That sickening, rancid bacon and shit stench. But more than that, he realizes that the strange drone he heard earlier when he rolled down his window, that vibrating hum in the air like the twanging of 1,000,000 high-tension wires, is the sound of a city full of the dead. Their collective groaning, as they now labor as one giant, multifaceted organism toward the Escalade, makes Philip's skin crawl. All of which leads to one final realization that strikes Philip Blake between the eyes with the force of a ball-peen hammer. It occurs to him, considering the sight unfolding in almost dreamy slow motion in front of him, that the quest to find a refugee center in this town, not to mention anyone still alive, is fast becoming about as prudent as the boy looking for a pony in a pile of horse shit. And that microsecond of dread, that minuscule soupçon of frozen stillness, Philip realizes that the sun will probably not be coming out tomorrow, and the orphans will stay orphans, and the Braves will never again win the fucking pennant. Before jerking the shift lever, he turns to the others, and in a voice laced with bitterness says, "Show of hands. How many of y'all still hot to find that refugee center?" Part 2. Atlanta. He who fights too long against dragons becomes a dragon himself, and if you gaze too long into the abyss will gaze into you. Nietzsche. Chapter 9. Very few production cars on the road, in the U.S. at least, are capable of attaining any kind of speed in reverse. First of all, there's the gear problem. Most cars, vans, pickups, and sport utility vehicles that come off the line have 5 or 6 forward gears, but only 1 for reverse. Second of all, most vehicles have front suspensions designed to go forward, not backward. This prevents drivers from getting up ahead of steam in reverse. Third of all, in reverse you're usually steering by looking over your shoulder, and pushing cars to top speeds in this fashion usually terminates in spectacular spinouts. On the other hand, the vehicle that Philip Blake is currently commandeering is a 2011 Platinum Cadillac Escalade with all-wheel drive and tricked-out torsion bars for any off-road applications that ace mechanic Calvin R. Donlevy of Green Cove Lane might have endeavored to undertake in the backwaters of central Georgia in happier times. The vehicle weighs in at nearly 4 tons and is close to 17 feet long, with a StabiliTrak electronic stability control system, standard on all Platinum models. Best of all, it's equipped with a rear-view camera that displays on a generous 7-inch navigation screen built into the dash. Without hesitation, his nervous system wired to his right hand, Philip slams the lever into reverse and keeps his gaze riveted to that flickering yellow image materializing on the navigation screen. The image shows the partly cloudy sky over the horizon line of pavement behind them. The top of the overpass. Before the oncoming regiment of zombies have a chance to get within 50 yards, the Escalade rockets backward. The G-forces suck everybody forward, Brian and Nick each twisting around to gaze out the tinted rear window at the overpass rushing toward them, as the tail end of the Escalade shimmies slightly, the vehicle building speed. Philip pushes it hard. The engine screams. Philip doesn't turn around. He keeps his gaze locked onto that screen, the little glowing yellow picture showing the top of the overpass growing larger and larger. One slight miscalculation, a single foot-pound of pressure on the steering wheel in either direction, and the Escalade goes into a spin. But Philip keeps the wheel steady, and his foot on the gas, and his eyes on the screen, as the vehicle tears backward faster and faster. The engine now singing high opera somewhere in the vicinity of C sharp. On the monitor, Philip sees something change. "Oh, shit! Look!" Brian's voice pierces the noise of the engine, but Philip doesn't have to look. In the little yellow square of video, he sees a series of dark figures appearing a couple 100 feet away, directly in their path at the top of the overpass, like the pickets of a fence. They're moving slowly, in a haphazard formation, their arms opening to receive the vehicle now hurtling directly at them. Philip lets out an angry grunt. He slams both work boots down on the brake pad, and the Escalade skids and smokes to a sudden stop on the sloping pavement. At this point, Philip realizes, along with everybody else, that they have one chance, and the window of that opportunity is going to close very quickly. The dead things coming at them from the front are still 100 yards off, but the hordes behind them, shambling over the crest of the viaduct from the projects and vacant lots around Turner Field, are closing in with alarming speed, considering their ponderous leaden movements. Philip can see in a side mirror that an adjoining street called Memorial Drive is accessible between 2 overturned trailers, but the army of zombies that are looming close and closer in his rear view will be reaching that cross street very soon themselves. He makes an instantaneous decision and bangs down on the accelerator. The Escalade roars backward. Everybody holds on. Philip backs it straight toward the crowd of shuffling corpses. On the video monitor, the image shows the columns of zombies excitedly reaching out, mouths gaping, as they grow larger and larger on the screen. Memorial Drive comes into view on the camera, and Philip stomps on the brake. The rear of the Escalade bowls over a row of the undead with a nauseating, muffled drumming noise as Philip rips the shift lever back into drive, his logger boot already pushing the pedal to the floor. They all sink into the upholstery as the SUV lunges forward, Philip taking a sharp left, threading the needle between 2 ruined trailers. Sparks jump in the air as the SUV swipes a side rail, and then it's through the gap and fleeing down the relatively clear and blessedly zombie-free lanes of Memorial Drive. Hardly a minute goes by before Brian hears the scraping noise. It's a coarse, wet, keening sound coming from under the chassis. The others hear it too. Nick looks over his shoulder. "What the hell's that noise?" "Something's caught under the wheels," Brian says, trying to see the side of the car out of his window. He can't see anything. Philip is silent, his hands welded to the steering wheel, his jaw set and tense. Nick is looking out at the side mirror. "One of those things is stuck under the wheel." "Oh, great," Brian says, twisting in his seat. He notices a tiny fan of blood droplets across the back window. "What are we gonna—" "Let it ride along," Philip says flatly. not taking his eyes off the street. It'll be Pope in a few minutes. They get about 6 blocks, bumping across a set of railroad tracks, getting deeper into the city, before encountering much more than a few isolated wrecks and roaming dead. The grid of streets threading between the buildings is choked with debris, the remnants of explosions, burned cars filled with charred skeletons, windows blown out, and piles of trash and detritus drifted up against storefronts. Somewhere along the way, the scraping noises cease, although nobody sees what has happened to the hanger-on. Philip decides to take a north-south street into the heart of the city, but when he turns right, swerving around a mangled delivery truck on its side in the center of the intersection, he hits the brakes. The Escalade jerks to a stop. They sit there for a moment, the engine idling. Philip doesn't move, his hands still white-knuckling the wheel, his eyes squinting as he gazes into the distant shadows of tall buildings straight ahead. At first, Brian can't see what the problem is. He cranes his neck to glimpse the litter-strewn city street stretching many blocks before them. Through the tinted glass, he sees high-rises on either side of the 4-lane avenue. Trash swirls in the September wind. Nick is also puzzled by the sudden stop. "What's wrong, Philip?" Philip doesn't respond. He keeps staring straight ahead with that uneasy stillness, his teeth clenching, his jaws working. "Philip!" No response. Nick turns back to the windshield and stares out at the street. His expression tightens. He sees now what Philip sees. He gets very still. "Will somebody tell me what's going on?" Brian says, leaning forward to see better. For a moment, all he can make out is the distant canyon of high-rises and many blocks of debris-littered pavement. But he realizes soon enough that he's seeing a still life of a desolate city beginning to rapidly change, like a giant organism reacting to the intrusion of foreign bacteria. What Brian sees through that shaded window glass is so horrible that he begins moving his mouth without saying anything. In that single instant of brain-numbing awe, Brian Blake flashes back to a ridiculous memory from his childhood, the madness of the moment gripping his mind. One time his mom took him and Philip to the Barnum and Bailey Circus in Athens. The boys were maybe 13 and 10 respectively, and they reveled in the high-wire acts, the tigers jumping through flaming rings, the men shooting out of cannons, the acrobats, the cotton candy, the elephants, the sideshows, the sword swallower, the human dartboard, the fire eaters, the bearded ladies, and the snake charmer. But the memory that sticks with Brian the most, and what he thinks of right at this moment, is the clown car. That day in Athens, at the height of the show, a little goofy car pulled out across the center ring. It was a cartoonish sedan with painted windows, about the size of a station wagon, built low to the ground and painted in a patchwork of day-glow colors. Brian remembers it so vividly. How he laughed his head off at the clowns piling out of the car, one after another, and how at first it was just funny, and then it became kind of amazing, and finally it was just downright bizarre, because the clowns kept coming. 6, 8, 10, 20. Big ones, little ones, they kept climbing out of that car as though it was a magic container of freeze-dried clowns. Even as a 13-year-old, Brian was transfixed by the gag, knowing full well there had to be a trick to it, maybe a trap door embedded in the sawdust beneath the car, but it didn't matter because the very sight of it was mesmerizing. That exact phenomenon, or at least a perverted facsimile of it, is now unfolding right before Brian's eyes along an urban thoroughfare in the lower bowels of Midtown Atlanta. He gapes silently at it for a moment, trying to put the gruesome spectacle into words. "Turn around, Philip." Brian's voice sounds hollow and reedy in his own ears as he stares at the countless throngs of undead awakening in every corner of the city before them. If the horde they encountered only moments ago on their way into town was a regiment of a Roman army, this is the whole empire. As far as the eye can see, down the narrow channel of the 4-lane street, the undead emerge from buildings, from behind cars, from within wreckage, from the shadows of alleys, from busted-out display windows, from the marble porticos of government buildings, from the spindly planters of decorative trees, and from the tattered remains of sidewalk cafes. They're even visible in the far distance, where the vanishing point of the street blurs into the shadows of skyscrapers, the ragged silhouettes appearing like a myriad of slow-moving bugs roused from the darkness of an overturned rock. Their number defies logic. "We gotta get out of here," Nick says in a rusty squeak of a voice. Philip, still stoic and silent, works his clenched fingers on the steering wheel. Nick nervously shoots a glance over his shoulder. "We gotta go back." "He's right, Philip," Brian says, putting a hand gently on Penny's shoulder. "What's the matter? What are you doing?" Nick looks at Philip. "Why aren't you turning around?" Brian looks at the back of his brother's head. "There's too many of them, Philip. There's too many of them. There's too many. Oh my God, we're fucked. We're fucked," Nick says, transfixed by the ghastly miracle building across their path. The closest ones are maybe half a block away, like the leading edge of a tsunami. They look like office dwellers of both genders, still clad in corporate attire that appears shredded and chewed up and dipped in axle grease, and they stagger this way like snarling sleepwalkers. Behind them, for blocks and blocks, countless others stumble along the sidewalks and down the center of the street. If there's a rush hour in hell, it most certainly can't hold a candle to this. Through the Escalade's air vents and windows, the tuneless symphony of 100,000 moans raises the hackles on the back of Brian's neck, and he reaches over and taps his brother on the shoulder. "The city's gone, Philip." Yeah, he's right. The place is toast. We gotta turn around," Nick babbles. "1 second. Philip's voice is ice cold. "Hold on." "Philip, come on," Brian says. "This place belongs to them now." "I said hold on." Brian stares at the back of his brother's head, and a cold sensation trickles down Brian's spine. He realizes that what Philip means by the phrase, "hold on," is not, "hold on a second while I think this over," or, "hold on for a minute while I figure this thing out." What Philip Blake means by hold on is, "Y'all got your seatbelts on?" he asks rhetorically, making Brian's skin turn cold. "Philip, don't!" Philip kicks the foot feed. The Escalade erupts into motion. He steers the vehicle straight into the teeming mob, cutting off Brian's thoughts and pressing everybody into their seats. "Philly, no!" Nick's warning cry dissolves into a salvo of muffled thumps, like the beating of a giant tom-tom drum, as the Escalade jumps the sidewalk and mows down at least 3 dozen zombies. Tissue and fluid drain across the car. Brian is so unnerved that he ducks down against the floor and joins Penny in that place called away. The smaller ones go down like ducks in a shooting gallery, bursting apart under the wheels and leaving a trail of rotting innards. The larger ones bounce off the quarter panels and hurtle through the air, smacking the sides of buildings and coming apart like overripe fruit. The dead seem to have no capacity to learn. Even a moth will flitter away once it flies too close to a flame. But this vast society of walking corpses in Atlanta apparently have no clue as to why they can't eat the shiny black thing roaring at them, the same thundering piece of metal that just an instant ago turned their fellow zombies into blood pudding, so they just keep coming. Hunched over the wheel, teeth gnashing, knuckles white, Philip uses the wipers with periodic sprays of cleaning solution to keep the windshield clean enough to see through as he chews his way north, plowing the 8,300 pounds of Detroit iron through the moving sea of zombies. Varying his speed between 30 and 50 miles an hour, he carves a path toward the center of town. At times, he's literally cutting a swath through a crowd so dense that it's like blazing a trail through a thick forest of blood fruit, the flailing arms and curled fingers like tree limbs, clawing at the side windows as the Escalade digs through the walking excrement. At other times, the SUV crosses short sections of clear street, with only a few zombies trundling along on a sidewalk or at the edges of the pavement, and this gives Philip a chance to get his speed up and to swerve to the right to pick a few off, and then to the left for a few more, and then he'll hit another wall-to-wall mob, and that's probably the most fun, because that's when the shit really flies. It's almost as though the viscera is raining down from above, from the sky, rather than from under the wheels or along the frame, or over the top of the big front grille as the Escalade shears through the bodies. The wet matter streaks across the glass again and again, with the rhythm of a giant pinwheel, a kaleidoscope of color, the palette like a rainbow of human tissue, oxblood red, pond scum green, burnt ochre yellow, and pine tar black. And it's almost kind of beautiful to Philip. He roars around a corner and plunges into another mass of zombies coming down the street. The strangest part is the continual repetitive flashes of similar tissues and organs, some of them recognizable, some of them not so recognizable. Entrails fly in all directions, splashing the windshield and sliding across the hood. Little kernels of teeth periodically gather in the wiper blades, and something else, something pink like little pearls of fish roe, keeps collecting in the seams of the hood. Philip glimpses dead face after dead face, each one flashing in his window, visible one moment, gone the next. And he's in a zone now. He's somewhere else, not in the SUV, not behind the wheel, but inside the mob. Inside the city of undead, chewing through their ranks, devouring the motherfuckers. Philip is the baddest monster of them all. And he's gonna make it through this ocean of shit if he has to tear down the entire universe. Brian realizes what's happening before he even looks. 10 excruciating minutes after they started mowing through the sea of zombies, after making it across nearly 23 city blocks, the Escalade goes into a spin. The centripetal force tugs Brian against the floor, and he pops his head up, peering over the seat, as the SUV slides sideways on the grease of 50,000 corpses. He has no time to yell or do anything about what's happening. He can only brace himself and penny against the seat backs for the inevitable impact. Wheels slick with gore, the SUV does a 360, the rear end windmilling through the last few stray cadavers. The city blurs outside the windows, and Philip fights the wheel, tries to straighten it, but the tires are hydroplaning on a sheet of intestines and blood and spore. Brian lets out a strangled yelp, part warning and part inarticulate cry, as the vehicle spins toward a row of storefronts. In the frenzied moments before the crash, Brian glimpses a row of derelict shop windows, hatless busts of bald mannequins, empty jewelry displays, frayed wires growing out of vacant floorboards, all of it blurred behind the wire mesh display windows. But it's just a vague impression of these things, Brian's vision distorted by the violent spinning of the SUV. And that's when the right side of the Escalade collides with the display window. The crash has that suspension of time feeling for Brian, the store window turning to stardust, the noise of shattering glass like a wave slamming a breakwater, as the Escalade punctures the burglar bars and plunges sideways into the dark shadows of the Goldberg Fine Jewelry Center of Atlanta. Counters and display cases explode in all directions, a sparkling, silver sleet of debris as the gravitational forces yank all passengers to the right. The Escalade's airbags deploy in tiny explosions, great heaving balloons of white nylon filling the interior before it has a chance to collapse, and Nick is thrown sideways into the white fabric. Philip is flung sideways into Nick, and Penny is thrown across the rear floor into Brian. The SUV skids sideways for an eternity through the empty store. The vehicle finally comes to rest after slamming hard into a weight-bearing pillar in the center of the store, shoving everybody hard against the padded lining of the airbags. And for a moment, nobody moves. White, feathery debris snows down through the dark, dusty air of the jewelry store, and the sounds of something collapsing behind them creaks in the sudden silence. Brian glances through the cracked rear window and sees the front of the store, a pile of fallen girders blocking the hole in the window, a cloud of dust obscuring the street. Philip is twisting around in his seat, his face ashen and wild with panic. Pumpkin, you okay? Talk to me, little girl, you all right? Brian turns to the child who's still on the floor, looking woozy and maybe in some kind of shock, but otherwise unharmed. She's good, Philip. She's good, Brian says, feeling the back of the child's head for any blood, any sign of injury. She seems fine. Everybody else okay? Philip looks around the dust motes of the dark interior. A thin ray of daylight filtering across the store is the only illumination. In the gloom, Brian can see the other men's faces. Sweaty, stone still with terror, eyes glinting. Nick raises a thumb. I'm good. Brian says he is too. Philip already has his door open and is struggling out from behind the airbag. Get everything you can carry, he tells them. But make sure you get the shotguns and all the shells, you hear me? Yes, they hear him. And now Brian and Nick are climbing out of the SUV. Over the course of a mere minute, Brian makes a series of observations, most of them apparently already calculated by Philip, beginning with the front of the store. From the chorus of moaning noises and thousands of shuffling feet, it's clear to Brian that the zombie horde is closing in on the accident scene. The Escalade is finished, its front end nearly totaled, its tires blown, its entire length shellacked with gore. The rear of the store leads toward a hallway. Dark, narrow, lined with drywall. The corridor may or may not lead to an exit. There's no time to investigate. All they have time to do is grab their packs, their duffels, and their weapons. Dazed from the collision, dizzy with panic, bruised and battered, ears ringing, Brian and Nick each grab a goose gun, and Philip takes as many bladed tools as he can stow on his body, a bad axe on each side of his belt, the Ruger, and 3 extra magazines. Come on, kiddo. We gotta skedaddle, Brian says to Penny. But the child looks lethargic and confused. He tries to pull her from the mangled interior, but she hangs on to the back of the seat. Carry her, Philip says, coming around the front of the SUV. Come on, sweetie, you can ride piggyback, Brian tells the girl. Penny reluctantly climbs out, and Brian lifts her onto his back. The 4 of them quickly creep through the jewelry store's back hall. They get lucky. Just past the glass doorway of a back office, they find an unmarked metal door. Philip throws the bolt and he cracks the door open a few inches, peering out. The smell is incredible. A black, greasy stench that reminds Brian of the time his 6th grade class took a field trip to the Turner stockyards outside Ashburn. The smell on the abattoir floor was like this. Philip raises a hand, motioning for everybody to stop. Over Philip's shoulder, Brian can see a long, narrow, dark alley lined with overflowing garbage dumpsters. But it's the actual content of the receptacles that registers most sharply in Brian's brain. Pale human arms dangling over the sides, ragged, ulcerated legs, matted hair hanging down, and pools of old blackened blood dried beneath them. Philip motions to the others. You'll follow me and do exactly what I say, he says, snapping the cocking mechanism on the Ruger. 8 rounds of .22 caliber bullets ready to rock, and then he's moving. They follow him out. As quietly and quickly as possible, they make their way through the stench and shadows of the deserted slaughterhouse of an alley toward a side street visible at one end. Weighed down by the duffel bag over one shoulder and the child clinging to his back, Brian limps along in between Philip and Nick, Penny's 65 pounds never feeling as heavy as they do now. Nick, who's bringing up the rear, walks with his Marlin 20-gauge cradled in his arms. Brian has his own shotgun wedged underneath his backpack. Not that he has any idea how to use the damn thing. They reach the end of the alley and they're about to slip out and make their way down the deserted side street when Philip accidentally steps on a human hand protruding from under a garbage dumpster. The hand, connected to a zombie with some fight still in it, instantly recoils under the container. Philip jerks backward with the start. "Dude!" Nick cries out, and the hand shoots back out and grabs Philip's ankle. Philip sprawls to the ground, his Ruger spinning off across the pavement. The dead man, an ashy-skinned, bearded homeless person in blood-stained rags, crabs toward Philip with the speed of a giant spider. Philip claws for his gun. The others fumble for their weapons, Brian going for a shotgun while trying to balance the child on his back. Nick thumbs back the hammers on his Marlin. The dead thing clutches Philip's leg and opens its jaws with the rigor mortis creak of rusty hinges as Philip fumbles for his axe. The zombie is about to take a chunk out of Philip's lower calf when the barrel of Nick's goose gun presses down on the back of the thing's skull. The blast rips through the zombie's brain, sending half its face through the air on a geyser of blood and matter, the booming echo of the shotgun reverberating through the canyons of steel and glass. "Now we're screwed," Philip says, struggling to his feet, scooping up the Ruger. "What's the matter?" Brian says, adjusting the weight of the little girl on his back. "Listen," Philip says. In the brittle silence, they hear the ocean wave sound of moaning suddenly change, altering its course as though on a shifting wind, the masses of undead drawn by the boom of the shotgun. "So, we'll go back inside," Nick says in a strident, tense voice. "Back inside the jewelry store. There's got to be a second floor." "Too late," Philip says, checking the Ruger, looking down into its breech. He's got 4 rounds of hollow tips left in the hilt and 3 mags of 8 each in his back pockets. "I'm betting they're already flooding in the front of the place." "What do you suggest?" Philip looks at Nick and then at his brother. "How fast you think you can run with all that weight?" They take off at a moderate clip, Philip in the lead, Brian hobbling along after him, Nick bringing up the rear, past caved-in storefronts and petrified, charred funeral pyres of bodies burned by enterprising survivors. Brian can't tell for sure, but it seems like Philip is madly looking for a safe exit off the streets, a clean doorway, a fire escape ladder, something. But he's distracted now by an increasing number of moving corpses appearing around every corner. Philip blasts the first one at 50 paces, sending a slug through its forehead, dropping it like a bad habit. The second one surprises him at closer range, lurching out of a shadowy doorway, and Philip puts it down with the second shot. More of them are materializing from porches and gaping store windows. Nick puts the goose gun and 2 decades of boar hunting to good use, taking down at least a dozen of them in the space of 2 blocks. The blasts echo up over the skyline like sonic booms in the stratosphere. They turn a corner and hurry down a narrower side road of herringbone brick, perhaps a landmark antebellum street that once rang with buckboards and horses, now bordered on either side by boarded condominiums and office buildings. The good news is that they seem to be moving away from the congested area, encountering fewer and fewer walking dead with each passing block. The bad news is that they feel trapped now. They sense the city closing in around them, swallowing them whole in its glass and steel gullet. By this point, the sun has begun its afternoon descent, and the shadows thrown by the massive skyline have begun to lengthen. Philip sees something in the distance, maybe a block and a half away, and instinctively ducks under the canopy of a torn awning. The others hunker down with him against the boarded window of a former dry cleaner, and they crouch in the shadows to catch their breaths. Brian is panting with exertion, little Penny still clinging soporifically to his back, like some kind of sleepy, traumatized monkey. "What is it? What's the matter?" Brian asks, realizing that Philip is craning his neck to see something in the distance. "Tell me I'm seeing things," Philip says. What is it? Gray building up there on the right, Philip says, nodding to the north. See it? About 2 blocks away. See the doorway? In the distance, a 3-story apartment building rises out of a row of dilapidated 2-story condominiums. A massive post-war pile of chalk-colored brick and jutting balconies. It's the largest building on the block, the top of it reaching out of the shadows and reflecting the cold, pale sunlight off its array of antennas and exhaust stacks. Oh my God, I see it, Brian utters, still balancing Penny on his sore back as he kneels. The child clutches at his shoulders with a desperate grip. That ain't no mirage, Philly, Nick comments, a trace of awe coloring his voice. They all stare at the human figure in the distance, too far away to identify as a man or a woman, adult or child. But there it is, waving at them. Chapter 10. Philip approaches cautiously from the opposite side of the street, the .22 at his side, cocked and ready, but not exactly raised. The others follow along behind him in a single file, all of their hackles up, their eyes wide open and prepared for anything. The young woman across the street calls to them in a low, hissing whisper. Hurry up already! She appears to be in her late 20s, maybe early 30s, with long, dishwater blonde hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. She wears jeans and a loose-fitting cable-knit sweater that's severely stained, the red smudges and spatters visible even from this distance as she waves them over with a small-caliber revolver, maybe a police .38, swinging it like it's an air traffic control baton. Philip wipes his mouth, thinking, catching his breath, trying to get a bead on the woman. Come on, she yells, before they smell us. She's obviously anxious for them to follow her inside, and it's very likely she means them no harm. The way she's swinging the gun, it wouldn't surprise Philip if it wasn't even loaded. She calls out, and don't let any of those biters see you come inside. Philip is wary, guarded, and he pauses on the curb before crossing the street. How many of you are there? He calls out to her. Across the street, the blonde woman lets out an exasperated sigh. For God's sake, we're offering you food and shelter. Come on! How many? Jesus, do you want help or not? Philip tightens his grip on the Ruger. You're gonna answer my question first. Another nervous sigh. 3, okay? There's 3 of us. You happy now? This is your last opportunity because if y'all don't come now, I'm gonna go back inside and then you're gonna be shit out of luck. She speaks with the faint drawl of a native Georgian, but has some big city in her voice too, maybe even a little bit of the north. Philip and Nick exchange glances. The distant choir of rusty moaning drifts closer on the wind like a coming storm. Brian nervously readjusts Penny's weight on his back, and then shoots a jittery glance over his shoulder at the end of the block. He looks at Philip. What other options do we have, Philip? I agree, Philly, Nick whispers under his breath, swallowing his fear. Philip looks at the young lady across the street. How many men? How many women? She hollers back at him. You want me to fill out a questionnaire? I'm going back inside. Good luck with everything. You're gonna need it. Wait. Philip nods at the others, and then cautiously leads them across the street. You got any cigarettes? The young woman asks, leading the group into the building's outer vestibule, securing the door behind her with a makeshift cross brace. We're down to our last bent butts. She's a little beat up, with scars on her chin, bruises on the side of her face, and one eye that's so bloodshot it looks like a mild hemorrhage. Beyond those rough edges, though, she strikes Philip as a fine-looking woman, with cornflower blue eyes and the kind of sun-kissed skin you might see on a farm girl, a sort of easy, low-maintenance beauty. But from the defiant tilt of her head and the Zoftig curves hidden under her bulky clothes, she gives off the air of an Earth Mother, and one does not fuck with Earth Mothers. Sorry, No smokers, Philip says, holding the door for Brian. Y'all look like you got banged up out there, the woman says, leading them across a reeking, littered chamber lined on one side with 18 pairs of mailboxes and buzzers. Brian gently puts Penny down. The little girl staggers for a moment, getting her bearings. The air smells of must and zombie. The building doesn't feel safe. The young woman kneels down by Penny. Aren't you a sweet one? Penny doesn't say anything, just looks down. The woman looks up at Brian. She yours? She's mine, Philip says. The woman brushes a strand of matted black hair from Penny's face. My name's April, honey. What's yours? Penny? The voice that comes out of the child is so meek and nerve-racked it sounds like the mewl of a kitten. The woman named April smiles and strokes the girl's shoulder, then rises and looks at the men. Let's get inside before we draw more of those things. She goes over to one of the intercoms and thumbs the button. Dad, let us in. Through a burst of static, a voice replies, Not so fast, little girl. Philip grabs her arm. You got power in there? You got electricity? She shakes her head. Afraid not. Intercom's on a battery. She pokes the button. Dad, come on. Through the crackling static. How do we know we can trust these yahoos? Click. You gonna let us in or what? Crackle. You tell them to give up their guns. She lets out another anguished sigh and turns to Philip, who's shaking his head, giving a no way in hell kind of look. Click. They got a little girl, for Christ's sakes. I'll vouch for him. Crackle. And Hitler painted roses. We don't know these folks from Adam. Click. Dad, open the damn lock. Crackle. You saw what happened up to Druid Hills. April slams her hand down on the intercom. This ain't Druid Hills. Now let us in, goddammit, before we grow moss on our asses. A harsh metallic buzz is followed by a loud clunk as the auto latch on the inner security door springs open. April leads them through the doorway and then down a shop-worn, sour-smelling hallway with 3 apartment doors on either side. At the far end of the corridor stands a metal door marked Stairs, with crisscrossing boards nailed over it. April knocks on the last door on the right, apartment 1C, and within moments, a heavier, older, coarser version of April opens the door. Oh my God, what an adorable little girl, the big gal says, seeing Penny, who is now holding Brian's hand. Come on in, folks. Can't tell you how good it is to finally see people who can keep the drool in their mouths. April's sister, who introduces herself as Tara, is plump and rough around the edges. She smells of smoke and cheap shampoo, and is dressed in a faded floral print muumuu to hide her excess flesh. Her cleavage rises like bread dough out of the top of her dress, a little Woody Woodpecker tattoo on the crest of one bosom. She has the same striking blue eyes as her younger sister, but keeps them heavily lined and decorated with steel blue eyeshadow. Her long Lee press-on nails look like they can open a tin can. Philip enters the apartment first, the Ruger still in his hand at his side. The others follow. At first, Philip barely notices the cluttered living room, the chairs draped with clothing, the battered luggage along one wall, and the oddly shaped musical instrument cases leaning against the boarded sliding door. He hardly notices the small kitchenette off to the left, the peach crates of provisions and the sink full of dirty dishes. The smell of cigarette smoke and stale fabric and dried sweat hanging in the air barely registers in Philip's nostrils. Right now, all he can focus on is the barrel of a 12-gauge shotgun pointed directly at him from a rocking chair across the room. That's far enough, says the old man with the shotgun. A lanky, weathered old duffer. He has the farmer-tanned face of a cigar store Indian, with an iron-gray flat-top haircut and ice-chip blue eyes. The slender tube of an oxygen rig is clipped under his buzzard's beak of a nose, the tank sitting next to him like a faithful pet. He barely fits into his stovepipe jeans and flannel shirt, his white, hairy ankles showing above the tops of his shit-kickers. Philip instinctively raises the .22, instantly going into Mexican showdown mode. He aims it at the old man and says, "Sir, we got enough trouble out there. We don't need any in here." The others freeze. April pushes her way past the men. "For God's sake, Dad, put that thing down." The old man waves the girl aside with the barrel. "You hush now, little girl." April stands there with her hands on her hips, a disgusted look on her face. Across the room, Tara says, "Can we all just dial it down a little bit?" "Where'd you folks come from?" the old man asks Philip, the shotgun still raised and ready. "Waynesboro, Georgia." "Never heard of it." "It's in Burke County." "Hell, that's almost South Carolina." "Yes, sir." "You on drugs? Speed? Crack? Something like that?" "No, sir." "Why the hell would you think that?" "Something going on behind them eyes. They look all jacked up on speed." "I don't do drugs." "How'd you end up on our doorstep?" "Heard there was some kind of refugee center set up here, but it ain't looking too good." "You got that right," says the old man. April chimes in. "Sounds like we all got something in common." Philip keeps his eye on the old man, but says to the girl, "How's that?" "That's the same reason we ended up in this godforsaken place," she says. "Looking for that damned refugee center everybody was talking about." Philip stares at the shotgun. "Best laid plans, I guess." "Damn straight," says the old man, the faint whistle of oxygen seeping from the tank. "I don't suppose you realize what you done to us." "I'm listening." "You got them biters all stirred up. By sundown, there's going to be a goddamn convention of them things outside our door." Philip sniffs. "I'm sorry about that, but it ain't like we had a choice." The old man sighs. "Well, now, I suppose that's true." "Your daughter's the one pulled us off the street. We had no bad intentions. Hell, we had no intentions at all, other than keeping from getting bit." "Yeah, well, I could see your point there." A long beat of silence follows. Everybody waits. The two firearms begin to lower. "What are them cases for?" Philip finally asks, nodding toward the row of tattered instrument cases across the rear of the living room. His gun is still raised, but the fight-or-flight juice is drained from him. "You got Tommy guns in them things?" The old man finally lets out a flinty laugh. He lays his gun on his lap, crosswise, letting up on the hammers, all the tension draining out of his gaunt face. The oxygen tank pings. "My friend, you're looking at what's left of the world-famous Chalmers family band, stars of stage, screen, and state fairs across the South." The old man sets the gun down on the floor with a grunt. He looks up at Philip. "I apologize for the ornery reception." He struggles to his feet, rising to his full height until he looks like a withered Abe Lincoln. "Name's David Chalmers, mandolin, vocals, and father of these two ragamuffins." Philip shoves his gun back behind his belt. "Philip Blake. This is my brother Brian. And that wallflower over there is Nick Parsons, and I thank you kindly for saving our asses out there." The two patriarchs shake hands, and the tension goes out of the room with the suddenness of an off-switch being thrown. It turns out there was a fourth member of the Chalmers family band, Mrs. Chalmers, a portly little matron from Chattanooga who sang high soprano on the group's bluegrass and old-timey numbers. According to April, it was a blessing in disguise that the matriarch of the family succumbed to pneumonia 5 years earlier. If she had lived to see this horrible shit inflicting the human race, she would have been crushed, would have seen it as the end time, and probably would have walked right off the pier at Clark's Hill Lake. So it was that the Chalmers family band became a trio, and went on with the act, playing the Carney circuit across the tri-state area with Tara on bass, April on guitar, and Daddy on mandolin. As a single father, the 66-year-old David had his hands full. Tara was a pothead, and April had her mother's temper and single-mindedness. When the plague broke out, they were in Tennessee at a bluegrass festival, and they made their way back home in the band's camper. They got as far as the Georgia border before the camper broke down. From there, they got lucky enough to find an Amtrak train that was still running between Dalton and Atlanta. Unfortunately, the train deposited them smack dab in the middle of the southeast side, at King Memorial Station, which was now lousy with the dead. Somehow they managed to work their way north without getting attacked, traveling at night in stolen cars, searching for the mythical refugee center. And that's how we ended up here in our little low-rent paradise, April tells Philip in a soft voice late that night. She sits on the end of a tattered sofa, while Penny dozes restlessly next to her in a wad of blankets. Philip sits nearby. Candles are lit on the coffee table. Nick and Brian are asleep on the floor across the room, while David and Tara are each snoring in a different musical key in their respective rooms. We're too petrified to go upstairs, though, April adds with a trace of regret in her voice. Even though we could use whatever supplies are still up there. Batteries, canned goods, whatever. Jesus, I'd give my left tit for some toilet paper. Never give that up for a little toilet paper, Philip says with a grin, sitting barefoot in his stained t-shirt and jeans at the other end of the sofa, his belly full of rice and beans. The Chalmers' supplies are running low, but they still had half of the 10-pound bag of rice that they pilfered from a broken shop window a week ago, and enough beans to make dinner for everyone. April cooked. The grub wasn't bad either. After dinner, Tara rolled cigarettes with the last of her Red Man tobacco and a few buds of skunkweed. Philip partook in a few puffs, even though he had sworn off pot years ago. It usually made him hear things in his head that he didn't want to hear. Now his brain feels woolly and thick in the strange afterglow. April manages a sad smile. Yeah, well. So close and yet so far. What do you mean? Philip looks at her, and then slowly looks up at the ceiling. Oh, right. He remembers hearing the noise earlier and making note of it. They've quieted down now, but the shuffling, creaking noises from the higher floors have intermittently been crossing the ceiling all evening, moving with the insidious, invisible presence of termites. The fact that Philip almost forgot about these noises is a testament to how desensitized he's becoming to the prospects of such proximity to the dead. What about the other ground floor apartments? He asks her. We picked them clean. Got every last bit of usable stuff out of them. What happened in Druid Hills? He asks after a moment of silence. April lets out a sigh. Folks told us there was a refugee center up there. There wasn't. Philip looks at her. And? April shrugs. We got there and found a whole bunch of people hiding out behind the gates of this big scrap metal place. People just like us, scared, confused. We tried to talk some of them into leaving with us, strength in numbers, all that gung-ho shit. So what happened? I guess they were too scared to leave and too scared to stay. April looks down, her face reflecting the candlelight. Tara and Dad and I found a car that would run, and we gathered up some supplies and took off. But we heard the motorcycles coming when we were pulling away. Motorcycles? She nods, rubs her eyes. We got about a quarter of a mile down the road, maybe not even that far, and we round this hill, and all of a sudden we hear, way in the distance behind us, these screams. And we look back across the valley, where this dusty old salvage yard is, and it's like, I don't know, fucking road warrior or something. It's what? This motorcycle gang is tearing the place apart, running people down, entire families, God knows what else. He was pretty damn ugly. And the weird thing is, it wasn't the near miss that got to us. It wasn't the bullet we dodged. I think it was the guilt. We all wanted to go back and help and be good upstanding citizens and all that, but we didn't. She looks at him. Because we ain't good upstanding citizens. There ain't any of those left. Philip looks at Penny. I can see why your daddy wasn't crazy about the idea of taking in boarders. Ever since that scrapyard fiasco, he's been real paranoid about running across any survivors. Maybe more paranoid than he is about the biters. Biters. I heard you say that before. Who came up with that one? That's my dad's term. It kind of stuck. I like it. Philip smiles at her again. And I like your daddy. He takes care of business, and I don't blame him for not trusting us. He seems like a tough old nut, and I respect that. We need more like him. She sighs. He's not as tough as he used to be, I'll tell you that. What's he got? Lung cancer? Emphysema? That's not good, Philip says. And then he sees something that stops him cold. April Chalmers has her hand on Penny's shoulder and is almost absently stroking the little girl as she sleeps. It's such a tender, unexpected gesture, so natural, that it reaches down into Philip and awakens something inside him that's long been dormant. He can't understand the feeling at first, and his confusion must be showing on his face because April looks up at him. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. He touches the Band-Aid on his temple where he smacked himself in the collision earlier that day. The Chalmerses dug out their first aid kit and patched everybody up before dinner. Tell you what, Philip says. You go get some sleep. And in the morning, the boys and I'll clear out the upstairs. She looks at him for a moment, like she's wondering whether or not to trust him. The next morning, after breakfast, Philip shows April that his word is good. He enlists Nick, and he grabs extra magazines for the Ruger and a box of shells for one of the Marlins. He shoves the bad axes down either side of his belt and gives a small pickaxe to Nick for close encounters. Pausing by the door, Philip crouches down to tighten the laces of his logger boots, which are so spattered with mud and gore that they look like they're embroidered with black and purple thread. "Y'all be careful up there," old David Chalmers says, standing in the doorway of the kitchenette. He looks gray and washed out in the morning light, leaning on the metal caddy in which his oxygen tank is mounted. The tube under his nose softly whistles with each breath. "Y'all don't know what you're gonna find." "Always," Philip says, tucking his denim shirt inside his jeans, checking the axes for quick and easy access. Nick stands over him, waiting with the goose gun on his shoulder. There's a taut expression on Nick's face, a combination of grim determination and excitement. "Most of 'em will be on the second floor," the old man adds. "We'll clear 'em on out. Just watch your backs." "Will do," Philip says, rising to his feet and checking the axes. "I'm coming." Philip whirls around to see Brian standing there with a clean T-shirt on, an REM logo on the front, the pride of Athens, and a dour, purposeful expression on his face. He's cradling one of the shotguns in his arms like it's a living thing. "You sure?" "Hell yeah." "What about Penny?" The gal's a watcher? I don't know. Come on, Brian says. You need an extra pair of eyes up there. I'm up for it. Philip thinks it over. He glances across the living room and sees his daughter sitting Indian style on the floor between the two Chalmers women. The ladies are playing crazy eights with a tattered deck of cards, making Penny periodically smile and slap down a card. It's been a long time since the little girl has smiled. Philip turns to his brother and offers a grin. That's a spirit. They get up there via the stairs at the end of the first-floor corridor. The elevator's at the other end, as dead as the zombies. But first they have to tear the wooden bracings off the door. The noise of axe blows and nails squeaking out seems to stimulate movement above them in the dark chambers behind apartment doors. At one point, Philip passes gas with all the exertion, a reminder of April's bean dinner from the night before. Whew, that fart's gonna wipe out more zombies than any 20-gauge shell, Nick comments. Hardy har har, Philip says and tears off the last of the bracing planks. On their way up the dark stairwell, Philip says, Remember, y'all, be quick. They are slippery motherfuckers, but they're slow as shit and dumber than Nick here. Hardy har back at ya, Nick says, expertly injecting a pair of 20-gauge shells into his goose gun. They reach the top landing and find the fire door to the second floor shut tightly. They pause. Brian is shaking. Calm down, sport, Philip tells his brother, noticing the barrel of the shotgun is wavering, trembling slightly. Philip gently pushes the muzzle away from the general vicinity of his ribs. And try not to accidentally send a ball of that bird shot into one of us. I got it under control, Brian retorts in a shaky, tense voice, revealing that he obviously has nothing under control. Here we go, Philip says. And remember, go at them hard and quick. A single fierce kick with the shank of his boot heel sends the door lurching open. Chapter 11. For a millisecond, they stand there with hearts beating like trip hammers. Other than a few scattered candy wrappers and empty, broken pop bottles and one hell of a lot of dust, the second-floor hall, identical to the ground-floor corridor, is empty. Dim daylight shines through the far windows and laces through streaks of dust motes, which cant down across the closed doors. 2A, 2C, and 2E along one side, 2B, 2D, and 2F along the other. Nick whispers, They're all locked inside their places. Philip nods. Gonna be like shooting fish in a damn barrel. Come on, let's do it, Brian says unconvincingly. Let's get it done. Philip glances at his brother, then glances at Nick. John Rambo here. They go over to the first door on the right, 2F, and raise the business ends of their guns. Philip snaps the slide on the Ruger. Then he kicks the door in. A giant ball of stink punches them in their faces. It's the first thing that registers. A hideous stew of human degradation, urine and feces, and zombie stench, vying for dominance over the sharper odors of rancid food and moldy bathrooms and mildewed clothes. It's so overwhelming and unbearable that it literally drives the men back a half step each. Jesus wept, Nick says in a choked utterance, involuntarily averting his face as if the stench is a wind blowing at him. Still think my fart stinks? Philip says as he takes a careful step into the reeking shadows of the apartment. He raises the .22. Nick and Brian follow with shotguns at the ready, eyes wide and shiny with tension. A moment later, they find 4 of them in repose, on the floor of a ransacked living room, each one slumped in a corner, slack-jawed and catatonic. Growling languidly at the sight of intruders, but too stupid or sick or demented to move, as though they've grown weary of their hellish fate and now forgotten how to use furniture. It's hard to tell in the gloomy light, especially with their faces all bloated and blackened with mortified flesh, but it looks as though it's another family. Mom and Dad and 2 grown kids. The walls have weird patches of scratch marks, like a giant abstract painting, showing evidence that the things were following some flickering instinct to claw their way out. Philip goes over to the first one, its shark eyes glimmering as the Ruger looms. The blast sends its brains across the Jackson Pollock of scratch marks behind it. The thing sinks to the floor. Meanwhile, Nick is across the room putting another one out of its misery, the boom of the marlin like a great dry paper sack popping. Brain matter paints the walls. Philip takes the third one down as it's slowly rising, Nick moving towards the fourth. Boom! And the sounds of fluid spattering surfaces are buffered by the ringing in their ears. Brian is standing 10 paces behind them, his gun poised, his spirit drowning inside him on a rising tide of repulsion and nausea. This is not, he starts to say, but a flash of movement to his left cuts off his words. The errant zombie comes at Brian from the depths of a side hallway, plunging out of the shadows like a monstrous clown with a black fright wig and candy eyes. Before Brian even has a chance to identify it as a daughter or girlfriend, dressed in a torn robe with one shriveled breast exposed like a flap of chewed meat, the thing pounces on him with the force of a defensive back making a tackle. Brian sprawls backward to the floor, and it all happens so fast that Philip and Nick have no time to intercede. They're too far away. The moving cadaver lands on top of Brian, the thing snarling with black, slimy teeth, and in that split instant before Brian realizes that he is still holding the shotgun, the zombie opens its jaws so wide it looks as though its skull is about to unhinge. Brian gets one horrible glimpse down the recesses of the thing's throat, an endless black well straight down into hell, before he instinctively jerks the shotgun up. Almost by accident, the muzzle lodges itself into the gaping hole of the thing's mouth, and Brian screams out a garbled cry as he squeezes off a single blast. The back of the thing's skull explodes, sending up a cloud of blood mist and tissue. The backwash hits the ceiling in deep purple arterial matter, and Brian is thunderstruck for a moment, his back pinned to the floor. The thing's head is still skewered on the shaft of the shotgun. He blinks. The silver eyes of the girlfriend or daughter or whoever she was are frozen now and fixed on Brian. He coughs and turns away as the girl's head slowly slides down the length of the barrel, a giant shish kebab, the dead eyes still locked on Brian. He feels the moist slime of her face on his hands. He closes his eyes. He can't move. His right hand still glued to the trigger, his left still welded to the stock. He grimaces with horror. Cold laughter brings him back around. "Well, look who just scored his first touchdown," Philip Blake says, standing over his brother in a cloud of cordite smoke, grinning from ear to ear with mirthless delight. Nick is the one who finds the egress to the roof, and Philip is the one who gets the idea to deposit all the rotting carcasses up there so they don't stink up the place any further, or make the scavenger hunt through the upper floors any more unpleasant than it has to be. It takes them little over an hour to drag all the inhuman remains up the stairwell to the 3rd floor, and then up through a narrow stairwell to the fire door. They have to shoot the lock off, and have to work in a sort of modified bucket brigade, dragging the smelly flesh sacks down the hallways and up 2 flights of stairs to the roof, leaving leech trails of gore on the cabbage rose carpet runners. They managed to get every last one of them. They terminated 14 of them altogether, going through 2 entire clips of .22 caliber rounds as well as half a box of shells, up the passageway and onto the roof. "Look at this place," Nick marvels as he puts the last carcass down on the tar paper warning track along the east side of the roof, the wind whipping his pant legs and tossing his hair. The corpses lie in a row like cordwood lined up for the winter. Brian stands at the opposite end of the file, gazing down at the dead things with a strange, implacable expression on his face. "Pretty cool," Philip says, walking over to the edge of the roof. At this height, he can see the distant buildings of the exclusive Buckhead area, Peachtree Plaza, and the glass cathedral of skyscrapers to the west. The frozen spires of the city rise in pristine summits, impassive, stoic in the sunlight, untouched by the apocalypse. Down below, Philip sees the scattered, wandering dead moving in and out of shadows like broken toy soldiers come to life. "Cool place to hang out," Philip says, turning and surveying the rest of the roof. Around a giant conglomeration of antennae, rent stacks, and heating and air conditioning machinery, now cold and powerless, an apron of pea gravel offers enough space to play a touch football game. A forgotten tangle of lawn furniture leans against an air duct. "Grab a chair and take a load off." The drag tattered chaise lounges over to the edge of the roof. "I could get used to this place," Nick says, settling down on a lounger facing the skyline. Philip sits down next to him. "You mean the roof, or this place in general?" "All of it." "Copy that." "How do you do it?" Brian says, standing behind them, fidgeting with nerves. He refuses to sit down, refuses to relax. He's still wired from his encounter with the impaled head. "Do what?" Philip says. "I don't know, like the killing and stuff. And then the next minute you're—" Brian stops himself, unable to put it into words, and Philip turns and looks at his brother. He sees the man's hand shaking. "Sit down, Bri. You did good down there." Brian pulls a chair over, sits down, wrings his hands, ruminating. "I'm just saying." Again, he can't articulate what he's just saying, then he falters. "It ain't killing, sport," Philip says. "Soon as you get that straight, you're gonna be fine." "What is it then?" Philip shrugs. "Nicky, what would you call it?" Nick is staring out at the skyline. "God's work?" Philip is a big laugh at that one, and then says, "I got an idea." He gets up and goes over to the closest corpse, one of the smaller ones. "Check this out," he says, and drags the thing over to the edge of the roof. The other two join Philip at the ledge. The rancid wind tosses their hair as they gaze over the ledge at the street 35 feet below them. Philip shoves the cadaver with the toe of his boot until it slips over the side. The thing seems to fall in slow motion, its limp appendages flopping like broken wings. It strikes the cement parkway down below in front of the building and comes apart with the sound, color, and texture of a very ripe watermelon erupting in a starburst of pink tissue. In the master bedroom of the first-floor apartment, David Chalmers is sitting in his wife-beater t-shirt and boxer shorts, sucking on an inhaler, trying to get enough Atrovent into his lungs to quell the wheezing, when he hears the commotion outside the boarded sliding glass doors of the rear portion of the apartment. The sound instantly raises the hairs on his neck, and he quickly fumbles himself into his clothes, including the breathing tube, which he gets halfway on, one side dangling under a hairy nostril. He storms across the room on creaking knees, yanking the oxygen tank along on its casters like a stubborn child being pulled by an impatient nanny. Crossing the living room, he catches a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of 3 figures standing wrapped and terrified at the threshold of the kitchen. April and Tara had been making cookies with the little girl, using up the last of their flour and sugar, and now the 3 females stand there, gaping in the direction of the noise. David hobbles over to the boarded, meshed, burglar-barred sliding doors. Through a narrow gap in the plywood planks, in between the branches of skeletal trees, he can just barely see the far end of the courtyard, and beyond that a slice of the street running parallel to the front of the apartment building. Another body rains down, as if dropped by God himself, hitting the pavement, making a wet, lurid smacking sound, not unlike a giant water balloon popping. But that's not the noise that's getting to David Chalmers right now. That's not the noise that's penetrating the apartment, coming in waves. A vast, distant, tuneless symphony. "Sweet jumping Jesus," he mutters in a breathy wheeze, whirling around so fast he nearly tips over the tank and its caddy. He drags the thing toward the door. On the roof, Philip and Nick pause after heaving the 5th body off the ledge. Panting from the effort and a sort of morbid giddiness, Philip comments, "They blow up good, don't they?" Nick is trying unsuccessfully not to laugh. "This is 10 kinds of wrong, but I gotta admit it feels good." "You got that right." "What's the point, guys?" Brian wants to know, standing behind them. "The point is, there is no point," Philip says without looking at his brother. "What is that, like a Zen saying?" "It is what it is." "Okay, now you lost me. I don't see how throwing these things off the roof is accomplishing anything." Philip turns and gives his brother a look. "Lighten up, sport. You bagged your first trophy today. Wasn't pretty, but it got the job done. We're just blowing off a little steam." Nick sees something in the distance that he hadn't noticed until now. "Hey, check out—" "I'm just saying," Brian interrupts. "We gotta keep our wits about us and shit." He has his hands in his pockets, nervously meeting the change and the penknife that he had stashed in there. "April and her family are good people, Philip. We gotta behave ourselves." "Yes, Mom," Philip says with a cold smile. "Hey, you guys, check out that building down there in the corner." Nick is pointing at a squat, ugly brick edifice on the northeast corner of the closest intersection. Blackened around the edges with the fumes of the city, the faded letters painted above the first-floor display window say, "Dillard's Home Furnishings." Philip sees it. "What about it?" "Look at the front corner of the building. There's a pedestrian thing." "What?" "A walkway or a breezeway, or whatever you call it. See it?" Sure enough, Philip sees a grimy glass bridge spanning the adjacent street, connecting the office building catty-corner to them to Dillard's 2nd floor. The glass-encased footbridge is empty and sealed at either end. "What are you thinking, Nicky?" "I don't know." Nick stares at the pedestrian bridge, pondering. "Could be—" "Gentlemen!" The husky boom of the old man's voice interrupts. Brian turns and sees David Chalmers trundling toward them from the open stairwell door. Urgency burns in the old man's eyes, and he drags his oxygen tank along with a practiced limp. Brian takes a step toward him. "Mr. Chalmers, did you get all the way up here by yourself?" The old man is breathing hard as he approaches. Through his wheezing, rattling breaths, he says, "I may be old and sick, but I ain't helpless, and call me David. I see y'all cleaned out them floors real nice and tidy, and for that I thank you. I truly do." Philip and Nick turn and face the man. "Is there a problem?" Philip asks. "Hell yeah, there's a problem," the old man says, eyes flashing with anger. "What you been doing up here pitching them bodies off the roof like that? You're just cutting off your own feet." "What do you mean?" The old man lets out a grunt. "Y'all deaf or something? You can't hear that! Hear what? The old man shuffles out to the edge of the roof. Take a gander. He points a gnarled finger at 2 buildings in the distance. You see what you done? Philip gazes off to the north, and all at once he realizes why he's been hearing that infernal noise of 1,001 moans for the past 15 minutes. Legions of zombies are migrating toward their building, most likely drawn to the noise and spectacle of bodies hitting the pavement. Maybe 10 or 12 blocks away now, they move with the undulating slither of blood clots traveling down arteries. For a moment, Philip can't tear his eyes away from the hideous migration. They're coming from all directions, percolating through the shadows, oozing out of alleys, choking the main drags. They meet up in multiplied intersections like a great amoeba growing in size and strength, inexorably drawn to the catalyst of humans in their midst. Philip looks away finally and pats the old man on the shoulder. How bad, David? How bad? That night, they try to eat dinner and pretend that it's just an ordinary meal among friends, but the persistent clawing noises outside the building keep killing the conversation. The sounds are a constant reminder of their exile, of the mortal threat just outside their door, of their isolation. They tell each other their life stories, and they try to make the best of it, but the menacing noises keep everybody on edge. Considering there are 17 other apartments in the building, they had expected to harvest a bounty of provisions from the upper floors that day, but all they found was a few dry goods in the pantries, some cereal and hard pasta, maybe 6 cans of soup, a bunch of stale crackers, and a few bottles of cheap grocery store wine. It had been weeks now since the building lay abandoned, without power, infested with the dead, and all the food had rotted. Maggots crawled in most refrigerators, and even the bedding and the clothes and the furniture had mildewed and soured with the stink of zombies. Maybe folks took their essentials with them when they fled. Maybe they took all the bottled water and batteries and flashlights and wooden matches and weapons. They left their medicine cabinets untouched, though, and Tara manages to collect a shoebox full of pills, tranquilizers like Xanax and Valium, stimulants like Adderall and Ritalin, blood pressure meds, diet pills, beta blockers, antidepressants, and cholesterol medications. She also finds a couple of bottles of bronchodilators that will serve the old man well. Philip gets a kick out of Tara's flimsy pretense of being concerned for everybody's health, when he knows full well she's mostly interested in anything that'll provide her with a recreational buzz. And who the hell can blame her? Pharmaceutical relief in this situation is as good an escape as any. The truth is, by that second night, despite the constant din of the undead outside their windows, the Chalmers family has begun to grow on Philip. He likes them. He likes their bohemian country style. He likes their pluck. And he just plain likes being with other survivors. Nick also seems re-energized by the union of the two families, and Penny is actually talking again, her eyes clear for the first time in weeks. The presence of other females, in Philip's estimation, is just what the doctor ordered for his daughter. Even Brian, his chest cold almost completely gone now, seems stronger, more confident. He still has a long way to go, in Philip's humble opinion, but he seems galvanized by the possibility of some kind of community, no matter how small and ragged. The next day, they begin settling into a routine. From the roof, Philip and Nick keep track of the zombie quotient on the streets, while Brian checks the weak spots around the first floor, the windows, the fire escapes, the courtyard, the front foyer. Penny is getting to know the Chalmers sisters, and David mostly keeps to himself. The old man is battling his lung disease as best he can. He naps and takes his inhaler, and visits with the newcomers as much as possible. In the afternoon, Nick starts working on a makeshift catwalk, which he plans to run between the roof of the apartment building and the roof of the neighboring structure. He's got it in his head that he can make it to the pedestrian bridge at the corner without ever having to set foot on ground level. Philip thinks he's crazy, but tells him to go ahead and waste his time if he wants to. Nick believes this maneuver is actually the key to their survival, especially since they're all secretly concerned. You can see it on the face of anyone who goes into the kitchen. They'll soon run out of supplies. The water is turned off in the building, and carrying bucketfuls of human waste from the bathroom to the back window overlooking the courtyard for dumping is the least of their problems. They have a limited supply of water, and that has everybody very worried. After dinner that night, at a little after about 8 o'clock, when an awkward silence in the conversation reminds everybody of the unrelenting noises coming from the dark outside, Philip gets an idea. "Why don't you all play something for us?" he says. "Drown those bastards out." "Hey," Brian says, his eyes lighting up. "That's a great idea." "We're a little rusty," the old man says from his rocker. He looks tired and drawn tonight, the sickness working on him. "If you want to know the truth, we haven't strummed a note since this all started up." "Chicken," Tara remarked from the couch, rolling a number with the flecks of tobacco, seeds, and stems at the bottom of her little Band-Aid canister. The others sit around the living room, ears perking up at the prospect of hearing the world-famous Chalmers family band. "Come on, Daddy," April chimes in. "We can play the old rugged crossbow. No. They don't want to hear no religious claptrap occasions such as this." Tara's already maneuvering her portly self across the room toward her gigantic bass fiddle case, her makeshift cigarette dangling from her lip. "You name it, Daddy. I'll slap a bass line to it." "Oh, what could it hurt?" David Chalmers relents as he levers his creaking body out of the rocker. The Chalmers dig their instruments out of their cases and then tune up. When they're ready, they seem to position themselves in a tight formation before they begin, as synchronized as a Marine drill team, with April in front on guitar, and David and Tara on the flanks and back on mandolin and bass, respectively. Philip can just imagine them on the stage at the Grand Ole Opry, and he could see Brian soaking it all in across the room. One thing about Brian Blake, he knows his music. Philip's always marveled at his brother's depth of knowledge on the subject, and now, with this unexpected boon, Philip figures that Brian must be delighted. They start playing. Philip gets very still. It feels as though his heart is suddenly being inflated with helium. It's not just the stark and unexpected beauty of their music. That first number, a lovely old Irish jig with a sad thumping bass line and a rolling guitar pattern that sounds like 100-year-old hurdy-gurdy. Nor is it the fact that sweet little Penny seems suddenly transported by the melody as she sits on the floor, her eyes going all dreamy. Nor is it the fact that a simple, delicate tune in the face of all this ugliness practically breaks Philip's heart. It's the moment when April begins to sing that floods Philip's soul with electric honey. "There's a shadow on my wall, but it don't scare me at all. I'm happy all night long in my dreams." As clean and crisp as a glass bell, with perfect pitch, April's spectacular velvety alto voice rings in the room. It caresses the notes, and even has a hint of the church in it, a slight soulful sauciness that reminds Philip of a choir singer in a country chapel. In my dreams, I'm happy all night long in my dreams. I'm safer in my bed, happy thoughts are in my head, and I'm happy all night long in my dreams. The voice awakens an aching desire in Philip, something he hasn't felt since Sarah died. He has X-ray vision all of a sudden. You can see little things about April Chalmers as she strums her six-string and warbles joyously that he hadn't noticed before. He sees a tiny anklet chain around her ankle, and a small tattoo of a rose inside the crook of her arm, and the pale half-moons of her breasts, as white as mother of pearl, between the bunched buttons of her blouse. The song comes to an end, and everybody applauds. Philip's clapping the most vigorous of all. The next day, after a meager breakfast of stale cereal and powdered milk, Philip notices April off to herself near the front door, putting on her hiking boots and wrapping the sleeves of her sweatshirt with duct tape. "Thought you might like a second cup," Philip says to her innocently, coming up to her with a cup of coffee in each hand. "It's instant, but it ain't half bad." He notices her wrapping her ankles with tape. "What the hell are you doing?" She looks at the coffee. "You used the rest of that gallon jug for that?" "I guess so." "We got one more gallon to last the 7 of us until the 12th of never." "What you got on that head of yours?" "Don't make a big deal out of it." She zips up her sweatshirt and tightens the rubber band on her ponytail, tucking it into the hood. "I've been planning this for a while, and I want to do it myself." "Planning what?" She reaches into the front coat closet and pulls out a metal baseball bat. "We found this thing in one of the apartments. Knew it'd be useful one day." "What are you doing, April?" "You know that fire escape ladder on the south side of the building? You're not going out there by yourself. I can slip out 3F, climb down the ladder, and draw the biters away from the building." "No. No. Draw them away long enough to go get supplies and slip back in." Philip sees his own filthy logger boots by the door, where he left them the night before. "Mind handing me those boots?" he says. "If your mind's made up, you sure as shit ain't doing this alone."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook. Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.